way, right? Which is like, both have their problems there, right? So I don't know if that is something that I'd say EDC necessarily want to do again, because I think that is a big difficulty. Is like your scope is very stretched out, which can be quite problematic. But yeah, it was definitely interesting to see it done. Definitely a different approach, right, than what we used to. I'll say that much for sure. But I reckon, let me actually get these giraffes out, because what we're going to do is we're going to break these down a little bit. So we should have, this was draft number 1, right? Yes, because French was picked in draft number 2. All right, so this was interesting, actually, guys. And I didn't realize this until Patio bumped it over to me. He's like, they random the maps. I was like, huh? And I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, you know, if you feel like you're going to go 7 games, whatever, right? Like, you ban the ones you definitely don't want, and then it's just full rando. It, like, there's some tinfoil hatting of, like, they just want to do a reset. So, like, you know, they play a fair, like, finals, and I don't think that was the case at all. But it does feed that narrative, that tinfoil hat theory, when you look and you see this. Like, the majority of the maps are randomed, but like I said, you know, once you've banned out the ones you don't want, it's going to happen. If you believe the series is going to go all the way, then it's kind of whatevs, right? And in fairness, these two, like, they were always going to go deep in their series, right? They're very, very, very closely matched. But yeah, it was very interesting that Socotra got banned out by them. That was a big switch up in the secondary draft, by the way. Like, they actually completely flipped it, right? Like, the maps they did not allow for in the first draft, they'll allow for in the second. So basically, I feel like they were trying to kind of trip each other up in a certain way. Maybe see if there's some tricks that they still had up their sleeves. I think that's one of the big challenges people have to realize as well. Is like when you are playing against your regular partner, your bro, your literal and figurative bro here, the guy you're always playing with, always training with. It's very difficult to get one up on him because he should know everything you're doing, right? And if you haven't got an additional scrim partner, that's going to be a problem. So that's why I think like the triangle usually works better, where you got like a magic or a marine lord in there, right? Like to throw some different curveballs and practice them with them. But the other interesting part that you get from that is like you can try to throw curveballs, but they aren't going to be well versed. And what I mean by that is it's like the Mr. logic when he's had games where he's hopped off his tractor, he hasn't had a chance to test it, but he thinks it's really cool, and he does it, and it doesn't work, right? Which does happen, and it works the other way where he has incredible strats he hadn't had a chance to test, and they destroy people. But like those type of things are really difficult. But I think sometimes when you're in these situations, it's very valuable to do. The issue is if you don't have a big enough lead, you can't really initiate that. And I think that's kind of what happened at certain points in this series, especially the first one, where like there was a back-to-back win there by Puppy Paw, right? But you know, then I don't know if this Juji build was practiced or not, because it was a very interesting one, a very peculiar one, which we'll get into. But draft-wise, I think the first draft was more balanced than the second. I think both of them got really good drafts for what was available here. Interesting detail is Byzantine just losing constantly. But like we'll talk more about the drafting and how it kind of unravels later on. Because I think when they got to the second draft, it was very messy. And I felt like it was more messy on one side than the other. But we'll talk about that more. But first of all, let's open up Age of Empires 4 so we can look at some of these games. You were really feeling for Drongo in particular. He seemed really sick and still soldiered through. Yeah, he wasn't feeling well. Bless him. But yeah, it was a pretty polarizing format. Like, you have to imagine it from a cast perspective as well. Like, you need to hype it up. You need to do the moment justice because the guy could be about to like qualify and complete the tournament. But it could also just be that game is not the final game and it's only halfway through the grand finals. So that's a very, very unique and different experience for casters. And yeah, like the Wham Cat one, it's kind of wild to turn around, right? But a little bit rough for Wham. Surprised Winston is casting not Drongo? For what? What's going on? Huh? What are you on about, Core? Drongo was casting. RedBull? Have they announced? Have they announced the roster? Oof, bit zoomed in. Oh, this is Legacy, isn't it? Where have you seen that Winston's doing RedBull Wololo? Because I don't see it anywhere. Is there something on the Discord? I don't know where you've heard this call. I mean, I'm not confirming who is or who isn't casting in Wololo. Like my take, like, every time someone's asked me who's going to be doing these different games, I'm like, if they haven't announced it themselves, they will announce it, or you can wait for the RedBull official announcement. So I don't know. I don't know if someone told you something in confidence. They did. Probably should respect the confidence detail. Otherwise, it's no surprise why the council doesn't exist. Oh, he said it in Twitch chat, did he? Okay, I didn't see that. Oh, in fairness, it doesn't surprise me. I can tell you why it doesn't surprise me. This is not Winston. So, like, he legit just doesn't have social media. I've told him about this. Like, it's kind of dumb to be a caster and not at least just have a Twitter even if you don't use it. But Winston legit, like, he has no social media whatsoever. So I can't say I'm surprised he would announce it in the Twitch chat. That's quite comical. AoE 1 and 4, potentially AOM. When did he say this? Was it in the broadcast yesterday? Can we solve well? Yeah. Like, honestly, okay, so, like, no one's going to argue Winston's relevance on a broadcast when he literally, like, religiously casts one of the games and is an active developer on the other two. I mean, if anyone's got a problem with that, they can suck my dick. Like, I just think I can't see the issue with that. So, you know, if that's the case, good for him. Isn't as great as last year, just like diminished? Well, that's very interesting because I'd say it's infinitely better than last year because there wasn't one last year. So, but that's just me. Sorry, I'm being pedantic. But like, I mean, I keep saying I don't know what people were really expecting. Like, I think the biggest problem I see is I actually appreciate that they're doing RedBull Wololo with 4 at all. It sucks that it's only going to be 2 players. I'll say that. But what I will say is, like, at what point has RedBull Wololo ever been pitched as, like, a full encompassing AoE event? There are 2 events. I think the problem is, like, there's people won't get like hearing this. There's kind of an entitlement element where, like, we haven't proven ourselves capable of being, like, big LAN worthy or whatever. Does that make sense? Like, EGC only does online events. Outside that, we've basically had volunteer level LAN events. So it's like, I'm not surprised they're prioritizing the game that actually has the legacy for RedBull that has, like, proven to be successful for them time and time again, right? And by the way, this, like, when we started this scene, prize pools were overbloated. Way overbloated. Like, absurdly overbloated. And why am I getting that? Why is that? 1 second. That's an interesting stream elements bug. But, like, insanely overbloated. Anyone who tries to tell you that the Age of Empires 4 prize pools were not too big to begin with is lying to you. Because the problem is, like, it's like someone, once you say it, you can't take it back. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what you've got there. It's really, really crazy when you think about it that way. Like, once you've made it that big, you have so many issues. When it goes down, it looks bad. When you try to make a small tournament, it looks bad. Do you know how many times I've, like, queried for show matches and gotten a rate of, like, $100 or $200? And I'm like, well, that ain't happening, right? Because once upon a time, they got it from someone. It's like, good luck getting that again, buddy, especially in the current climate, right? Because, like, AoE 4 is small. It is very small. And the prize pools are way too big. I do think, like, you know, I do think that this is kind of a rough, like, look in general, right? But, you know, props to them for actually, like, putting AoE 4 in there at all. Because, like I said, they didn't need to. Or maybe they did. I don't know the contracted details. But, like, this has always been an AoE 2 tournament. And in fairness, like, I get it from RedBull's perspective. If you look at this and you think about where you make your money and how you do well, it's not on 4, right? It's on 2. 2's proven itself across years. 2's viewership was better last time. 2's viewership continues to be much better for tournaments, right? Like, for example, we literally just had the whole RedBull Wololo El Reinado thing, right? Do you guys want to know what the average CCV for that was? Probably about 2.4k CCV. Master of Realms was actually about like the same or lower, I think. And then Hidden Cup with T90 got how many viewers? I don't know what his average was. I know he peaked at like over 50k. I think his average was like 35k or something, I heard. I'm not sure if that's true. I need to double check. But dude, why? Like, I don't know how to disable this chatbot thing. One sec. Alright, what else? I'll figure it out later. But like, the thing is that people just want this giant bloated like prize pool scene to hold, and it doesn't. And also, I just think people aren't adaptable when it doesn't. If I put on like a $500 tournament, like a lot of the top players wouldn't sign up. I don't think. Even though, like, realistically, that is actually where we're at. We are grassroots, whether people like it or not. Right? It's like AoE4 is small. AoE4 is shrinking. I'm tired of people pretending it's not. It's delusional. Right? And I say this as someone who loves the game, and I think I've committed more to the game than most. And what I mean by that is, like, prospects otherwise where effort could have went. Right? Like, of people, like, who create content and all that kind of stuff. Who's making money, who's not. Right? Like, I bled for this game. And I'm telling you, like, we have some big issues that need to be reset and rebuilt from the ground up to even stand a chance of surviving. Got to put AoE4 in the market to AoE2 peeps as the most asbestos DLC. That's right. That's great, right? Like, they said it once. So, obviously, the game is just great and we should spend $1 million on it per year, right? RedBull Wololo rigged? Nani? You okay there? Maybe castle rent in Spain is more expensive than Heidelberg, so there's no space for AoE4. No, it's just realistically there's a prospect logic there that like made sense to take a gamble once, but like when... Okay, dude, do I have to do this? Like, didn't someone pull up the stats? I'm pretty sure I saw the stats. Like, RedBull Wololo Legacy, if I recall correctly, it peaked at like, was it 80k? There's like esports charts, right? Or whatever. Trying to remember where it was. I think it's here. It peaked at like... Oh, this is the June crap. I'm pretty sure it peaked at like 20k for AoE4 and 80k for AoE2. So like, if you're a TO, this is like a no-brainer. I don't blame them. I really don't. Because we need, like, you know, we as a game need to prove that we can achieve even comparable numbers, right? Like, and people aren't gonna like I'm saying this, but in the comparison of the size of the esports scene and like the pullable audience, right, from like a TO perspective, this is the equivalent of like Apex Legends like, you know, tournament viewership compared to like H1Z1. Okay, maybe that's a bit harsh, but you get my idea of like there's one that's doing really well and there's one that's not in their eyes. Now, if you want to dive deeper, you could make arguments of, for example, like actually the average buying power of an AoE2 person is about a quarter of an AoE4 person. I don't think that's actually an unreasonable speculation to make because AoE2 is very popular in South America, Asia, typically regions that are considered, and some, I'm sorry if you're from there and you're rich and you wipe your ass with money, okay, thank you, please subscribe to the channel, but considered poorer regions, right? And you can tell they're considered poorer regions from a basic marketing principle of where marketing puts their budgets and the value perceived for a customer. And what I mean by that is America, let's say America is like worth 10 sales. Europe is worth 7 sales. I think 8 or 7 sales. Like, actually it's lower than that because Americans somehow get even bigger budgets. It's actually more like 5. And then when you go Middle East, I reckon Middle East can like be maybe 6, but like that's just very special there. SEA is more like 1 or 2. CIS is 1 or 2. SA is 1 or 2, right? So you see the scale difference. Like an American person is worth like probably 8 times more than, at least 8 times more than a South American person in terms of marketing value, right? But, you know, even with that in mind, like, here's the funny thing. A lot of broadcasts run on the brag figures. So actually having the SEA region, having the SA region actually helps more than people realize, because it creates a prestige around the event. Fun fact, RedBull Wololo prize pool was around 30k. The fact that year by year it got increased more and more, it shows they aren't losing money. What do you mean? I'm confused. What are you on about? Who's not losing money? 4 is better to play, 2 is better to watch. I mean, this goes back to my whole point. There's no experimentation in 4 at all. And every time there is, there's like someone making a mold post on YouTube or Reddit about how they wish everything was just like the most standard vanilla format of AoE 4. And I'm yawning, trying to explain that's not how that works. Like, if you think about it, Empire Wars and what RedBull done with Empire Wars was a very positive outlook. And I keep begging for something almost like a tavern mode for AoE 4, where they just try for a week or two experimental game modes or experimental mechanics, right? Which is actually very smart, because that then lets them figure out, okay, what would work in the game? What would people actually like to see in the game? What can we add to the game, right? But like, Microsoft doesn't do this. Microsoft gives us vanilla AoE 4. It's always vanilla AoE 4. The team game experience is not great. The matchmaking experience is not great. And the viewing experience, like, if we're being totally real, it is very slow compared to most other RTS experiences, right? And before anyone wants to attack me on that, be objective. Go watch your StarCraft. Go watch Age of Myth, even. Go watch AoE 2. Go watch older games, right? Watch your Warcrafts. All of them. Like, the pacing is very different. So yes, from a viewing perspective, agreed. Like Winston, but there's so many great casters, would feel weird to invite a dev instead of one of them, if true. I mean, would it? Would it really? If the dev can do multiple games, it's like efficient budgeting logic. And actually, like, I think a lot of you are forgetting something here. It's not like Winston is a Hail Mary punt that they've never worked with before. Right here. It's like, this is a reality check for people. It makes sense to work with people you know work well. If Winston is capable of doing the games, and you've worked with Winston previously, of course, why would you not bring in Winston? And I think Winston does a great job, actually, to be honest with you. I think he's going to be very insightful, very helpful. In fact, I'd argue someone like Winston is exactly who you want on what is like a soft reset launch of a game, because the developer insights can make a lot of sense there, right? If you're 5 years into a competitive scene on a game that released 6 years ago or something like that, sure, I get it. You can argue like a pro player or whatever, or someone who's been analyzing for like thousands of hours. But also, I'd argue, like, you know, for people who are taking the issue around like Age of Myth, if you look in the Age of Mythology caster talent pool, which one of them has experience on large-scale lands? Which one of, like, point to one that has more experience than Winston in, like, large-scale broadcasts? It's just really, it's reasonable. Like, you don't take unnecessary risks with your product, right? It doesn't make sense. Do you see AoE2 repetitively losing players? Sure, but, like, so is AoE 4, right? Like, I mean, we can drag both of them down. It's true. Like, but if RTSs are dying and both games are failing, like, once again, why would you invest more money? You wouldn't. You would invest less and see how it goes. Like, RTS has fundamentally got a problem, one that, like, Battle Aces has looked inspiring to try and solve, but a lot of games are thinking backwards still. We don't even have a timeline for any future content whatsoever. Hard to get hyped, right? And that's, once again, marketing. Like, every time I have an issue, like, the thing I've warned people about around RedBull Wololo, because I know, I get it. Some people not, like, happy with AoE 2 getting more than 4, or feeling like 4 hasn't got, like, a full LAN experience because only 2 and whatever. But I keep reminding people, you shouldn't be blaming RedBull for this. You really shouldn't. Right? The issue is with Microsoft. The issue has always been with Microsoft. How they market the game, how they budget the game, how they support the game. Right? And really, once again, like, I mean, I'm probably burning a bridge, but, like, hone in on that. Because it's not even Relic's fault anymore. Why do people seem to think Relic's still involved in the process? You can argue that maybe they gave a giant lump of frickin' spaghetti with no marinara sauce. But, like, Relic, like, are they even involved anymore? Because I'm pretty damn sure they're not. So, at that point, like, you can keep trying to blame the average worker. At some point, you've got to argue, like, the decision maker's making some intriguing choices here, right? Especially when you consider that you've got a game that is the best-selling DLC of all time. Right? And like marketing is a meme in Microsoft's like office for AoE. 2, 4, and everything. I just, it breaks my heart, man. Like, what is the... I don't get, at this point, what the marketing strategy has ever been around AoE 4. I'm still struggling to understand it. Because it's meant, like, it seems like it's meant to be esports. Sorry, I feel like I'm throwing a lot of shade at, like, RedBull. I'm not. I'm actually, like, I'm saying the opposite. So, like, I'm going to get off this page. So I think it, like, is looking that way as if I'm blaming them somehow. But, like, there are fundamental issues, like, to kind of highlight this, to really solve Age of Empires 4 and rebuild it. And I hate anyone in the community who's disagreeing with this because it's delusional at this point and you're just doing it to pander. There are core issues around the gameplay experience, and what I mean by that is things like matchmaking, for example, dodging, cheating, content cycle, regularity, communication, and marketing that need to be fixed. And if they are not fixed, and they continue to not be fixed, the game will continue to stagnate. And I'm tired of anyone saying otherwise. Right? And this is not me going, oh, okay, but he thinks he's always right. No, it's just legit, truthful at this point. And anyone who says otherwise is just pandering to their audience. Because they don't want them to leave AoE 4. But, like, I'm being the real guy in the room here at the risk of losing some audience members because someone has to freaking say it. Because if someone doesn't say it, then a year from now, when the community shrunk more and, like, it's too late, right? Like, you know... Dude, I'm just getting flashbacks to Heroes of New Earth's final LAN in a freaking basketball court college place in Vegas with the most cringe show ever. That's what we're on track for. Not with Wololo, but like 2 years from now. Alright, sorry, I need to catch up in chat. The RBW series on the right side, you can see all the tournament hosts. Okay, but I don't get what your point is. I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I get you're making a point around that, but like, what are we going with this? That it started small. Like, are you trying to be positive or trying to say that they should add more money? Because, like, yes, RedBull Wololo started small, right? And there's always been my point. There's no saying that it can't build and, like, you know, AoE 4 can't become a bigger part of it next time, right? But, like, the proof has to be there. If the numbers don't support it, you're not going to, like, invest 5 times more money, right? Like, that's actually not RedBull's job. It's not RedBull's job to invest 5 times more money to try and fix a product. That's Microsoft's job, right? And yes, I'm very happy an NA person is going. And no offense to Beastie, I love Beastie. But, like, I mean, from a regional perspective, it's nice to see it's not just Europe stomping everyone anymore. So, AoE 2, 76k. AoE 4, 40k. I mean, okay, higher than I expected. AoE 1, 113k. Yeah, but the averages were more skewed, right, Baltoon, I'm pretty sure? Those will be a bit harder to find. StarCraft 2 has always been an arcade game disguised as an RTS. That's not true at all. What do you even mean by that? I feel like that has been written like the truest of Age of Empires people ever, right? And what I mean is, like, yeah, just because it's a fast-paced game doesn't mean it's an arcade game. I think that actually, like, that dilutes what StarCraft is, and I don't think that's fair to StarCraft at all, right? Like, that's the equivalent of me just going, y'all are just pussy replication attempts of Command and Conquer 1. Right? Like, what? Like, dude, it's an RTS. Right? That's like I could flip it the other way and go, Age of Empires 4 is a poor imitation of a grand strategy game called Europa Universalis. I was like, what? Heard some rumors from my source that AoE 4 will be revived at the beginning of 2025 spring. Ah, yes. And if I rejiggle the name of your source, like if I take the letters of his name and I rejig them and I switch them around and construct them a different way, does it spell out trust me, bro? He's working on the game? I mean, isn't it like Forgotten Empires and whatnot, right? Sorry, I'm just catching on my chat. Yeah, it's like World's Edge, Forgotten Empires, dude. Like, World's Edge is always an annoying name to me, and Corvus will know why as well, because like it's a map in Apex Legends, so my brain always switches off for a second when I say it. Based on the data, AoE 4 has potential to grow a lot, but need a minimum of every 6 months new sieves, blah blah. I mean, yeah, but like this is the kind of thing, right? Like everything has potential. Like, you know, when someone has like a mangled face from a car crash and you take them into plastic surgery, like, doc, can you fix them? Like, well, I got potential, right? It could mean anything. It could mean how much time you got, how much plastic surgery can you afford, right? And that is an appropriate analogy, because like in that situation, AoE4 looks like the mangled mess to the public. And now you're looking at Microsoft's marketing and going, how much you want to pay for the surgery? Right? Because underneath it, bone structure-wise, this guy's face is sound. It's just... It's kind of warped. It's almost like someone in Photoshop took like a distortion tool, right? But we can fix that. But you got to spend money. And they won't spend money. Do you think that the game would flourish if they regularly rotated abilities? Things like next week, Knight's only 20% cheaper. I don't think you'd like... No, so this is the thing, once again, like I think that you can be more adventurous than that. I keep giving examples of ones. Like some of the mods would be great to just rotate in as temporary game modes, right? Like maybe you have a unit promotion system across the board to see how that functions. When you get a certain number of kills, the unit gets better, right? You try that for a week or two. The whole idea is you just try all these wacky things to see, like... what sticks, right? You throw stuff at the wall. Like, AoE4 needs stuff thrown at the wall to bring the casual audience back. Game-wise, it's balanced very well, but, like, you need to be evolving. You can't afford to not be evolving. If you're not evolving, it means you're not growing. Like, even if you're just like this, like, people arguing we're fine because we're like this, that's stagnance, right? Welcome to 21st century. When your growth bar looks like this, you're stagnant. It needs to be like this. AoE4 retold, Jesus Christ, I will actually just jump off a bridge. Puppy Paw playing against Reinado, first time less than 200 ping. Damn, it's a new age, man. He means there's less strategy in SC2, it's an action game? No, dude. Dude, no. So, I think that is wholly incorrect. You could argue that there is more focus on individual tactics than in Age of Empires, and what I mean by that is if you proxy-base someone, which is a tactic, then it can have a bigger impact than a proxy base in Age of Empires. Because usually people understand, like, people can get strategy and tactics mixed up. Strategy is an overarching plan to get you from the start of the game to the end of the game, right? A tactic is something you can employ within that strategy. So, like, you could have an argument for that, but outside that, I don't agree. About to fire 10% of the company staff? Jeez. If only. I think they need to hire 10% more staff. I think they need to go across to the Relic employees and go, yo, you worked on the engine, right? Let's hire you. You know what you're talking about. Yo, what's up, Caladian? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, bud. Welcome back to the Swarm. Wouldn't mind AoE4 Definitive. Yeah, I look forward to that too, Crackety. The next to no support becoming 4 years of no support at all while they build the new version. It's gonna go down like a house on fire, baby. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to like go into the tangent. I'm very vexed at the moment because I feel like blame gets thrown in the wrong directions. Like blame gets thrown at RedBull, blame gets thrown at EGC, blame gets thrown at Relic. These are not the people you should be blaming for any of the problems, at all. It's the one sitting in the ivory Bill Gates tower. Always has been. On so many levels. Like, even when it was Relic involved in the development process, like, does no one else agree it was kind of a flawed idea to hire a developer who is a competing RTS developer to make your RTS knowing that they're making their own RTS at the same time? Does that not sound like a conflict of interest? Like, did that not come up in contract negotiations at all? Right? I don't know. Alright, should we get focused on the game? I don't want to make this like a negative death spiral of blah. But yeah. I feel like I needed to get it off my chest because it's tiresome, man. Like seeing EGC get blamed for things, seeing RedBull get blamed for things all the time. Seeing Relic still being used as a scapegoat. Like, did they do a terrible job with the game engine? Yes. Yeah, yes. Did they do a terrible job with initial design? Yes. Yes. Are they still to blame? You could argue the engine detail, but my argument there is like, if you needed the knowledge base on how the engine works, why not hire some of those people to your different studio to provide that expertise? Yeah. Or, like, if you think the engine is so fundamentally flawed that, like, it's almost like you opened up the mangled corpse and it's like, why is it missing all of its organs, right? Like, in that situation, just call it dead, right? Unplug the life support machine. Stop pretending. Because, like, what they're doing right now is they've, like, stitched it back up. They've crammed melons and onions inside. They're going to start to rot. And they've stitched it up, and they're like, the game engine's great, man. Everything under there, guys, it works as intended. No, you don't need to look. You can trust me, bro. The engine's great. The map generation works great. We know we can provide the content. You modders are going to be happy soon, we swear. Everything is in there. The lung, the free hearts, the double liver. Did you say free hearts? What? No. How many hearts is a body meant to have? Right? Like when people go nuts, EDC's running ads. Dude, like, okay, so that's a completely different discussion about the entitlement of, like, people in esports. And what I mean by that is that people want everything to be free. Like, people don't like to ask the question, where does the money come from? Right? And, like, the reality is, EGC operates at a loss. The reality is, EGC get paid more by Twitch to let them run ads whenever they want, as opposed to manually adding them. Despite what a certain caster said when he came on a show earlier this year, they have double-checked this, and you in fact make more money just letting Twitch decide. Now, it is not millions of dollars money, but it's still a difference. Don't have the balls to actually call out the problems in the game? Yeah. I mean, dude, maybe it's because I'm in, like, the burn the house situation, because, like, I don't make a living off of this game. Like I said, for the hours I've put in compared to anyone else in the scene, or anyone else I'm aware of, I have lost more. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Like, on the content creation and the front-facing side, it is true. But, like, on the back end, right, I feel bad for, like, the AoE4 guys and all the effort they've put in to try and help. And, like, yeah, them getting screwed. But, like, on the front side, manual ads 20% less. It's literally in Twitch rules. Sometimes, yeah, dude, like, but someone legit, like, gang bushed in the middle of a tournament said, actually, I know it's not that way at all. They have no excuse. And I was like, maybe we've been wrong this whole time. And then we went and checked, and it turned out that that guy was wrong. I'm not going to say who it was. If you know, you know. But that guy was 100% wrong. Is YouTube ad pay more than Twitch? I'm not sure. I don't think so on, like, a live stream perspective. And what is up, Abramoso? Thank you very much for the sub gaming. Prime gaming sub. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much. But, like, the thing is with YouTube, like, it's a different metric. I don't know, like, what the value numbers are on a live stream, but what I will say is, like, I can't gauge really what the value of a viewer for an ad is on Twitch. It's just very not high. Compared to YouTube, YouTube is, like, ad revenue generation is, like, 10 times better, easily. Its rev share is much, much more transparent and much more desirable. This is why Twitch, year after year, gets flack from content creators about how they don't pay them. Because they don't, right? They get pennies on the dollar. But, yeah. I don't know. I think... I think that AoE4 is not going to die tomorrow, but with the continued pace and the lack of any development that I can see, we might be in, like, you know, we've got to stop being delusional. Okay, so 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so we can't view all the games from the grand finals because in a Age of Empires game that is esports focused, we don't have the ability to view more than 10 replays in the past. So we'll have to look in on the Puppy Paw series from the game number 4, I believe it is. Yeah, which is kind of unfortunate, actually. The Golden Heights one had some really interesting details, as did the Holy Island. I really wanted to kind of, like, analyze the Holy Island one a bit, because there was some interesting things going on there. But we can look at the Frisian. The Frisian one was really peculiar to me, because... what was that? Here you go. because like I think the Sacred Site win condition was quite curious. I don't think I've ever seen anyone try that with Juji that way. How was that? If we pull that down with the win capture. Was Wham beating a Beastie a surprise for people? I think he was very smart about the way he done it. He made his life a lot easier with very unique strategies. I don't know how much Beastie was able to prep for that map pool. I feel like his prep was less than Wham and Puppy Paws, if I had to speculate, because they had a lot of creative out-of-the-box strategies. But that kind of fits with like what Beastie's always been honest about. Like, he's not an innovator. He doesn't create new metas. He perfects whatever gets discovered. That's his strength, right? And like that's why, by the way, I point out, like, for a player like that, they would definitely prefer to have... Hey, sup, Nomad. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the gifted sub. But like, for a player like Beastie, he very much prefer to have a map pool that never changes. Because realistically, for his approach to the game, it's better. Right? But like, the interesting part is these two, and it's the same with Vortex and Lucifron, actually. And B fit into that category. I think Anatan's fit into that category. Players that actually like evolve their game strategy very quick benefit from map rotations quickly and rapidly. It's like Sokotra is a big one, and Kawasan coming in for the first time with the new civs, right, recently, is a big one. And those are areas in which Puppy Paw and Wham very much evolved the meta. Considers himself a streamer first, he made it far, really far, given that priority. I mean, sure, right? Like, you kind of show off all your strategies, whereas Wham and Puppy Paw didn't really stream much in the build-up here. And you can see the results of it. Like, in this game, this was a peculiar one, man. We saw Juji tried, like, once on King of the North recently, and it was a really weird strategy where it was like the Jiangnan. This was a different approach. I'm still not sure about the 2TC choice by Puppy Paw. I kind of get why he'd done it, but it did slow down his castle. Luckily, it didn't hurt him too much, because I thought when we were getting 2TC from Wham, he was going to rush out and wall off all relics. But I think Puppy Paw ended up getting like 4 relics still, right? Which was kind of wild. Beast is a content creator, Wham, Puppy, Marine Lord are pro players. Yeah, but I do think a lot of pro players need to be creative about being creative being content creators, because like when they complain that there's no prize for money in the scene and like they haven't realistically been able to do much to help build the scene, like it's a problem, right? Yeah, Beastie, like I guarantee Beastie makes more money per year from being a content creator than a pro player, and I guarantee it's not even close. I don't have the exact numbers, but like I know comparable numbers for content creators. Like, if all tournaments disappear tomorrow, he'll be fine. Yeah. So the 2TC choice was intriguing, right? Because he did place it out towards the deer and the fish here. And that's pretty cool, because when you're in this matchup against China, China's not going to aggro you. Right, because the problem is, like, the only risk you have that Chinese will aggro you is if you're playing against them and you're worried about Chuganu Rush. But, like, in what world does a Chinese player Chuganu Rush a Juji player? It would be the most illogical, wild crap you could ever, like, imagine, right? It just... Mathematically, it doesn't make sense. Like, you shouldn't and probably wouldn't ever win that fight. So let me change my size, because I want my head even bigger than it already is, if that's possible. So, like... It was a very smart read by Puppy Paw, knowing that his opponent like is not going to build spears because you've got Chuganu, so it'd be dumb. His horseman build-up is going to be too slow. And he's not going to go for Chuganu because he'll always be behind you on the count. Like, it's just a very smart choice to go this aggressive with a TC. And like the result ends up being like Wham now has to kind of mirror to feel good, right? But if I remember correctly, Wham built it at home, which was kind of wild. Didn't like how salty Beastie was in his reaction to losing versus Wham. I mean, apparently the issue wasn't with Wham. The issue was like with the admin choice. But what I'd always warn in those situations is you really need to emphasize what your problem is. Because like when you leave it very gray aread, multiple things happen, right? No one really knows what you're on about fully. Everyone starts blaming anyone, right? So there would have been fans of Beastie that blamed Wham, which I don't think is what Beastie wanted. There would have been fans of like Beastie that blamed EGC, which is dumb because EGC had no ruling whatsoever in the admin decision, right? So like, gotta be very targeted, very specific if you're really gonna go for that. I don't know, like I know from experience when you leave the net open, you act like other people get like collateraled, you get crossfire damage, right? Like I've had it before where I didn't immediately want to call out like someone for doing something bad, and then someone else was speculated to be the one doing the bad, even though they'd done nothing, right? And I felt bad about it afterwards. But it's because I wanted to give the other people a chance to like do right. But yeah, this game was like, I think it was interesting that Wham chose to build the TC back here. So the logic, right, is that he wants all the food he can get, and he hasn't got many villagers out here. Like, building with 4 is bad. You haven't got wheelbarrow tech, and you've got all these stoneworkers. It's interesting, though, because on the other side, Puppy Paw did make that commitment, but I think the difference is that Wham already, in some ways, would feel behind in his timing, that he had to build a Barbican first, which is 600 resources, right? Like, but when you think about the TC timing, there's a big difference because of the 510 resource investment to then go towards a TC, versus the Chinese that are going to be spending 1,200 resources to then go second TC, right? And that's why you get away with this. Like, it's actually wild. It was so smart by Puppy Paw to utilize these type of timings. Like I said, any other matchup, I think 2TC like this is bad because you won't be able to get your Shaolin Monks out in time to gather relics before everything's walled in, or there are Knights blocking you, depending on the Civ, right? But you see, like, Wham is now trying for that timing to block these in. But I'm wondering if maybe it would have been more beneficial to have like pulled 3 villagers and walked to all different locations. Because the wild thing that happened in this game is that with just the 1 scout, Puppy Paw ruins Wham's plan here entirely, right, with the wall block. Now, what was interesting as this game went on, I'm wondering if Puppy Paw could have actually went for an attack into the Chinese base instead. He took a very bold line, like this Sacred Site victory condition. It almost worked out. It was kind of wild. But I do think that the dicey nature of that is like, you know, your opponent's eco is scaling better than yours, right? As minutes go on, it's better and better and better and better. And even when you get 5 relics, let's say you get the 5 relics, like your Medigarden is 70 resources. The relics can make up, so like in total between the Medigarden and 5 relics, you're going to get about 12 extra villages. It's very feasible for China to have more than 12 villages leave over you at that point, right? Because Imperial Academy, like, fluffs the numbers as well because there's so much extra gold tax generation. Like, this Civ can also thrive without coming out into gold too fast. So I'm wondering, like, if in hindsight, if Puppy Paw went back, if he would have tried to maybe block this gold. I can't fault Wham, though. Like, his reactions were really clean. Like, going into the Lancer play, because he just wants to play wide because his opponent hasn't walled himself in, right? And then prepping crossbows because, like, Puppy Paw is so far ahead on the tech up, his #1 move is going to be to go PG. Do you think the scene will benefit from making admin decisions more transparent so conflicting views don't become an issue like this? Not really, because opinions are like assholes and everyone has one. And no matter what, I've learned, in the public eye, no matter what you say, there will always be someone who disagrees with you. What you should do to have your ass covered is always have a process listed that you go through and the steps that you take around admin decisions. So, for example, I believe that you should never talk to both players in the same environment because that warps the perspectives and intimidates. For example, I said that it would have been, I think when I talked about the Beastie Wham decision specifically, I gave the example that it would have been very easy for Wham to feel intimidated by Beastie. Because even if Beastie isn't, you know, trying to be intimidating, I'm sure he's not trying to bully Wham, the reality is, like, there are, what's it called? Like, there's power projections, right? There's perceived strength. It's the same logic as, like, when your boss tells you something, you're more likely to take it fearfully than if your coworker tells you something. And what I mean by that is, like, Beastie is the biggest content creator in the scene, right? So, like, when Wham was making that decision, the props to him for sticking to his guns, because there had to be, like, a conscious thought there, like, there's going to be a video about this. And I'm going to catch some flack from some, like, blind Beastie fans who haven't looked at the game, right? It's like, to that end, from an admin side, like, if I'm writing the admin rule set on how I execute, I am saying that I have 2 separate chats with both the players to get their opinions. And the first thing I ask them is, like, I want you to just say it straight up. Are you okay with a remake? If not, we will now analyze the game. And that's step 1. But you do that in a safe environment. So if it's on LAN, you do not do it with both of them there. If it's online, you do not do it in a group chat. And then you go from there. Then you have a process you go through. What are you looking at, right? Like, it's a bit hard because Age of Empires is a complex game. A lot of games are. There's so many different things to consider. But, like, if you have a certain rule set structure to go through, you can always fall back on, I use this rule set, right? Do not question my logic. This is the flow. But at the end of the day, an admin's choice, like, you can agree or disagree, but, like, admin's say is final, right? You also have to be very careful because guess what? If you're too much of an arsehole to an admin, they're going to be like, I'm sorry, but they are going to be biased against you. And what I mean by that is like, think in football. If you actually call the referee, he's probably going to give decisions against your team, right? Like it's like if you're in court for a crime and you start calling the judge names, do you think he's going to give you the lightest sentence or the hardest one? But yeah, this is what I mean though. Like Puppy in this game, he took this Sacred Site win condition, which was really intriguing. I think he actually could have won this. There was a moment in this game that's really important, and it was around the Nest of Bees timing. Like it was crazy actually. This was the first series, and I think you could already see how crazy and untrackable things were getting when they start diving for this Sacred Site. Because there were a few things that I think could have probably been optimized on both sides, but there's so much to consider. I think there should have been less replays in the past. Sure. Oh. Should make a Reddit poll and have Reddit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't. If it's up to them, I'll never get hired on an event. Let them decide everything. Dude, you might as well just letting Reddit vote on these things is the equivalent of you know, sticking a bunch of like leaves in a little cat pen and saying whichever leaf the cat walks towards means something. Damn, I'm never making friends on Reddit, huh? Then again, they started it. So yeah, we're approaching the point where things get kind of wild. So at this stage, Puppy has a very, very linear structure to his army. He still hasn't gone Song, which tells you his intent. Like, he basically cannot win this game if that ever gets decapped. He's running out of food. He's got the berries, he's got one more pond over here, and then it's just berries. Right? So he wants the game done. He needs the game done. If he thought he could take China in the late game, you would have seen him transition Song and go for a farm tran about 2 minutes ago. Right? Because he goes, well, not 2 minutes, maybe like 1 minute ago. But the problem here is, like, you're never going to win against China. So, like, Puppy Paw, he did the right thing here with his win condition. You can't play China in Imp because China's eco is already 20 ahead. They will have Pyrotechnics, which will make the hand cannoniers better. And you know they have enough gold to get there because he's securing the north side. Even without that, though, this 4K vein with Imperial Academy is good enough, right? Because, like, remember, the only reason you're not seeing him go there now is because all the resources are being forced into this. So, Wololo was a big, smart move by Puppy Paw. I do think there was an opportunity to try and sneak another keep forward a little bit. But it looks like he split his eco a bit weird, right? Yeah, so he never gathered the stone in the center here. He brought the villagers over here, and then he ran them back. Which I was a little bit surprised, but I thought he'd try for like a double keep drop. But I think he's paranoid because he saw Wham built a trap. But then Wham backed up, and I'm wondering if that was like intentional to bait his opponent into thinking he was surging trebs. But then instead you get this really smart choice by Wham to go into the Springles, right? Because Nest of Bees will ruin you when you try to dive this. But the dive is coming, and the dive is kind of wild actually. So that's the reveal of Springles, and now at this point Puppy's like, oh crap. He has Clock Tower Springles. I'm in really bad shape. These dives start to come in, but like this is never going to be effective. It should never be effective, right? Onto the Nest of Bees. Villagers, that is an insane hold, by the way. Like, I remember seeing that at the time. I was like, I can't believe he just done that. Wham didn't even realize he got blocked on the choke point. Like, that pathing right there ruined the dive for Wham. So at this point, game looks really bad. Because you're now 2 minutes away. You just lost about, what, 15 Palace Guard to kill a Nest of Bees. And that really is all you got. This is where the game, I thought, was like, dude, Puppy Paw's got this on lock. Like, this is going to be a very fast series. Because the trap count is on it too, right? You're now trying to mirror Nest of Bees, but you're trying to make them Clock Tower, which means you do not have a fast ramp up, and you're going to have to dive. So we get this other keep on the way. And I do, like, you know, the problem with that, and you see cancels it, right? Like, the Trebs, this is the baity element I was talking about. Like, Wham, all of a sudden starts surging Trebs with this. This was the play that, like, actually completely pivoted this game. When he dropped that Siege Workshop with the Supervision, like, Puppy Paw wasn't expecting it. If you check Puppy Paw's vision, look, it's just out of vision. So up to now, he was under the impression that he'd been baited by fake Trebs because he only saw one, and now it's going to be fine. This was such a sick play. And you can see the panic at this stage. Like, Puppy Paw knows he's in trouble. I do think this dive was maybe a bit messy from Wham. we see it when it comes through. Like, I mean, Puppy Paw kind of going to him was kind of wild, but he doesn't want to lose the castle, right? That's always going to happen, I think. But the wild part, I was really impressed when Wham does this dive. Because he actually grouped his troops a bit too much. Like this, right? Like, he's trickling them in. Villagers come in as well. So this is the moment where actually, like, if Puppy Paw saw these villagers, yeah, he goes in for the one flurry. But then I think he refocuses elsewhere. Oh, sorry, no, it's the second wave, wasn't it? Yeah, so these villagers come in, and then he never get targeted afterwards. There was a panic moment here. You can see it. Like, this is I think this is actually what lost Puppy Paw the game. Those villagers, he was looking away and rebuilding army, I think. Something was happening, right? If he didn't lose that Nest of Bees extra, I think all this dies, and the game is just over. But, like, you can't fault Wham, man. The way he played this in the end was really sick. Like, castle goes down now. You can't stop the keep going up because you're now going to have to dive into enemy Nest of Bees, and that's pretty much where the game's secure. But, like, it's crazy to show you just, like, how close these games can be. The difference maker in that game was essentially, at the end of the day, he didn't click to repair that Nest of Bees. Now, that's not to fault Wham, because he, like, this whole beta play with the Siege Workshop was sick. Like, you don't see people do this enough, but it's very easy to do with trebuchets in particular, because remember, trebuchets don't, like, you don't need extra health and trebs, right? Clock Tower should be used building better things, because trebs should never really be the first thing to go down. But yeah, I mean, this is where the game was over, right? But it's crazy to think, like, Puppy Paw could have actually made a very quick day if those villagers had just repaired the Nest of Bees. But I do want to emphasize the diff weight. Like, remember, you're used to seeing Clock Tower Nest of Bees, and they take ages to die. Those are normally Nest of Bees. But yeah, I don't follow Puppy Paw's strategy here. He was 100% correct on what he tried to do. Like, China in the late game is a nightmare for GG here. But overall, a really cool game. Like, I really like that one. 9 seconds on the clock, he should have pulled all his villagers. It wouldn't... No, because it's Nest of Bees. It doesn't change anything. It legit doesn't change anything. Like, going back to that game, I think if Puppy Paw could replay it, maybe the one difference he makes is he tries to block the second gold vein, the one where the Siege Workshop was. I'd say, like, that as a big strategic layer is maybe the change he makes. But more than that, I imagine when he looks back, he's just going to feel, oh yeah, if I just clicked to repair that one thing, I'm fine. Damn, I'm still annoyed we couldn't look at the Delhi Roost game, because the Delhi Roost game, I think, had a lot more to dissect. No, we can't look at the HRE or the Dragon. We cannot look at the first few, because there's limits on the match history, right? But we had Dry Arabia next, which... So this was like... This was the one where he went... It was Javs, right? He went Javs. In this game, I think... Things kind of felt scuffed from the out, I think, in this matchup. I much preferred like the Hippodrome play that was used by Puppy Paw when he was Byzantines against English the day prior. But like, you could literally see that Wham had put himself on the clock because he chose to go Javelins and English went 2TC, right? But this game was like, this game I can very simply explain is there is, I'll load it in. I won't play it through the 27 minutes because I don't think it needs that much attention. But there was legit one detail that really kind of like secured it. Do you know who'll play? There's no KP's midweek matchup this week, Camion. It's not like locked in as a regular just yet, but we're working on it. Longbow's better in this matchup, sort of. But the problem is like, so building longbows in this matchup is the same as if you build javelins in the Mali matchup. You'll always be outnumbered. Like, I think, realistically, you wish you could go Keshiks, but Keshiks suck against double TC fire from English. So, like, I actually don't think Wham made the wrong contract choice. I actually think the detail that mattered was this. This gold vein, like, there was a point in the game around... Oh, God, I don't want to, like, have to go all the way 27 minutes, but there's a point where he sent an army of 50 here towards the White Tower location, and I don't think he noticed this gold. Like, the way that Wham's plan plays out in Castle is he needs to starve gold. Like, if you keep English on one gold vein, I don't care how well they macro, they're not going to have enough gold to get Imp. But I think that's the problem, is like this one gold vein, one Puppy Paw the game, because Wham kind of tunnel visioned into the main. But like, do you guys want me to let it fast forward to that point, or should we just go to the next game? Because I feel like it was that cut and dry and simple of a game in the end. Like if he as well, like there was 2 outposts down there, right? So it wasn't like there was a castle defending it. So realistically, he could have had a pretty easy den. But yeah, it's an interesting approach from like Wham to try and send it like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think for his attack logic, jabs make sense to the original question that host imposed. Lombos make sense if you're just not interested in attacking and you want to boom instead, right? But the other thing that's cool about javelins here compared to lombos and why they're good on the offensive is you can actually dive the defenses, right? Like if you show up around this tree line with lombos near my tree line, I'm going to probably attack you with short bows as well and kill you faster. Yeah, so the Golden Horn's house coming in, and now this is the very, like, this is actually maybe the other interesting point in the game, is he's going to spam Varangians. And I think the problem with Varangians here is, like, whenever you build Varangians like this, you're prepping for a dive comp, and it's pretty much the go-to for Byzantines, right? But against English, your timing is so thin, because you know they're building a white tower, you know they have double TC fire, you know they have attack speed aura, and here's the thing, once he's in Castle Age, like, look at the difference there. He only has 8 Varangian. This is like, you're up Craps Creek without a paddle, really. Like, at this point, your goal should be to get, like, 2nd TC, play Sacred Sites, lock game, lock gold. Because diving the base just doesn't work, because the attack speed aura, the arrow fire, and most importantly, now the English just have better men arms. Like, this is a really big difference that you need to process. You pay more for Varangians to get 1 more damage and 1 more melee armor, but 15 less health. Meanwhile, the English get their tech. They now have actually, like, balanced you out, because they have 1 damage less, but 2 melee armor more. Or, like, you know, 1 melee armor more than Varangian, right? But 2 than an average men at arms. Which means the damage differential is non-existent between men at arms and Varangian in trades. But the health differential is still 15, which is 1.5 attacks. Actually, with damage mitigation, it's like 2. It's actually 2 and a bit. It's like, this strategy, basically you have to hit hard straight away. And if you do not, it does not work. This is what makes English so obnoxious right now. Because, like, if this was not a white tower, if this landmark didn't exist, this Byzantine flood would just break him. But, like, if anyone who's struggling with Byzantines, this is, like, I hate to recommend this. This is actually a legit way of just, like, ruining Byzantine's day. But, like, yeah, you can even longbows, right? It's kind of interesting he starts the longbow defense, but I think it's because he had the archery rangers didn't want to build more production buildings, because remember, he needs to get more gold, and he'd have to prep the Raxes, he'd have to get the upgrades, like, whereas you can just get crossbows straight away. And what's kind of cool is he pseudo, like, front lines with the longbows, right? Longbows aren't terrible here as well. Like, they have very high base damage against Varangian. So, yeah. I don't know, I'm trying to think if there's a worse civ to try and do this Varangian spam against. And I don't think there is in Age of Empires. Like, can anyone think of one that's worse than English to try and do this strat against? Because we already mentioned that your men at arms are just worse, right? At this stage in the game, they're 100% worse. But on top of that, even when it's not the men at arms trade, they're worse, because you get more melee armor, not more ranged armor. Like, I think maybe this type of strategy would work a lot more effectively against what Puppet was doing if Varangian were actually 5 ranged armor units to start with. Because, like, then you could dive to defenses. But yeah, like I said, at this point the game is basically over. This is the death spiral, right? He's lost the trades, he's lost the advantage. And, like, his only backplay now is to try and secure this gold here. But there is a point in the game that comes where, like, Puppet just moves out for it and he gets it. And it was kind of wild to watch, right? And, like, this is the interesting thing. I think this is what's frustrating about English for a lot of players, is that dive cost him every piece of control he had. And it didn't really do much. So now, like, Puppet just gets to camp and come out. Like, this type of play, this type of strategy is exactly what people mean when they say that Defender's advantage is too strong in Age of Empires. This is 100% an example of how Defender's advantage is way too good. Like, English embodies it fully. But yeah, you see what I mean? Like, this is what I was talking about. He starts to tunnel vision the north side and the center. He comes in finally, but, like, he's trickled at this point. Like, it's now too late to get a bulk together. Like, Puppy Paw doing this right now ruined him. Because now Poppy Paw has all the gold he needs to just surge men arms. And once this count is equal, this wins every time. So yeah, that's pretty much the game. It spirals from there, and Poppy Paw gets like a very easy win. But yeah, I really want them to drastically overhaul English. I just don't think... I can't understand how anyone can look at double arrow-fire TCs and networker castles and not think that the whole thing is toxic. There is nothing positive about that experience for anyone. It would be an overall better game if they removed it. All right, 1 sec. So let's get this start. Let's get this open. So that was pretty much, I think, all there was to say about Dry Arabia. Rocky River. Oh yeah, that game was kind of wild. Trying to think if there's anything really to highlight in depth. It was very scrappy. I think that one we can let lie. Gorge. Was this the... Yeah, dude, this one was wild. This one isn't meant to play out this way at all, by the way. Like, this one is 100% Abassa's crap on Iabids. I'd be surprised if I can find any players that disagree with that right now. Like, it is very much an Abbasid favored matchup these days. But Poppy Paw done something really creative. Yeah, I know. All right, chill. Calm your freaking tits, mate. I'm already on it. Yeah. So, for anyone who isn't familiar with this matchup, when the expansion first came out, Iabids was considered a hard counter to Abbasids because Abbasids hate timing civs. The problem with timing civs is that Abbasid players can't match them, they can't mirror them, they can't keep up with them. They actually get eclipsed. But the interesting thing that people quickly realize is actually Abbasids can kind of just do 2TC fast castle, and it's really cheesy. Especially since the fresh food stuff's buff. So like the whole goal in this game for WAM, like the standard script is pretty much no matter what an Ibid player does, if you just go and do 2TC, fast castle yourself, you will be better. Because you can add in a few camels on the tech up, and you tech castle with military wing, which gives you 2 camel riders to stop the initial aggression of the Ibids. The wild thing that happened in this game, and you can see it's a fast castle build because of the culture wing, is that Poppy Paw utilized Gorge more than any other detail. If this was like a Dry Arabia spawn, I think this strategy, like what I just described, works better for Abbasids. But Gorge is kind of funky, because sometimes you just get royally screwed with the spawns. And most of the time, your secondary resources are going to screw you in some way if you're playing defensive Age of Empires, right? Like, Ford Berries here, Deer, all exposed on one side. Like, and this is a pattern I've noticed a lot of the time. It's like the deer tends to spawn quite often on one side together, and then sometimes you get the boar split, right? And that's where I think like the halal civs kind of suck, because in this situation, like your entire like eco state is predictable. Like Poppy Paw actually, he kind of got very fortunate with this spawn, because usually what I'm seeing in pub Gorge games right now is that you will get the berries on like one side, and then a lot of the food on the other. Unfortunately for Wham in this game, all of his food got pushed to one side. And this leaves him in a very predictable state as a defensive civ. But yeah, tech's coming out, right? And this was advancement wing, right? It was the growth into advancement, which was crazy. Like, you just don't do that. The expected play is Desert Raider, and they go growth wing. And that's how ABBA wins all the time. But like, so we get the camel opening as a blocker. This is a pretty smart choice right now. Like, they buffed the costs, right? It went from 180 to 170. You basically just pump one of these guys out, 2 of them max, and then you kind of block her. But he continued to scale, and I'm not sure if that was the correct call here. Because the problem is, like, the time it takes you to pump out these camel archers, you could have had 3 crossbows, right? Or you could have went archers, which feels even better here, and you could have had 4 archers. And I think, like, that may have been the thing that kind of unscrewed things a bit for Wham. And by unscrewed, I mean screwed him. Is like, his opponent is going archers, you know he's going archers. In theory, camel archer spam is really good, but you're already giving a lot of credence to the archers with spears. I think Wham was just trying to be cost efficient here, though, right? Like, you have to remember, he still hasn't, like, teched up. He knows he's going to have to add in units. But he's already delayed his tech up substantially here by adding in 4 camel archers, right? At 230 apiece, that's almost 1,000 resources that has gone into unit production. Millie Wing finally gets triggered, though. Now, at this stage, Poppy Paw has a problem. those two Desert Raiders, those two Camel Riders, right, will fight really well against Camel Lancers. And he can scale more of them. In fact, he's getting stables, right? But Wham does something wild here, and I think what happened is that they were kind of baiting each other. Because, like, what you really should do in this matchup, and in fairness, a lot of players still struggle to actually, like, ID this. They're obsessed. You should build these. A lot of players are still building these. And the reason they're building Lancers is because they want to be active. Lancers allows you to be active, right? Because if you build Lancers, you can go and raid the enemy eco. And while you can do that with Camel Riders as well, the base damage difference is massive, right? A cast-based Lancer can charge into a 50 HP villager and kill it in 2 hits. It can kill a villager in 2 seconds, right? Because basically the charge is only a 0.5 attack speed, then the saber shot afterwards is 1.5, right? So 2 seconds to do, I think it's 36 damage plus 24. So you do 60 damage to a villager. A Camel Rider, on the other hand, has an awkward predicament here. Camel Riders have 14 base damage. They have a much better attack speed. But to kill a villager, it takes you over double the time it takes a Lancer. Because a Camel with 14 base damage is going to take 4 hits to kill, right? A 50 food unit. So that's a lot longer to wait. For a unit that moves at the same speed and costs the same cost, right? But the whole idea is if you know you can't attack, then Camel Riders are just better. Like, if you know you have to fight the enemy army instead, Camel Riders are better. Because your opponent can't build crossbows to tick that box. His Camel Lancers are going to lose. Like, Camel Lancers get destroyed by Camel Riders. Archer Mass is decent because you have no armor, but it's still a 270 HP unit, right? But the thing that ends up happening here is Wham decides to go Lancers because he wants to attack. And this just enables Poppy Paw to just kind of keep going into Lancers himself, right? Because, like, now, if he mirrors you, he always wins. But this is the point in the game where, like, this whole Lancer thing starts to also struggle to pay off more. I think you got, like, 1 or 2 good connections, but the problem now is because you're building Lancer spam, you need a lot of food. And this is where things get rough, because Poppy Paw has scanned the entire map. He knows where your food is. So 2 options here. You're either going to farm Tran, or you're going to go for pocket resources. But because you haven't gone for Eco Wing, a farm Tran is insanely expensive here. Archers kill Camel Riders in practice? Yeah. But like, the problem is, like, you just need to build more Camel Riders. Like, for example, if instead of having, like, 6 Lancers right now, he has, you know, 6 Camel Riders and Archers instead of Camel Archers behind, right? Like, you can fight. But, like, there's a very interesting point coming up where Poppy Paw just completely ruined Wham. Like, this is step 1 on it, but there was something really smart he done. So, we'll continue on a bit, because it is coming. So, what ends up happening... In fact, it actually might have already, because I was doing the monologue. So, like, there's a lot of Lancers coming, right? Like, I think Wham at this point is way too invested in Lancers. When you're playing defensive like this as well, Mangoes is probably just a better shout. Like, you've got retracted gold. It is admittedly limited, but it's limited because you spent 100 gold per Lancer, right? So I really expected him to try and pull out a Mango defense here, because Archers can't dive you then, and you get Breathing Room. I think Wham's thought process, though, is like, if he builds a Mango, he still can't play flanks at all, and you're screwed. But the interesting part to me was, like, I think I may have skipped past it, because I remember I was watching it on the broadcast, I was like, holy crap, that was smart. It might have been after this dive. Yeah, so the dive comes in. Not ideal the way that the Camel split this. Like, I actually think Wham got an insanely good trade here. Probably better than he ever should have got. Because the Camel Lancers trickled in, and the aura, like, didn't last forever, right? But, like, you know, he reinforces with 1 more just long enough to keep it alive. It pushes Wham back in. But Puppy Paw's number has been reduced. He can't just dive in now. And at this point, I think this is the last Camel Lancers he produces. There is a point in the game, maybe I skipped because I'm an idiot, it was a very long day. But there is a point where he loses all Camel Lancers and stops building Camel Lancers. And at that point, Wham kind of gets baited in by it. Right? Should be coming up. It was earlier. Yeah, you're right, it was earlier. Sorry, I was in the monologue. So this Camel Lancer number, like, the Lancer number went up because Poppy Paw stopped producing Camel Lancers. That was the point I was getting to. Like, that's how you got that state where your opponent has 11 Lancers, and it's like, what is going on here? It's because Poppy Paw just halted all production and only had 5. So, like, Wham's perspective on it and why he thought Lancers were going to get him out is, like, his opponent is transitioning full Archers, and I beat him. But then Poppy Paw continued to, like, spam 2 minutes later, and he caught him out. At this point, the game is just over. But like, this is the interesting thing about these two, is like you can tell they practice together a lot, because the triple stable drop can like, it could mean, like I said, it genuinely could mean Lancers or it could mean Camels, right? It's probably going to be Lancers for a lot of players, but you have to always be worried about the Camel potential. And then the Golem switch up. Like, you can tell these two play a lot because of the way that like Puppy Paw just essentially curveballed him with that move. Because I think they played this out in scrims before, and what Wham done worked. Like, the Lancer spam logic makes sense. But the renewed timing from Puppy Paw was sick because he chose to attack at a point where Wham had enough Lancers to go raid Puppy Paw. And that's what was missing from this game. It's like, Wham's raid timing was completely ruined by Puppy Paw's second wave. That was really sick, by the way. Like, reminder, this matchup, I feel like if you ask most players, they will say it's probably like 80-20 Abbasid favored. It really is that one-sided. But it was a really sick approach by Puppy Paw. And that got him to the bracket reset. Because GG comes in like a minute or two later. Like, that game at that point is 100% done. Well, Gully, the problem, like, and that's the thing, like, because he went Lancers first, he can't now go for what you're talking about because he didn't have enough gold. He didn't have enough gold to get, like, crossbows and siege, right? Which is how you defend that. It's like, it goes back to the Lancer choice. What happened there is Wham was trying to be the attacker. He was trying to find a way to become the attacker. And by doing that, he, like, lost the game. And that kind of, once again, that kind of makes me sad because it continues to prove the point that defender's advantage is the better way to go, and I don't like that. You go archers, not crossbows? I think you can do crossbows to begin with. Like, you do, yes, archers long term because your opponent's got archers too, right? Because Ibids. But to address the opening lancers, like, you don't want to be building spears when he's naturally going to be building archers. I feel like you'd rather get some crossbows first, right? I mean, archers could maybe work, but I don't know. I think... Yeah, I feel like rushing archers is a gigabait because you'll do nothing to the camel lancers and you need too many techs to do anything. Because remember, like, he's slow on blacksmith techs in that matchup. So yeah. Let's see. So that was Gorge. Then we had regions, which I don't think there's anything that really needs to be emphasized there. Wham basically got one of the most broken region spawns I've seen, and he got to play China as China. And Ibid's got dunked because of it. Golden Heights was kind of wild, actually. Is there really... So, this game was over quite early, but, like, Wham almost clawed back in with some miraculous baits. I think the number one thing I'd highlight here... Yeah, we'll have a look at the opening, because obviously the opening's important. One of the big things in this matchup is, like, H3 can actually beat Mongols in Dark Age aggro, but what you have as an edge here as a Mongol player is positioning. Because you should be having more initial units come out. And what I mean by that is, like, you have double pump. So, like, what you're trying to do as Mongols is, like, you need to try and fight kind of towards your side. Because you're both going to be pumping from back at base. Because whenever you play against Mongols, you can't... You basically, you can't add in racks as mid-map. Like, for anyone who's watched a lot of Golden Heights, they'll know. The typical play here is you walk villages out, build racks here, fight, and then build dock. You can't do that against Mongols. Because Mongols will surge... They'll either snipe the villager straight away because they have a very early production timing, or they'll get a big enough advantage to take out the racks, and then you've lost 150 resources and they've got paid 50 resources to take it out, right? It's like you have to build racks at home. This was kind of cool, though, actually. Yeah, I didn't catch the first minute of this. I didn't realize he'd done this. That was sick, though. Like, you're expected to walk out to the pond. He tried to take it to the base, understanding the gold is exposed. But this is the thing that I was saying, is like now, like if you were on Wham's side of the map, he will have numerical advantage because his production speed is better. But if you're defending as a Mongol player, you're actually favored here. And for multiple reasons, it's not just the double production. There's another really important detail in this matchup that makes Mongols the best civ at Dark Age spear spam. Look at these trees. He has one straggler tree left over. So he can maximum now build an extra 7? Yeah, 7 spearmen before having to move across and spend 50 wood on a lumber camp. So idle time walking, idle time building the lumber camp, 50 wood down the drain. It's like, Wham backs up here, and it is actually the correct call. Because you legit just can't now play long spears. Like, anyone who's played against Mongols and played 20 plus spears in Dark Age knows what I'm talking about. It's an insane advantage for Mongols. Because they don't have to waste on a lumber camp. because they place their TC on a tree line, right? So they've already got efficient wood for like double, triple, quadruple what you have. So that was the correct choice by Wham. But like it already kind of feels bad that you got forced to invest in this many spears, right? And at this stage, like I'm curious, you know, Puppy Paul, he is going to go for the dot. And you can already see that Wham is anticipating it. He's relying on a more aggressive tech timing here to favor him. The best thing Puppy Paul can do here is like not build the dock straight away, stockpile for a tech up startup, and then save for the dock afterwards. French has an advantage. Yes, exactly. Dark Age Spearman Rush from French. Need to do more. Yeah, so I'm going to speed up now. Because Silver Tree's coming. This Silver Tree didn't matter in this game, by the way. Like, in hindsight, Puppy Paul could have built Deerstone. But the reason why having Silver Tree was still good is it forces Wham to do something. Because if you don't have Silver Tree, Wham can just, even though you got fishing, say, screw it and rush Castle Age. Because A-Tree Eco is broken. But, like, because you now have Silver Tree, it forces your opponent to try and come out to fight. And that's what you want as a Mongol player here. Because now with fishing, you know you can scale up to match him. Double production as well. Like, Mongols aren't that bad on this type of map for feudal fighting. Realistically, if this had just been a rush feudal age and build archers game, HRU would be like well ahead for a fight, right? But now, like you're probably going to see Wham continuously overreact because he's worried trade is happening. So like he goes on the offensive again. The thing that I want to focus on really comes later on in the game, which was that there was this really sick bait and switch by Wham multiple times on that gold he keeps attacking. Like the story of this game from Wham's perspective has been, I want this gold. You can actually summarize the HRE's intent in this game with this one gold vein, because it always keeps coming back to this. But what was interesting is like Wham looked like he was pretty much dead and he eventually goes imp. And he made a sick play after being pushed off this gold once to go to it again with a keep drop that forced Puppy Paul's entire army to shift over and allowed him to sneak out to the mid-map. Like this is the type of crafty little snaky plays these two do, right? Had Wham been able to hold there for like 2 minutes, I think you actually have a competitive game on your hands. But like at this point, he's boxed in. He's not going to get Regnit's value. He goes to the Burgrave play, right? There was a little bit of a blunder here, by the way. And I'll highlight what it is in a sec. Right. We got Gully, we got Faye and chat. So we got some high-level players. How many spearmen do you think it takes to be worth getting veterancy? I'd say like 12. Wham has 14 spears. Spot the mistake. My mistake's unfair, but like he made a choice here, right? He prioritized men-at-arms production instead of taking 12 seconds to get veterancy. No gold? He could have had the gold. I think he like look at the gold income. Like watch. It's like he gets forced in the commitment here, right? But like those 9 men-at-arms, you could have afforded it. He never got veterancy. Because like he didn't expect his brother to build a step redoubt in the middle of the map. Because who the freaking hell does that, right? Like this is what I mean with these two, where they're just trying to do wild things to each other. Like it's genuinely crazy. Like this is like I said, and that's why I said I don't think it's a mistake. Like in hindsight, he'll feel like it's a mistake, but he from a logical perspective of how Mongols would approach this and how Mongols would tech up and how Mongols would do most things, this was wild. The tech up in the middle of the map, yeah, it's so gambly. But this is what you have to do. Like, reminder, this is legit what you have to do against someone you're practicing with all the time. Because if you play the exact same way you've played in practices, and let's say you know HRE wins this 70% of the time, HRE is going to win this 70% of the time. So you have to be a little bit creative. And that's what made it sick. And that's why I highlighted, like I said, it's a mistake, but in fairness, it's like, it's a mistake in hindsight, but in timing, it makes sense what he's doing because he doesn't think he's going to have to leverage the Spearman until later. But Puppy Paul forces him to. And once that happened, it ruined the men-at-arms timing, it wasted the military advantage, it basically destroyed the entire game for Wham. And that was really, I think, the most critical point in the game. And like at this stage, yeah, like there's some walling shenanigans going on. The one other play that I was talking about, I'll just fast forward all the way through. I just thought it was really cool because like Wham is in pretty much like an almost unwinnable situation. At this stage, you're more or less relying on your opponent making mistakes and you doing something right. But We'll just cycle through. Because we basically get to the stage where he starts playing for that gold again, and he starts keep dropping it. And I thought this is very cool, because we even get a Karganet Palace come out, right? And the Hui Palace are like a big problem. So like, for those that haven't played Golden Heights before, to really win this map, you have to take central controls. It's very rare that that's not the case, because that's where the gold is. This dive doesn't work out. He gets pushed back eventually, right? Does some damage, but whoop-de-doo. And I think this is where Wham decided to say, I'm just going to go Imperial Age, because I'm dead anyway. Castle's going crazy over the MAA was funny. Why was it funny? Oh, well, because they thought the men-at-arms were going to kill everything. Well, they kept raiding in here, right? I think we maybe missed that, because I know they went in there at some point. But like, dude, I had to chuckle. Like, this is the first time we've seen traction trebuchets in a Blue Moon, man. Like, no one builds them anymore, and they come out in the old school style. You guys remember this? The outpost spam into max traction trebuchets? It was so toxic. But like, this is really cool. The only thing I'd say is, like, I think in hindsight, Poppypool would have valued the farm kills a lot more. Like, traction trebuchets are really good at paying off if you just start sniping farms. Because you can just 2-hit the farms. Right? So if you just 2-hit all these farms, you get paid to do so, but then your opponent has to spend more wood, which means less resources to build army to defend, right? And also in the process, less food to get value out of Burgrave. It's like, I think the TC was overzealous, and like, he gets punished for this. So he has to move back. He realizes it's just a bad dive. E-repair still hasn't been used, by the way. Like, that's going to come out soon. But there we go. There's the keep drop I talked about. So this keep drop is really sick, and it'll matter soon. Because now, Poppypool has to pull like the whole army back to his men-at-arms, which is what I think he was talking about. Traction Trebs probably need to be coming home, but he actually gets baited, and Wham gets a really good split. And it's all because this keep gets a reaction. Like, way too big of a reaction, actually. But once this happens, we're going to see Poppypool tech up. He gets Hui Pals eventually, and this keep goes down. But the thing that I was going to highlight that's quite funny is, like, when he takes this keep out, Wham comes back again with another keep for the gold. And there's this sick moment where Poppypool reacts to it, and Wham sneaks out over here. Now, unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to make that play work. But in a more even game, that genuinely would have gotten, like, Wham fully back into this game. The problem is at this stage, the lead is just way too big. Like, Poppypool's done so much right at this stage. And I want to remind people, he's done so much right with a 0 trader Silver Tree game. So yeah, tech up comes in past Swabia. Wham will tell you that he hates Siege and then plays Siege like half of his games. But here you go. So Castle goes down after getting blasted. Pressure comes in. This is going to get pushed back. And then once it's pushed back, Wham's about to exploit the last of the gold. You will now see him run across to that gold. Right. So outpost up, blah, blah, blah. Moves out now. Goes over gold. You know what he's going to do. It's going to be another keep drop. He's got the resources for it. But this is with the snaky part. Right? He knows he's going to get seen doing this. He should get seen doing this. Like, an outpost just saw all the villagers run out. It's an alarm bell. And that's when this happens. Like, the Hui Pals are absurd. They're coming over. And then you see Wham do this. So, villager, where are you at? He grabs a bunch of villagers shortly. Yeah, there you go. They were on the stone, on the south. Over the north, build gold. This was really crafty, man. Unfortunately, I think he tried this in practice because the timing could not have been more gruesome. And that's when this is over. But, like, these type of crafty moves, man, this is why I think Wham and Poppypool have a shot against Marine Lord. It's like, dude, they're reading each other very well. But, like, if you take that read of each other out of the occasion where you don't know these crafty strats, you can trip people up. But, yeah, that was pretty much game. You're going to see Poppypool just tap out in a sec. Yeah. Karganet Palace, man. I did not have that on the bingo card. And Hui Pals looking useful for once. It's quite miraculous. Yeah, so GG at that point. I think it's like 2 minutes from now, but we'll just quit out there. If you can't beat Siege lovers, enjoy them, right? But he'll tell you he hates Siege, and then have 50 Siege pop. So this is where the series was getting kind of like rough, right? Because I think we didn't actually highlight it. We should talk about it. When the redraft happened, I noticed something very important here. The first draft, their drafts were very balanced. I don't think anyone got an edge. But draft number 2, Poppypool 100% got the edge. Like, it's hard to believe that when you see that WAM has, like, English and Rus and HRE. But, like, these are civs that we say are OP on ladder, and it's true. But in tournament play, as WAM, as Poppypool rather highlighted in the winners interview, like, Byzantine looked bad here because it was getting counterpicked, right? But, like, Poppypool has wide, cool, safer, more generalist picks. Delhi are very dominant in a lot of situations. Malians look really good on the map rotation. Ayabids are insane no matter where you put them. Mongols are incredible in competitive formatting. Abbasids can also be incredible in competitive formatting. Even French, weirdly enough, can kind of work with some of these maps. But, like, what you've got from WAM is, like, for example, it's usually in Japanese. Like, we're not playing Holy Island, right? Chinese as well is, like, it can kind of work, but I think it needs the right map. But, you know, some of these, you just feel hard locked out. So, like, I saw a very big issue in the draft. The way that WAM drafted is almost as if you had the map pool from draft 1. And his draft would have been good for that. But look at the difference, right? Like, you've got things like Socotra in there and regions in there this time, right? And it completely changes the value of your draft because of that. So, yeah. WAM got, like, 4 OP civs and the rest is bad? Yeah. Like, basically, what Poppypool does... So, like, WAM has... It's like the person who tells you that they've got... they've peaked at 500 viewers on their Twitch channel. But the average viewership is, like, 50. And then the person who tells you they peaked at 200 peak viewers, but the average is 150, right? It's that type of thing where it's like, WAM got a higher wow, but as a full spectrum draft, it's weaker. So, with that in mind, we look at the next game, where I believe they went to... It was Kawasan, right? This game was wild. This is, like, if you had to choose one game in this entire tournament that tells you they scrim together a lot, this was the one. And the wild part is, despite the nice try, bro, but that don't work, the Juji still win this. So for anyone who didn't see this, like, basically WAM tried to do exactly what he done to... I think he done to Beastie, right? Was it Beastie? I think it's BC done it too. So, funny thing on Kawasan, right? This is what I was talking about how this map, like this tournament was not going to favor Beastie against people like this. Because although Kawasan is historically a map that existed in AoE4, in competitive, it has been missing long enough that there are loads of new strategies that have been discovered. Because since its last regular rotation, you now have new civs in the game that play drastically different. And Juji is one of them. The Juji pick, which tricked him on... No, wait, the BC series was Socotra, right? Poppypool done it. Yeah, Poppypool, I think, done it to Beastie. Where, basically, like, on Socotra, they got a really good meditation garden. And Juga Nu are insane on Socotra because of the distance, right? It's a new mutation. Beastie has been very vocal and honest that he is not good at finding these crazy new strategies. He's good at taking them forward and perfecting them. It's like, this type of environment does not favor a Beastie for that reason. The creativity of, like, a WAM or a Poppypool with these approaches is much more effective. And what you see in this game is, like, what worked against Beastie doesn't work here because Poppypool knows it's coming. They clearly practiced this together because Poppypool was the one who bloody used it. So this is sick. You're playing Abbasids. Being on berries is a really good thing. So he moves out to block the Medigarden. And this right here is comparative to when you watch Golden Heights and one person pulls 5 villages and one person pulls 3 villages, right? Like, it's an unwinnable situation. WAM realizes it too late. He's wasted extra time at this point. The scout is going to get a pick on a villager. Like, at this point, the game feels like it's GG. Like, at this point, Poppypool should just win, right? No. This game was possibly the most wild game to me because this game should just be over right now. WAM somehow gets home, still gets a decent Medigarden, and then takes a giant dump on him. And yeah, no burn on the landmark was kind of surprising. In fairness, like, I think in hindsight, if Poppypool looked back at this game, he probably would have attacked the landmark because the villagers, 3 villagers will not build a meditation garden quick enough. you can wait until the health bar is half and then kill the villagers, right? But I think he was maybe paranoid about his own tech timing because the bastards can't rush theirs. So he wanted the villager kills to get back to work as quickly as possible. But, like, if that's the case, I mean, like, realistically, you've still had to pull the villagers home, right? So it still feels kind of bad. I wonder if they ever tried with this strategy just making outposts here and if it was better or worse. Because I feel like this lost Poppy Paw some pacing here. Like, yes, he got a worker kill, and yes, he delayed a landmark. But he also idled 6 of his villagers, I think it was. It was either 5 or 6. He came out and he built a mill. He gathered, what, 400 food here and walked home without wheelbarrow. I think that cost him too much. Like, even with that detail in mind, like, he's realistically in a good position. If I had to, like, choose something to do different, it'd probably be maybe Poppy Paw should, like, you know, have dock dropped the south side. Because I think it's actually criminal that Wham was able to do this. So, after this point, though, like, the crazy thing is you just think Poppy Paw should win this, right? Like, after... When you see a Meditation Garden fail like that, the game should be over. But... I think the critical whoopsie is, like, allowing Poppy Paw to get on this bonds. Wham, rather, to get on this pond, basically got him back in the game. And yeah, the other thing that's kind of weird to me is, like, I'm wondering about the choice that, like, to just rush castle. I kind of get why he didn't want to play the Age, but once you access this pond, I think you make your life very difficult, right? Like, if this was a game where he built a ram and deleted these docks, it's kind of different. I think you get away with castle. But I kind of feel like on a map like this, with fishing support, you gave Wham a lifeline. I don't know. I'm wondering. I'd love to actually, like, pick his brain on this. Did Poppy Paw think, like, had they played this out? Because, like, this is a weird situation, right? And I get not wanting to play long feudal against Juji, but at the same time, you pretty much just gave Wham what he needs for an all-in timing, right? And I think I missed from this point for, like, the next 2 minutes. So I had to go quickly do something. But it was wild when I came back just how many Chuganu there were. Like, this proxy base setup was insane. Like, Dragon right now is like... dude, he's making weird noises. He's getting so excited, I can tell. But yeah, so, like, Gulam's coming out. I prefer Gulams to Lancers, in fairness. Like, the thing about Gulams here is, like, Spearmen are already there, but even if they weren't, Gulams, you just need numbers. The other annoying thing is, like, when you play this matchup, you want to build a Mango, but building a Mango actually never feels good. And yeah, dive comes in, right? Like, I legit think, in hindsight, if Poppy Paw could have went back, what he would have changed here is he would have tried to have blocked both docks, probably dropped a dock on each side. Because at this stage, like, the game is over. Like, you just have so much inefficiency. Or over might be a strong word. Wham has to make very big mistakes to lose, I think. Oh my god, is Dragavan talking about his walls again? He's obsessed with his walls. Yeah, get spotted on the gold as well. Like, at this point, it feels so bad, though. You've got a third of your economy just idling constantly. And yeah, Wham reacts there. But I love the fact, like, he just sends reinforcements. This army's still big enough that Poppy Paw has to be scared. Another big problem in this game, like, I actually noticed this with the Canadians a lot. They are very allergic to blacksmiths. This is not the first game where their blacksmith timings have been later than your average amongst the highest level players. At this stage, like, it's actually wild that Poppy Paw doesn't have Beastsmith still. And I think that made this an impossible defense. Also, Gulam's just not attacking didn't help. But, like, look at the damage you're taking there. Like, I think the biggest deal to me isn't even the range, right? Because you won't get plus the free damage. That's fine. But I think these Spearmen are actually trading better than they should. Like, I reckon the other thing as well is, like, you kind of have to go Gulam here, right? If you don't go Blacksmiths. I don't know, maybe I'm being hard about that detail. But I feel like the Bloomery, like, if you're just going to spam Gulams like this, maybe Bloomery would have been worth it. I don't know, what do you think, guys? Am I being too hard about the Blacksmith detail? Like, it's definitely a bait for the Chuganu detail, right? It doesn't matter there. But I feel like there's value for Bloomery. Shadow Monster now on the way though, and like this is where the game is going to basically be over. In fairness, his Blacksmith understanding there was perfect. Like he got Boot Camp and Undermesh as veterans he's going to come in. But like at this point, too much damage had been done. Maybe walls would have been a better way to go in hindsight for Puppy 4 here. Like just trying to block off some of the approaches. Like if you wall this north side, you limit your opponent's options. But yeah, this is where the game just snowballs. Like you might clear out the Chiganu, but by the time you do, there's crossbows waiting, right? And then it's GG. Yeah. Pretty crazy though. Like I'm still looking at this game flabbergasted at the fact that Wham still won this after that horrible opening. But like this is adaptation, right? Like it was actually a fantastic pivot by him to get back into this game. All right, so that one ends up being a Wham win. Series treks deeper. Feels good, man. Means we're not just going to have a shellacking to close out. But now I'm getting more and more worried about Wham's draft. Because at this point, we already highlighted, like, his draft looks generically weak. And what I mean by that is, like, it's generically strong from he's picked the OP civs, but he doesn't have broad applicability with the remaining civs. So, like, next up, we had, what, Gorge? This game, I don't think this one like had anything to really like dissect. Quite simply, for anyone who watched the VOD, like you would have seen it very clearly what happened here. In this game, this is where the fatigue set in. You could tell the fatigue was there because they were both kind of fumbling. And at this point, like this was genuinely the point in the draft where I looked at the remaining games and I was like, whoever attacks wins. And I very strongly felt that. And that I feel bad for Wham with that because, like, Wham's defensive approach looked beastly in this tournament. Like, he looked very good defensively. But the interesting thing here is, like, this game, giant chinks in the armor. So for those that haven't seen it, quite simply, it just turns in... Like, anyone who remembers when they first started playing Age of Empires 4 in, like, the early days, and you'd say French is OP, Knights are OP, it was like that. Because it was just raiding. It was constant raiding. Like, this game was over at about 12 minutes. It's like, it's kind of wild as well, because I think, actually, if they were both... Like, if this was game number 3 of the day for them, and they're both not tired, I actually think Roos just takes this. So, like, Kremlin number... Like, this Kremlin already is wild, by the way. It doesn't protect stone or gold or anything, right? But he comes out into the stone early, which makes it fine. The interesting detail to me is that he, like, gathered the wood at this pace instead of doing wood secondary. Because then you could have, like, maybe had the influence buff. But I think the TC ended up just out of range here. It's kind of sad, right? Like, he does end up dropping the lumber anyway. So I wonder if, like, it would have been safer and quicker and more efficient, at least, to do stone straight away and then move across. But, like, we've got TC on TC, right? The second one comes up, pretty safe in the deer. Raid comes in, nice block with the scout already. But these Knights, he's already lost 2 scouts. Like, okay, so this is actually a really big detail. When you're playing as Roos, your biggest advantage is that you see everything an opponent does. You can't be denied. But now that you're down to 1 scout, look at Wham's vision. Like, especially once he starts dropping Knights, he's going to have to keep that scout with them. And if you have to rebuild like scouts lost like that, it's very expensive. So that was actually sick by Puppy 4. A lot of players would have just wanted the villagers, but I think you're actually happy that he body blocked the scouts instead. So, like, that already made things look a little bit slippery. So Puppy 4 just keeps poke, 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 poke. At this point, he's just checking his brother's still awake at the keyboard. Because remember, guys, they are... I think this was game 11. They are so deep into this series, it's insane. Like, the burnout they will be feeling here... Because you have to remember the adrenaline levels here. Like, it's quite the rush, but the aftermath is like a hangover, right? So walls go up. He's just trying to prevent the raids. But, like, realistically, you know, after this attack here, I don't think Wham got any more raids in the entire game. And this is what I was talking about. Like, at this point, it's over, right? Like, you're spamming spears and spamming walls. It's kind of like... We've seen this in French Mirrors, where one player has to, like, build spears, walls, one builds knights. But, like, Wham is trying to do both things. And I think that's where the game starts to get awkward. And I think the way this matchup should play out is you actually want to be the aggressor by default as the Roos anyway. Because if you're not, your opponent gets more villagers over time, right? So you kind of actually have to attack them. So I don't fault him for having to do that knight detail, but being forced to add in this many spears and getting picked the way they are is like plan equal unraveling. And then this is the stage where it just gets worse and worse, right? Like you can see all the gaps now at this stage. Wham has built a very long wall, but realistically these knights have very easy ways to still get in, even through this little area here. So like this isn't even safe. And now you've got to pull all your guys back to defend the gold because you don't want to build a wooden fortress for 175 resources. But now, like, you know, if you're Puppy Paw, send in extra guys. Finds the villagers out on the ball. Kills 2 before reaction comes in. And, like, once I saw this, like, this is what I was saying. Once this happened, when I saw the slow reactions in this series, in this game, that's when I was like, legit, whoever attacks will win this entire tournament now. So this continues on for like quite a while. I'm not going to burn your time on it, guys, because I think it was generally over at 15. But basically, Puppy Paw gets the win because he keeps attacking. So it's a very interesting change dynamic between set 1 and set 2, both from a drafting format where they balance their drafts, and then an execution format where I think in the first series, whoever defended looked actually better in that series. Like we even saw games where Wham tried to attack and just lost because of it. But in the remake, whoever attacked just won. And that's exactly what happened here. Like I was talking with production behind the scenes when like I saw the draft and I was like, this is a pseudo-Mongol pick. Legitimately, he actually picked Order of the Dragon to play Mongols, which is very smart. Like it's actually insanely smart. I don't think we actually gave him enough praise for it. So, like, he comes in, and remember, this map, like, Socotra, very small, so very quick rush distance. Means that a heavy investment like Spears pays for itself quicker. Also, you have the boar in the center, which Order of the Dragon are insane at playing into, right? The Spearman enables it very easily, but also your villagers are just tankier, so they don't get very low on HP compared to normal villagers. And in the meantime, like, Byzantines, this was wild. I love that Wham understood exactly what this pick was straight away. Like, this is one of the quickest outposts you'll ever see from a Byzantine player. Because if he loses this area, it's GG. Like, this is a really bad spawn because your gold and your berries are next to each other. So, like, if an outpost comes in, it's dead. But we see him come out here with the one villager for the outpost rush. Once again, you can tell these guys have practiced this crap together. So he comes out, discovers it's a bad idea, walks home, fine. But this is the nice thing about this map. What was an outpost rush, ruined, now turns into a perfect ball play. And the ball play is insanely strong on this particular map. So it comes back. They'll start to shiver down. Wham is trying to intercept because he kind of needs to at this stage. And then the age up stumps is coming, right? So Grand 1 is coming through. Now, in this matchup, like, you've seen Spears already. You can't do Keshaks. Longbows is probably your best bet. But you know your opponent's going to do men-at-arms. Right? Like, this is 100% a men-at-arms spam map for Order of the Dragon. So, you have to go Javelins. Because if you go Longbows, like, you have lower base damage, so you less pierces through. And your opponent also can just chase you down. If you have Javelins, you at least move quicker. I'm trying to remember if he actually done Javelins. I think he did. But he does like something else wild. He just tries to rush castle, right? Which I understand, because it's a mind work play. So like, this is all in. The reason this is so good, it's not just the discounts, it's actually the research speed. It lines up with the first men-at-arms arriving. And like, it's pretty crazy because what you can do here is like, everyone always talks about Golden Cuirass. You don't rush Golden Cuirass. So Golden Cuirass is like a zero value tech until you've got a low HP men-at-arms. So like what you do instead is you get Undermesh in a rush. Sometimes you can even justify Bloomery, depending, like a normal size map, like Dry Arabia, I say you do Bloomery as well before Golden Cuirass. The reason why he's queuing up so quickly is because the timings align, right? It's going to take 40 seconds, you're 20 seconds out, like 15 seconds out from starting the tech when your men-at-arms arrives. So your guy will have the extra armor 55 seconds from spawn point. And it takes you about 25 seconds to get across the enemy base. So, like, he really, really smartly timed this. So, Men-Arms comes out. He'll deal with the archers. And Wham is already a sad kitten, man. Like, you just, like, now archers just doesn't have a value point. Because you're building archers against these men-at-arms, like, you're already down to 1 damage. This is depressing. The good news is he chose javelins. So, like, he still has a chance here, right? But continue on. Golden Cuirass just came in. Didn't even take enough damage. He decided not to dive because he realized, like, archers will kind of kite him. And it's better to have, like, 2 or 3 men-at-arms going in. Because if it's 1 men-at-arms, your opponent will keep, like, micro-shuffling. So, for example, if I was defending against this Order of the Dragon spam, and you sent in 1 men-at-arms, you'd idle my wood line, but I'd idle it back to TC and rally it to the north side. And then you're completely out of position, right? But, like, if you wait, you can now have men-at-arms hit this tree line and this tree line. Which means he might be able to kill me over time because he idled his village in the TC, but he's idled his villages in the TC, right? Archers and Keshiks could work. No, because the problem is your opponent already dropped a Rax. So, like, he could just as easily switch back into Spears, and I think you're just dead. Like, Keshiks just doesn't work here. You don't have enough olive oil for Keshiks. That's the problem. The whole logic behind Keshiks is if you're going Keshik contract, you are saying, I'm going to have map control. Because you need map control to get enough olive oil to get more Keshiks. Archers can focus Spears, but you're still not getting out on the map, Gully. That's the point. Right? Like, imagine building Keshiks and then having to move your whole army to 1 berry spot at a time. That's what you're going to have to do. So I think Keshiks just doesn't work on this map. Because it's like, your movements are too predictable. Like Dry Arabia, you could try that because you'd have a back spawning berry over here, right? And then a forward spawning berry over here, right? And if I'm building men-at-arms, I can't cover those. But on a map that funnels resources, Keshik loses you the game. I think, in hindsight, looking at this game, like, this was a good choice. I genuinely think WAM just needed to spam more outposts. But you can see already he's rushing castle, right? I think he was paranoid that if he rushed outposts, like, this is the tricky part about mine work, right? Is like your opponent can just get siege engineering for under 100 resources, which is kind of wild. And I think that's why he didn't want to spam outposts. He just thought, if I can get crossbows, it's a win condition. So this continues on a little bit. Stragglers have been mopped up. It's very obvious to Puppy at this stage that his opponent is teching, or about to tech, right? Like, he has to be. The army isn't big enough to justify an all-in. So Puppy Paw is prepping for it. I think he even lets Wham start the tech up before he goes in. And there's the Rams we talked about. So now this outpost defense is kind of sag. Right? You actually need fortification, but it's like so expensive when you don't want to build extra buildings. But tech up's on the way. And I think when I was watching this game, I felt bad for Wham because I felt like there was a small error that's like very forgivable because it's like very annoying to do something otherwise. And that's because of the way garrisoning behavior works. In fact, like, if I'm being totally blunt, I think Wham got screwed over more than most players I've ever seen by garrisoning issues in this tournament. So in the Delhi versus Roos game, his whole game plan unraveled like 4 minutes in, or like that's 5 or 6 minutes, when he ungarrisoned his fishing boats and ungarrisoned his scholar and lost it on Holy Island. But this is the same thing. You are prepping crossbows. Crossbows is the way you win this game. And the first ones are being camped. They come out, this starts happening. All right, pathing terrible aside, like, the problem here isn't that, like, the pathfinding sucked. And that was, I remember watching that, I was like, that's kind of sick. He microed away the injured one. That was kind of smart. The big problem here, though, is, like, if town centers, if you just do the return to work and then use the ungarrison thing, you can shuffle crossbows. But I think, I don't know if he uses the returnal work or just uses the ungarrison or what, but, like, we never saw that behavior. Because, like, and pros can correct me if I'm wrong, but you can basically, you can send your workers back to work while leaving crossbows in or whatever, right? But I think that that's not the problem. The problem, what screwed him, is the other way around. You can't ungarrison crossbows without ungarrisoning villages. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? If he brings crossbows to the TC and rallies on the other side, you can ungarrison. You can? You have to hotkey bind though, right? Or am I just being a noob about this? I know you can hotkey ungarrison, but you can't manually only ungarrison, right? Yeah, that's my point though, Gully, right? So it's like, it's extra overhead. Oh, you mean in the TC? Yeah, but like either way, I think it's extra overhead. And also in fairness to him, it's a panic. Okay, it does work. Okay, all right, well, I'll say I'm wrong on that. Then in that case, I think Wham did miss a trick here. In fairness, it's still like an uphill battle, But I think if he only has, say, 10 villagers in the TC and basically rallies the crossbows into the TC and basically not clown cars, but clown, like, I guess it would be a clown circus at that point, he can keep switching crossbows from side to side. All right. So either I sounded like a genius or I sounded like a fucking moron to people listening to that then. The idea is genius. I guess I was just looking for a more forgivable reason why he didn't do it. The very simple reason why he didn't do it, guys, is it's not a very usual play. That the changes around garrisoning behavior is recent. And also, like, you are being dove by Giga Men-at-Arms and you are in panic mode. But, like, in hindsight, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not easy to practice for this. Probably wish you'd been able to practice for this, but, like, who the hell practices for this? But in future, like, if you assess the situation, you're probably looking at it and going, next time, I think I'll just use the garrisoning. A player that's really good at using that garrison behavior is Louis. Like, watching Louis VODs is a perfect way to, like, ingrain it in your brain. That guy does some disgusting things with garrisoning. Okay, so at this point, Wham's kind of up Cracks Creek without a paddle. Because, like, at this point, his draft is really bad. So he gets the Malian English matchup, which is a goddamn nightmare. And then even if he survives that, he had... What was it? It was Japanese and Ottomans left, right? Meanwhile, Puppy Paw had Delhi and... was it Malian? No, sorry, he's using Malian now. I'm an idiot. Delhi and Byzantine. Like, pretty much Puppy Paw can just go into Game 7 and pick Delhi and have a smirk on his face. So it's like... This is what I meant about the draft. Like, Puppy Paw's draft may not have the OP English and the OP Rus, but his draft is just all-encompassing, more well-rounded. And the other thing is, like, he's now still fitting the theme that we talked about, which is, with the way the second series plays out, whoever is the more aggressive player is favored. And the remaining picks, including this game, are all the more aggressively favored. Right? Because you've got this situation where English versus Malians can be the attacker. Delhi will attack anything. And then Byzantine's very happy to be the aggressor. Meanwhile, Japanese always just fast castle. And every single time an Ottoman player has tried to play feudal, he has signed himself into an insane asylum. So yeah, pretty brutal game. But yeah, and this game, I'm trying to think of like what the really big sticking point was in this one. I think most of it played out kind of fluidly like you'd expect. Puppy Paw overextended a few times. I actually think Puppy Paw's transitions could have been a bit faster. So like, there was a point in the game around 24 minutes, I think it was, where if Puppy Paw had just gone Mass Musafadi and Mangoes, Wham would have been dead much quicker. But it's because Puppy Paw basically just wanted to keep flooding eco. So I think like what's that classic saying? You can't see the forest through the tree, right? He kind of had that thought of like, oh my god, English eco need to kill, instead of going, oh my god, English army sucks, I can kill it. And that did almost, like, I don't want to say almost cost him the game, but it definitely gave Wham a potential way back in. Because like basically there came a stage at around 20 minutes where Wham is out of gold. He legit can't like play a siege war against you. He'll lose it. It's like if you just build 3 mangoes, he can't fight you. But yeah, this was pretty standard opening, right? Like 2TC, White Tower connection. I had to chuckle to myself because I remember Lidicor and Drongo were like speculating the idea of King's Palace, I think? Or was that chat? Someone was talking about King's Palace somewhere. And I was like, you can't do King's Palace. Like, so the thing about King's Palace, guys, is like, I mean, in most cases it's just way too greedy for English anyway. But, like, there's 2 other big details. If you go King's Palace, you don't have a strong defensive landmark against the Castle Age Zerg Malians, which is one of the strongest Zerging points in AoE for full stop. But the other big thing is the food differential. It's like, at a stage where your opponent is going to over double their food income, you would then be investing an extra 150 of your food per minute into villager production. Which means in total, with King's Palace, you'd be spending 450 food a minute just to make villages. At a point in the game where your opponent is going to be using all but 150 of his food to make army. Right? So like, it's a non-negotiator. You legit cannot build King's Palace here. Idle 3 TCs to mass army, outnumber them. Oh god, no, please stop. Need Siege as the English versus Mullins, pretty much. So like, this continues on, right? Farms being set up. Wham's kind of like got his food eco sorted, but like gold is, dude, this is the biggest question mark ever. Like, I am actually impressed Wham survived as long as he did, because like he should have been dead with the moment this gold vein was gone. Like, even this gold vein is too far out. Like, map control-wise, it's horrendous for him right now. He tries to trade with Knights initially. He loses out. Monks also get blocked when returning relics, which is huge, right? Like, half of this game felt like it was Wham with 160 gold income, so basically just relics. So pressure begins here, right? The Sophus, this is the interception I was talking about. He eventually gets this relic in the back, but he ends up, like I said, 160 gold per minute for 15 minutes, which is... Even English have limitations, right? So this clash comes in. You know the lay of the land right now. You know your opponent has no gold. You know at this stage he should be running out of gold, right? Because he's gone Castle Age, he started spamming men-at-arms and crossbows. He's built Mango. So Siege is coming in. But like, if it's not apparent now, in 2 minutes it's obvious. So dive comes in. This is a little bit overzealous, right? Like he's trying to like blunt eco. But you are diving an attack speed aura, and you're diving like a favorable trade for the English. So he does back up eventually. And this is the point where I think he should have just probably stopped all archer production and spam Sophas only. The other thing that was kind of interesting is like, you should be building Siege now. Your opponent has not built a single cav unit for like 2 minutes now. He's definitely not doing Knights. Like, if he could afford Knights, he'd do Knights, right? But because you're not seeing more Knights, at least definitely a minute from now, you should be like, confirmation is in, he has no gold. And I think this is where Poppy Paw probably took the harder route to success. But reminder to people, like, you are now 6 hours into a match against your brother who knows all your strategies, and you're tired as all hell, right? Like, you're not going to have the most smooth transitions. So I think at the time Drongo was talking about like him spamming more Sophas. And like, yeah, Sophas wins the game. But also really, really just Mangos win the game. But like, yeah, he doesn't do this for a long time. And it allows Wham to somehow just keep surviving. But as the minutes go on, his comp is just getting worse and worse. And this is all the gold starvation, right? Like, Stone is being gathered for a keep drop. But like, Sacred Sight's now locked in. And I do think, like so if everyone's thinking Poppy Paw's overreacting to the north side, he's actually not. There is double gold and stone here. Like, if you don't keep doing this, Wham will come and build a keep here. Because there's just too much value. It's like, he's actually correct to be here, but the little snake sneaks out on the south side. But this eventually gets contested though, right? And there you go. Yeah, he has to cancel the keep, moves back. Sick timing, by the way. I think that is the most decisive moment in the game. If that keep goes up, I think Wham has a shot at this. But because it doesn't, he's so far behind now. And now the Sofa flop we talked about begins. Now the Mangos get added in. Like I said, Poppy Paw might not have been exactly on it like a car bonnet, but in a delay, he got there. And now you see a keep just to consolidate the area. Thought the Huntress was like over ambitious the first time. It ends up flopping on the south side. And this time, I remember the time, I think someone said, oh my god, this looks really bad for Marlins. I'm like, it doesn't. Like, Longbow Mass is not going to dive a keep. This is like as safe as it gets. Right? Like, you're so happy if you're Marlians with this now. Because you've got Sophas raiding into the economy. Like, the reaction is poor there because it's so strong-handed here. You know your position is never going to be forfeited. There's a risky moment down here after the landmark gets cancelled. Like, someone gets really rough here, and you'll see it. This is insane. This is the one thing that might have increased Wham's chance to win this game from 2% to, like, 8%. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but, like, as a percentage increase is huge, right? But he gets blocked the first time, and then it happens again. It happens again that this timer almost stops at like 3 minutes, I think it was. Yeah, spin come in. Decap, 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 decap. These 1 minute arms. Army's now coming. Look at that. That was insane. Because like now, here's the problem. Like Wham has now built a very defensive Berkshire, but he doesn't have the runway. He now has to come out, right? Like you could, here's the thing, with enclosures coming, if you reset that timer to 10 minutes, you could probably scam him in this game and get away with it. Which is wild to think about, but that's English enclosures for you. But at this stage, the game is pretty much on lock. All he needs to do is just keep pressure up. He's got gunners coming in, which honestly is pretty wild. Building gunners against Lombos is really surprising, but when you've got so many supporting units, it's like whatever. Like, at this point, your logic is to be pop efficient. Admittedly, at 150, you've still got room to just be pop inefficient. But gunners are coming through, and the mango detail we talked about is like still a big problem. Spirals are coming as a reaction, but like I'm pretty sure he didn't have shutter triggers at this stage, because you didn't have good gold access, right? He might have got it now though. Where is this road? Okay, he did get shutter triggers. Like, Sacred Sight timers ticking down. Walls are going up, so that doesn't happen down there again. And now you're going to get the funneled fight. The weird part, a lot of people were like, why is he not playing for the Northern Sacred Site? Because there's an army nearby and there's a keep to dive, right? Like, it's a loss either way. He needs to clean up the main army first. And now with Elite Sofas in the mixer, I mean, these Lombos just tickle, man. It's kind of crazy. You do 3 damage against a unit with 230 health. So yeah, like I think that's actually why the hand cannoneers worked. If he like Musafadi'd or Donzo'd or anything like that, or even Horseman, I think these Musafadi gunners just die to Lombos. But the issue is like Wham's in an A-click motion and Sofas are just absorbing too much fire. Like, yeah. I think that was kind of crazy though. Like this was, and I'm not exaggerating, this was very close to just going an hour long as a game and going to game 7. Very, very close. How many farms? What, from English? 60. And then Puppy Paws on 12. Because he just doesn't need it, right? Like, it's actually more about siege. There's also something nice about building gunners compared to, like, Sofas or Horsemen or whatever. It's like, you just need gold. So actually, you don't care about farms, you care about trade. I think that's a really interesting thing about Musafadi gunners. And that right there, folks, is GG. But yeah, you saw from some of those early games, though, like, the difference that I'm talking about, like, how much cleaner they were in the early series versus here. It shows you they're not used to these long, fatiguing days, for multiple reasons. For a start, Wham and Puppy Paw historically do not make many grand finals, right? Puppy Paw's making a few, but, like, most of them are best of 7s, best 9s, right? This was a best of 14. And you don't get that big break between the next set. You don't get that surprise factor as easily, right? Like, because this is the thing, there's the adrenaline of having, and there's the fatigue of having played the games, the adrenaline of being in competitive for 14 series potentially. But then on top of that, there's the extra brain power you have to put into trying to trick your opponent because your opponent knows how you play. Like, all those details together create a very wild dynamic here between the two. Oh, man. Alright, let me check. Is there a thingy series going on right now? I'm checking if one of the King of Dry Arabia series is happening now. Why am I seeing more arguments about the admin decisions? What admin decisions? I don't know. Wasn't there a remake for King of Dry Arabia? I think. I'm not sure. No idea. I stay away from. I like how we call that politics as well. You had some games. Interesting. I think Louis and Voldemar are going to play tomorrow. And CSO and Core are going to play tomorrow as well. God, I don't know. I'm trying to weigh out whether I want to cast some games. My throw's a bit rough. And I'm just in a... I don't know, I'm a little bit burnt out. Like, it's kind of weird to go and stream the exact day after, like, a tournament finishes. Because it's, like, not post-LAN depression, but it's, like... there is almost like a cathartic unwind feeling after a tournament is done. You know what I mean? By the way, I'll explain that whole stream elements thing next stream, because I need to sort that out. That shouldn't have even activated yet, but we will be having something going on there, yes. God, I'm trying to think what I want to do now. Did I miss anything in YouTube chat? Let me have a look. Oh, YouTube. You guys have been very quiet today. Yeah, my throat is a bit stuffy, man. What the hell? I don't know. I think I need to get some hay fever medication, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's hay fever. Stormgate time? I actually didn't get a chance to catch the Tasteless tourney. I need to watch it back. How was it? I wouldn't mind. I don't know. I don't know if I'm up to, like, I don't know if I should, like, cast my throat being a bit rough and stuffy. But was the I know there was the Tank Cup as well. Does anyone know if the replays were dropped anywhere for that, for Stormgate? I don't know if I'm going to do it today, but my game on Saturday was quick. Maybe, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I'm in a very cut my life into pieces moment about AB4 at the moment. What, Cliffside? Or Dry Arabia? I'm guessing Cliffside. Delhi Iabids. Some matches with KEKW, like Celestial Mirrors. I mean, like, I've heard the Celestial games in particular were very cheesy. But the non-Celestial games are very interesting. Is that correct? That sounds about right. Delhi Abba. Oh, was it not a custom game? Was it a ladder game? It's custom? Oh, okay, yeah, I see further back now. Delhi Abba, Delhi Abba, Delhi Abba. Den Gorge Slutning. Was that correct? Yeah, I need to check. Like, I think I have a chance to try and get some games prepped today, because I wouldn't mind casting some Stormgate games from Tank. Let me have a look. Alright, let me mess you about that. I can confirm we will be involved in some Stormgate events moving forward, though, which is nice. Hopefully, we'll be able to line up more. But I've at least got, I'd say, 2 to look forward to, which is pretty hype. Alright. Why are you wearing a tie? Because I can. It was either going to be around my neck or around your mum's ankles. Oh, anyway, let's get into it. All right, welcome back, one and all, with Age of Empires 4 action. It's Dry Arabia time. Gully Decker has promised me a banger. Delhi versus Abbas's. Den God Slutning. Is this MSNDK? I don't know if this is his account. This is apparently from the War Chief Club, so it should be fairly competitive. Quite intrigued to see how this one's going to play out, because I've been told it's a very cool game. So, Abbas's versus Delhi. This has always been an interesting one to me, because like Delhi should just in theory be very dominantly favored, but I've been seeing some crafty Abbasid builds around 2TC. I think with the buffs to fresh foodstuffs, this might be like the only civ that can usually justify 2TC still. The other one that was looking spicy for a bit was Japanese, but I feel like that plan fell apart much quicker than anticipated. Wondering actually, has anyone been trying fast castle Abbasids? I don't think that works either. I think the only way you can play this is 2TC, and I think that's why a lot of people don't like it, is because if you're trying to do 2TC, you're inherently behind on military production already. And that kind of just amplifies the Delhi win condition, which is Sacred Site, Sacred Site, Sacred Site. Speaking of which, pretty good spawn. Actually, kind of almost like it's got a gravitational pull towards his base. I especially like these two on the right side. This is already an area that Delhi want to lean into because they've got berries and double deer in this area. So playing and pivoting to right side is really good. Like, in a lot of ways, this is a brilliant Delhi spawn. Because on the left side of the map, there's only one sacred site and loads of barren resources. Like, gold and stone is not something you care about in Age 2 as Delhi. So military wing on the way anyway. And this should still be like 2 TC, right? Let's hit the speed up, because I'm now curious. It's starting to look like this is going to be 1 TC all in. Yeah, this is 100% 1 TC all in. Okay, so what's the thought process here for the Abbasids? Like mass horsemen? That sounds bad. I guess you could play spearmen archers. In a way, your boot camp tech kind of offsets the attack speed benefit of the Delhi. It does and it doesn't. Like, so here's the thing that really, like, I don't think gets emphasized enough is, like, in a vacuum, having 15% more health should, in theory, offset 15% more attack speed. But the problem you have to keep in mind is counter unit types, right? Like, having 15% more health is actually like having 7.5% more health when your enemy has an archer and you have a spearman, right? Because you're taking double damage. So, like, I think from that perspective, that's why I usually always favor the Delhi Tower victory, is because if the goal is to just eventually spam archers, like, what do the Abbasids do? Like, you have to add something other than just archers yourself, because Delhi will always have archer plus Ghazi. You can't really just rely on horsemen because your horsemen are worse. So yeah, I think playing 1 TC on 1 TC, very risky. To me, like, this is a matchup where to do this, you basically have to outplay Delhi now. Instead, military wing units are on the way. Also, Tower Victory build as anticipated here. It's going to be the Ghazi opening from Gully, which is quite peculiar. It's kind of interesting, actually. I feel like usually you go archers, but it looks like the Abbasids are playing this build that I think worked for about 3 weeks, which is the stable opener. The logic here is that by opening stables like this, you basically have all corners of the triangle. The problem is, because Gully chose to just go Ghazi, he's actually in a decent position here. Because now he can chase the horseman with the Ghazi. And funnily enough, because the Abbasid player made the choice to go archer instead of spears, you can now cut reinforcements. And I'm starting to get more and more convinced this is Dragavan, guys. This is Dragavan, isn't it? Oh, man. It's so obvious. Wait, is it MSN? Dude, like, has MSN been subscribing to Dragavan? This reeks of a Dragavan strat. You wouldn't make Ram, though? That's true, actually. No. You would make Ram, but you wouldn't make Horseman. You'd make more archers. That's kind of wild. So Ram's going to move in. Stable is the target. This is kind of crazy, actually. I can't believe he's trying to out-aggro the Delhi. That's kind of unheard of, right? Curious to see if it's going to work out. Ghazi getting good poke damage, though. Slow reactions coming in from MSN here. There's a big risk he just loses this Ram. Remember, he's only got 2 spearmen in total. Oh, the grab, though. What a move. Gully overextending slightly there. New Ghazis are coming out, though. Looks like the Ram is going to be able to achieve his objective here. And I mean, overall, not a bad trade for MSN. Does need to be careful, though. It feels like he's got a lot of AFKing with the Horseman. It's kind of wild, actually. I think MSN probably should have used the Horseman underneath the TC temporarily there to clear the Ghazi a bit quicker. Because now he's lost his Spearman. And the Ghazi can kind of start reigning supreme, right? So Stable's going to be rebuilt. Really annoying for Gully, right? Like, the whole point around Delhi that makes him so vicious is the production speed ramping. But when you're losing buildings like this and having to replace them, like, it really does ruin the potential, right? Like, it might not sound like 1 or 2 extra Ghazi makes a difference, but it really does here. You hate Vietnamese design? Don't you mean you just hate the modding tools of Age of Empires 4? Because it's almost like if they had a rule book for them or a handbook on how to use them, they would have been written in crayon. Yeah, this is what I was waiting for Gully to try and do. Right? Like, this is the value of Ghazi, is they are insanely efficient at sniping reinforcement units like that. Camel Archer is going to be a nuisance here, though. So what MSN is kind of leaning into, and I think this is correct, I think the Archer mass kind of wonky, is the old school Abbasid build. This was like the 2022 Abbasid mirror build. The whole idea was both sides would just build 1,000,000 horsemen, and then you'd add in like 1 Camel Archer behind to debuff. And that seems to be what he's kind of leaning into. Rax is going to be coming in, though, now. And I'm wondering, like, oh, man, dude, if MSN, instead of adding archers here, had just been adding Camel Archers, this would kind of be sick, right? Because Spearmen die very quickly to Camel Archers. And although Archer Mass can kill Camel Archers, they're still very tanky, comparatively, right? I feel like it would have been better than just building these guys. This is kind of wild now. Blacksmiths are on the way, but with Undermesh already in, I think this is going to delay the timing for MSN. Also, in the meantime, at least going to be able to keep Gully honest, but... I think he needs to rush Undermesh here. The archers are a bigger threat than anything else. Remember, though, going for these blacksmith attacks, this is the thing that, another thing, really, that just makes Delhi kind of silly. That gives them that slight lead that puts them ahead. Is like, you are going to spend the cost of a unit, or 2 in some cases, now on blacksmith attacks. That's after having to spend the resources, 150 wood, on the building itself. Like, it all hurts your scaling timing. Meanwhile, your opponent, yes, he had to build the blacksmiths as well, but then he didn't pay a single damn thing. Good news right now for MSN is, like, Gully just doesn't have any Sacred Site control. What is this? MSN, I think that was go time. That legit felt like go time. With this many horsemen, he hesitates over 3 spearmen. Oh, no. Dude, why does part of my chair just keeps falling off? Ghazi now rotating. Villagers might end up in trouble because of this. Reminder, MSN does not have wheelbarrow whatsoever. Guys, it's so much worse than that. Are you kidding me? Horseman. Going for the stab. MSN quick on the reaction there. Still will lose the villager. And luckily pulls back the additional ones. Whew. Now the dive coming on the other side. So this is confirmation now. MSN, he's probably shaking his head thinking I should have done this sooner now. Now that he knows the Ghazi are out of position, he goes for the commitment. Choke point hold coming in from the Spearman, though. Not many of them left over for Gully. He's going to start a step back, but remember, Steel Dagger isn't in yet, so this is a really good fight for MSN for the next minute. Gully just trying to hold the choke point. The Horseman on top, and this is not looking good for the kid. Gully, Archer count is about to be fully reduced. Ghazi, the best thing they can do is counter raid and try to get as many villagers as possible. This is turning into an absolute bloodbath now. Villagers in the meantime are going to have to shuffle across. Textiles is at least there to mitigate a lot of the damage. In fact, at this stage, you might just have to fight. And he agrees. Shift now coming out. Villagers stand their ground, but both sides are going to be heavily dented at the end of the day. Ghazi count is still high enough to do some significant damage here, as MSN is still behind on villagers. That is wild. I can't believe that, man. But there's still horsemen on the other side of the map, right? Like, Gully needs to get some more spearmen out. The problem he has right now is he has no food income to speak of. So no real defense here. Gully, not even reacting anymore. At this stage, you might as well just be A-clicking with the villagers to at least do something here. Archer Mass has been mopped up, though. Gully, now falling behind on villagers. Horsemen should be able to take out 1 or 2 more before falling. And then the biggest army size is basically going to be 7. At 12 minutes into a game. Okay, this was one of the most messy, ridiculous games I've seen of Delhi Abbasis for sure. How the hell did neither player definitively win the game off of those moves? I'm looking at the collective income. This is absolutely wild. Well, Gully does still have 4 the OP Ghazi. And now there is exposed economy. And wait, no. Dude, don't tell me because that incomplete reset, this is just now going to be the classic Delhi favored Sacred Site. How do you lose your entire army on both sides, and then it basically just becomes a standard Delhi Sacred Site game? I cannot believe this, man. He at least decapped West Side, but East Side's going to be a double cap. Now, MSN is up by 5 villages. That's the good news. The bad news is that's now going to be balanced out by the fact that you've got 2 Sacred Site caps coming in for Gully. The Abbasis do at least have an edge though, right? And that is going to be the Golden Age. So the 15% buff increase should put him ahead here. I can't believe this, man. I can't stop laughing. This is one of the most silly Delhi games I've ever seen. Oh my. Who wins now? I guess it's whoever can have cavalry momentum, right? Because now the issue is both players were deep enough in the game that they both can't be in their base anymore. So they both have exposed economy. So like realistically, like this is where the Ghazi detail should win, I think. Unless somehow MSN can just spam more. But I think the tough part here is he's spamming archers. Like right now, if Gully just hides the fact he's spamming Ghazi, that unit alone could win him the battle. Damn, that's crazy. I actually, like, it sounds so weird to say, but if MSN had legit just spammed the crap out of, like, Horseman here, I think he wins. Now I'm not so sure. And yes, MSN, if you just had textiles. This is, by the way, why I highlight, like Delhi should not have textiles basically for free. It's broken. It is legit broken. No other Civ would have survived that. Because they wouldn't have had textiles. But remember, when you're playing Delhi, on average, you don't even miss out on a full villager production. You miss out on like 15 seconds. Meanwhile, every other Civ in the game... Why are you getting textiles now? Every other Civ in the game has to sacrifice a villager worth of production to get textiles and also pay 150 resources. I cannot reconcile that detail still. Better late than never. That's true. You still have 38 villagers that could die. I mean, to be honest, like, shouldn't textiles be cheaper for Abbasis anyway? They clearly don't feed their villagers much, so it's not like they've got, like, you know... It's not like they've got as much body to cover with cloth as other people. Hey, what's up, MSN? Thanks for the raid, buddy. MSN? You sure you want your viewers to watch this moment? Because this looks bad. Dude, he's just dead. The Ghazi count is way too high here. Oh, no. If he just had textiles. If he just built horsemen. Either way, it would have been an ABBA win. Damn. With the stream still running? Yeah, dude. MSN's just using me for free content. It's the parasitical nature of players and casters. I watch their games for free content, and then they just basically sit there watching my stream for free content. Going, wrong, wrong. Game today from you and Emerson was even better. Oh, no. More of this tomfoolery. I don't know, though. I'm, like, weighing up whether I want to play some Stormgate. Oh, man. You missed it. Who won? Delhi, of course, because Delhi are OP. Do you even have to ask that question? Come on. Oh, I think I had a response about Stormgate on replays. Guys, should we watch some Stormgate games? We have replays. Oh. We've got EMEA. Wait, who was in EMEA actually? Let me have a look. I won't, but you do you. Okay. You don't want to learn the game, Gully? You're both young. You should have high APMs. It's perfect. Oh. Let me have a look here. Let's see if I can find it. Didn't like the graphics. I think it just, like, I was saying that the thing for me that I think it just needs, I think the graphics just need a, they need an adjustment on the lighting. I think that's the problem. The lighting, I think, is what's hurting it a bit. Then again, like, I've been thinking about this more with AoE4. Like, does anyone feel like the AoE4 graphic style is that good? Like, I'm not saying compared to Stormgate, like legit, compared to some of the best RTS, do you think, for example, do you think that like StarCraft versus AoE4's art style? Like, if we're being honest here, I don't think the AoE4 art style is good. AoE4 is so clean. No, it's not. It's muddied. A lot of things blend into each other. I actually think AoE4 has quite, like, its graphics don't pop very well. You know how I can tell they don't pop very well? You gotta remember, guys, I'm a content creator. I had this discussion with a few other YouTubers, and we came to the agreement trying to create in-game like thumbnails that pop is insanely hard in AoE4. Because like against the background, things just don't pop out as hard. You guys see what I mean now? Like historically it fits and whatever, right? What's my definition of cheese? I guess like cheese in AoE4 is like if you can do someone in with one unit, or like you outpost rush maybe. B tier, sound is S tier. Okay, I'm gonna be controversial. I don't think sound is S tier at all. So like S tier sound is like Warcraft 3. A tier sound is like Red Alert 2. I'd say sound is B tier. But like, look, graphically, does that actually pop? Right? I think the graphical style is very muddied color-wise. And everything does blend quite... Like, don't get me wrong, like, from a graphical, artistical, like, everything fits its theme. But I think that they, I like, the more I've been thinking about it, the more I'm like, visual acuity, like, it's the classic, when you watch a big fight, sometimes you can't even tell what's a body and what's still alive. You know what I mean? Everyone here hates all of our RTS, right? Like, I mean, this is the thing that people don't like. Like, you can criticize something without like, just because you criticize something doesn't mean you don't like it, right? But like, if someone's gonna sit here and try to tell me that the AoE4 is even a top 10 RTS game for graphical fidelity, you're smoking something, right? And if you can afford to smoke something, you can afford to sub to this channel. But like, you know, it's that's not where its strength lies. Like, it doesn't have fidelity, and it's also like, dude, it's even funny when people try to say it does when you're watching a stream, because actually, like, AoE4 streams very poorly because of everything going on and the way they've designed the graphical style. Like, you'll find compared to other RTSs, AoE4 broadcasts tend to pixelate more. I know this because I've tried very hard to overcome it. But like, because of all the small details and the way they've like, basically the way they've done graphics and everything else in the game, like sway on trees, all these type of things, it creates extra bitrate overload, which means you lose quality on the broadcasts. Yeah, so Gully, that's a familiarity thing though, right? But like, that's a completely different thing. Like, Best looking RTS. I'm curious. Best graphics for a modern RTS. Let's see where people lie on this one. Like company heroes. I mean, yeah, like actually that's a perfect example. If you're legit like, oh my god, the game is beautiful. Some people aren't gonna like this because it's a also this is lagging me out in the background. Some people aren't gonna like this because it's a sci-fi game, but like I haven't even played it. I've just seen pictures of it, and I've got to admit, like, this game is freaking gorgeous. If I can find the right pictures to do it justice. Like, Homeworld Deserts of Karak on maximum settings is freaking, like, that's what you call a gorgeous looking game. Let's see if we can find it.
Hello and welcome back, my friends. Yes, it is.
Homeworld Deserts of Karak. I don't know. I don't think he's even got a maximum graphics. Like, maybe I should just go to the Steam page. Because I remember looking at it, I was like, damn. Graphically, that's like, this is the type of game you use for, like, stress testing a GPU, basically. Yeah, that's low graphics for sure. Like, that type of, dude. That one's, like, lower graphics again. Yeah. Like... I think they only picked... Yeah, that one's on maximum graphics. And, like, it's visually stunning. But, like, no, there are better examples than that. So, like, okay, some people are going to agree with me, some people are not. And I know that's the case. But, like, this isn't what I'm going to call a beautiful game. Like, it's just not going to age well compared to other ones. And, yes, my name is Darren. But the visual acuity... Anyone who tells you that it's not visually obvious what you're facing off against in Red Alert 2 is lying to you, man. They just they don't know the units in the game. That's fine, but like, there's no mistaking all these different units, right? Like, it doesn't get muddied. A big ass fight's going on, it doesn't get muddied. But like, you know. Even old school, like Warcraft 3's, like you looked at Warcraft 3, like, I know what these units are. I know, like, I can, like, and also they pop against the background, right? And this is like, you can make the argument that this is because it's old school, old style, whereas like new style RTSs have much more graphical effort going into the terrain. And that's part of why these things pop so much. But even if you made that argument, if that's the case, why does Battle Aces pop so clearly? Like, if we're being completely fair and unbiased, are we honestly going to say that, like, AoE 4 has better visual acuity than Battle Aces? Like, there is a crap ton going on here, right? But within the crap ton going on, like, the average person will still be able to decipher what's happening here more than what's happening in... Let's see if that actually even works. A big-ass fight, a big mosh pit in AoE 4. Which one is clearer? Be real. Like I said, this doesn't mean AoE 4 is a bad game. But, like, be real. Okay, this is actually not being fair as well, because their units aren't, like, fighting. They're just standing there like plebs. We need a big fight one. A big fight one is fair. That one, I guess, is, like, closer. AoE4 graphics are way... Lemaire, okay, dude, like... You also think that Sweden should be OP on Scandinavia, so I'm not sure anymore. I think you're half in the hopium. Like, or it's also subjective. It's like you can think, okay, just look at the real. Okay, I hate the bullshit realism. I actually, like, there's nothing fucking realistic about this. I'm just gonna call it out now. But, like, you're missing the point completely. You need to look up what visual acuity is. Look up what visual acuity is. right? Like, here's what I'm talking about. Perfect indication of what I'm talking about. You ever heard of the Team Fortress silhouette tests? It's a very interesting thing. A lot of games can learn from this. Oh god, dude, why is it so low res? You can identify the units because they're real. Ah, yes, of course. Everything else is living in a simulation. But so the Team Fortress silhouette test is a very interesting thing. The whole idea with the Team Fortress silhouette test is you can basically just see the outline of something and know what it is. You can, right? Like, even if you don't know Team Fortress right now, like, you can very clearly, like, you could, like, glance your eyes across and you see all these units look very different. From the posture to the stature, all of it. Like, I think Battle Aces has that to a pretty good degree, which is impressive for RTS, to be honest. But, like, Chuganu, different men at arms. Like, I think we have a lot of units in AoE for the model. And I'm sorry, like, I'm just going to bluntly say it. Like, if you, like, so you need to, and it's very challenging, but you need to pull yourself out from the logic that you are an AoE 4 person who's played AoE 4 for thousands of hours and you know all the units and what they look like. Reset yourself to a minute 1 gamer who has not seen either of these games before. Which one is it easier to decipher units in? I think you're high as a kite if you think it's harder to decipher units here than here. This is more relatable in that, like, yes, you know what a catapult is, and you know what a pony is, you know what a elephant is. But, like, identifying these units as individual entities and what they're doing as individual entities is 10 times easier. Like, you might not know the mechanics of what the hell they do, but you know that this unit is different to this unit, right? Like, you know this unit is different to this unit. Much more easily than, like, what the like, wait, that's a different unit there? That's a crossbow, that's a longbow, right? I mean, sure, but, like, you know, and that's your opinion. And but that's different than what I'm talking about, Lamette. Like, what I'm talking about is a factual truth. That this game, like, this game is easier to look at and go, oh, okay, than this. Like, in terms of, oh, this is different, this is different, that's a different thing, right? I disagree. Oh, fuck you, Crackety, dude. You fucking disagree because you hate anything that has space ponies. Did you legit just come in halfway in that discussion? You missed the point that we just said. Like, this is the point. Yes, the reason why you think that this is more, like, representable, like, understandable is because I know what a horse is, I know what an elephant is. Right? But, like, in terms of, like, identifying individual entities, this is clearer. Crackety fight me? Yeah, dude. I know how we decide this, Crackety. A fucking RTS marathon of 12 different RTSs. Look almost identical. This looks like what? This looks identical to this, you think? And this looks identical to this. This looks identical to this. These do not look like these. Like, even the same color zone, you can tell that this is a different unit to this. I'll agree there's some overlap where they've got issue, which is, like, I've already highlighted. Their blinks look too much alike. That's one type of blink there. That's not two types. Didn't even notice there was anti-air. I mean, that's the orange coloring, right? But, like, when I see, like, this is the thing. Like, when I see one of these come, once I have a basic grasp, I understand what, like, this... I'm going to, like, decipher the difference of what this does quicker to this than, like, a horseman versus a knight. I don't know. Like, we're burrowing into the hole at this point. But, like, legit, I do think genuinely And this was just a recent example, but like, oh, fuck it. Let's go down the hole. Let's go down the fucking hole. I'm doing this now. We're fucking Boomerville. You guys ready for this shit? You weren't ready. You weren't ready for me to whip out Cossacks. Be honest. No one thought I was gonna whip out Cossacks. Has to be the worst example? No. You can very clearly like you say it's the worst example, but I'd say it's comparative to AoE4. It's just as muddied with fucking range unit versus cav or whatever, right? But like, this is what I mean by the blobbing logic. But the reason I'm using this as a pristine example is like, what I was highlighting is I think one of the big problems with AoE4, and this is true of a lot of newer games, is that because everyone's upped the detail they put into the terrain, it has made it harder to make units pop out against said terrain. That's actually something I think the Battle Aces does well. The units pop out against the background a lot better than what I think the units pop out against the AoE4 background. That's why I was going with the Cossacks example, because like it's old school to the point. Oh, you want like a big blob? Dude, I don't even know if I'm going to find... I don't even know if anyone has an HD version of like a big fight. I think that's like the closest you get. Was Cossacks 3 better for it? I don't know. Cossacks 3 is probably worse for it. But like, actually, no, this is a perfect example of my point then. Like, because they try to add more detail to the terrain. Actually, no, fuck it. I'm going to say it. That actually pops against the background better than like AoE4 usually does. Can we agree on that? Like, I don't know if it's for immersion's sake, but I feel like the units in AoE4 try to mesh into the background more than like a lot of other games. Is the left unit the same as the right one? Yes. Wait, no? Different gun stature. I think? Different gun stature. But like, what's a new gen? Give me a new gen RTS. Fuck, now we're screwed. Who makes new... Okay, oh shit, I'm about to make 1 million enemies. He doesn't know, lol? Yeah, I wasn't like fucking looking at that as a defense. Alright, here we go. I don't know. I can't remember what Company Heroes 3 look. Did Company Heroes 3 look better? Or did they have the exact same issue because it's the same fucking engine? Now I'm curious. I think Company Heroes had the same issue, right? Did anyone play Company Heroes recently? You know what? Actually, Company of Heroes 3 used a cheat sheet. Which issue? The visual acuity. Like when you look at someone, you just know it, sort of thing. Okay. No. Company of Heroes used a cheat sheet, chat. Do you know what the cheat sheet is? It's the emblems. Where is it? Because you can have them on screen. This game would have the worst visual acuity if they didn't have emblems. Agreed? But like, I mean, I'm just trying to avoid just using the obvious classics. Like, I genuinely think visual acuity wise, like anyone who doesn't think Warcraft 3 has better visual acuity is delusional. I think everything pops from everything much more. Agreed? Can we agree on that? To my point, like that was the point, right? And this actually, I guess it's fantasy, but it probably fits the idea of like comparing AoE4 to this more than people who just hate sci-fi and trying to explain that. Doesn't count due to them having so many fewer units and fights. For fuck's sake. Dude, Warcraft, like this is classic crackety. He's gonna like have a fucking list of asterisks. Where do we go next? What other ones are there on the list? I'm trying to think. Now I need a fucking medieval Age of Mythology. You made me do it. Can also compare AoE2. Yeah, I was trying to avoid AoE2 because I feel like that's opening a war. But actually, like I will bluntly say, I think, at least from what I've watched of Age of Empires 2. the units pop against the background more. Although, in fairness, it still has similar fucking issues when you zoom out. Then again, like, Age of Empires 2 has too much zoom out. Why are these shots so blurry? Rise of Nations. Rise of Nations might be a good one, actually. So, like, this is something I try to highlight to people as well. Is like, so the quirk, the benefit of like Age of Empires type games is because the units are realistic. You associate what they do more easily. That's and what I'm trying to highlight is you kind of have to discombobulate that from visual acuity, because that, like, it's part of visual acuity, but what I mean by that is it's like it's logical. What's the word I'm looking for? I think it's correlation would be correct. Relation. Let's just go with logical relation. We get what I mean by that, right? Like, you know, if you see a spade, you know what a fucking spade does. If you saw an alien shovel that like looks like a giant freaking like anime dildo, you wouldn't think it's for digging until someone shows you how it does, right? It's like, I think a lot of historical games have that benefit. It doesn't mean you should slack on the way you do your visual acuity though. But like, dude, it's the same pictures. Like, what the fuck? Do these look blurry to you guys? I don't know how it looks for you guys. It probably looks okay. I'm on 1440p, so this looks like shit. This looks like shit, right? Okay, that one's not too bad. Okay, do we like unbiased position on this? Do we think this looks better or worse than AoE 4? Better. Are we split? Because Lamette, you need to pull your head out your ass. Visual acuity. Please Google. Dude, I know you're arguing about the quality of how it looks. You can argue that AoE 4 is prettier. That is a completely different argument. Which unit has a... In fairness, this, like, I still don't... Can someone link me a freaking high definition... Like, why is it hard to find a high definition picture of AoE 4? Because these are not high definition at all, right? Oh! Actually, why don't I just go to the Steam page? Okay, nah, I'm gonna have to be fair on that. Like, legit, like, just looking at the background. Actually, like, legit, holy fucking shit. Just open the game? Dude, I haven't installed the game. I can just go to the Steam page. You know what a big part of it is as well? It's actually the color vibrancy. I think we can all agree on that. The AoE 4, for no good reason, has kind of a washed palette, right? Like, there's a reason I amplify the saturation. Can we, regardless of, can we agree on that? I mean, take the 2 versus 4, like, whatever aside. I gotta give him a lot of credit for, like, what should be a very outdated graphical style. That is impressive graphics. A disable bloom. Yeah. Like, so the other thing is, like, if you want to be fair to them on the visual... Oh, I can't even zoom in. The other thing that I think is, like, muddied with this is you can zoom out a lot further in 2 than 4. Like, you're never zooming this far out in 4, right? Like, this... If you're zooming this far out in 4, you're cheating. Can't tell any units apart in AoE 2. Is that because, like, you don't play it, though? I'm curious. Once again, I'm trying to have this unbiased logic of, like, is it because you don't play it or not? Because it is a fair point. You zoom out that far? Dude, like, I've been thinking about this more recently, and I actually think games shouldn't allow further zoom out. I think, like, it de-immerses, and it's just... I think you set yourself up to have a harder time associating units. Like, if you're going to zoom out that far, then you might as well be a fan of Company Heroes, like, little... icons on top. Why? So you could probably get away with it in 4. Hey, sup Vanadorf? Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate the raid. Hope you're having a good day. You could probably get used to it in 4, I guess, because like 4 is a more macro-intensive game. But I actually get the logic of being closer to the action in micro-intensive games. Select all military is a bad habit. It's still in the game. I mean, sure. But like, there's also technical limitations as to why you can't zoom further out in 4. 4 is already a suboptimal fucking game when it comes to the code. Could you imagine like the extra load? Remember Sassy trying to come in and tell me I should play the game instead of casting it, and that it's okay to play on 60 frames, and I'm trying to vomit. If we could zoom out more, whew, fuck me. Due to clouds? I don't know, man. No, it's not because clouds, because it's rendering more stuff on screen. Like AoE4 is a really poorly optimized game. It always has been. But yeah, we're just talking about games from the early days that have better visual acuity. I'm pretty sure Total Annihilation didn't. It's like, this is an example of like how you not to do visual acuity. And I love Total Annihilation, but has anyone ever played this? This has the excuse of being super freaking old, though. Tell me what's going on. Alright, yeah, you never. Okay, for anyone who's never played this before, tell me what's going on in this fight here. Oh shit. This, by the way, is one of the greatest RTSs ever created. And anyone who says otherwise never played it. What this game was doing was 10 years ahead of the competition. Blizzard wasn't figuring some of this shit out from a design perspective until they were 3 years into Warcraft 3. It's only great because of no competitive side? That's not true, actually, Crackney. This game actually has a longer sport community competitive scene than like Myth. It's actually wild. I didn't realize it until years later. So like for over 20 years, community support was updating this game. Many of you may know this game more recently as Beyond All Reason. Beyond All Reason is basically Total Annihilation updated. Now you're probably wondering, KP, if you love Total Annihilation so much, why don't you play this and why don't you stream this? I think this game is terrible for viewership. I think this game is impossible to watch. Right? But I think that's another thing where the kind of zoom in enhanced feeling of like StarCraft, for example, has really helped a lot with the game's longevity because it attaches to the action. So the whole point, like what Cracky was saying originally, like let you zoom out more. I think a big part of why is legit from a viewing perspective, it would be better for the community to be used to the idea of being more zoomed in. But every time you try to zoom in as a commentator, as a player, as like an analyst, whatever, like people mold. Remember a while ago when I was zooming in a bit more and people didn't like it? I'm like, the reason they don't like it is because when they play the game, it's zoomed out. But when you're zoomed out, the amount of times where people watch a fight is like, I kind of don't know what happened in that fight. It's a very weird kind of disconnect in that regard. A lot of RTSs that we had recently. I feel like I'm in a just chatting point at this point. So I think, what are some good examples? So I'm trying to be conscious if like my brain is just remembering them in a unfair for comparison way. Shit. Dude, that game had visual acuity up the wazoo. Anyone play this? This is an RTS, by the way. This, like, the way I compare it is kind of like if Sims met RTSs. Because, like, your people have to be born and they have individual needs, and they, like, you can make them carpenters and warriors and all this kind of stuff. This game was wild. It's called Cultures. But in terms of visual acuity, like, you can tell everything apart in this. So this was a follow-up to a game called, I think it was Knights and Merchants. Oof, poor Dragavan. 60-second timeout. Lamar, dude. I mean, good for you, buddy. You should play a different game because different games offer different things. This has a vastly different experience to what AoE4 has. I want to point out, Lamette, just to reassure you, this is not a communist state. If you say you like something else, you will not be kidnapped, taken out into a field and shot. It's okay. It's okay. Warcraft 3? Dude, like, I don't know. Have they actually made the remake any good now? But, like, yeah. So, like, to the StarCraft 2 comparison, like, StarCraft is very zoomed in by comparison, right? At first, I thought I just didn't like it, but I think scaling-wise, it works very well. Play Rocket League something different, but I don't know why I would play another RTS. Different styles, dude. Like, I play Apex and Overwatch. Different styles. Like, I think it's very conceivable that people would play StarCraft and Battle Aces, or people play Age of Empires and Battle Aces. Because they're very different. They are very different. Are those RTSs? No, but they're FPSs. It's like, you literally just categorize a genre, and so did I. Right? So if an RTS offers something very different, then yes, there's plenty of reasons to play it. Like, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if some people play Age of Mythology and play Age of Empires 4. Because I'd argue that Age of Mythology is, I'd say, a more micro-focused RTS, whereas AoE4 is a more macro-focused RTS. And they provide very different experiences. Pharaoh, Elden Ring, Civ 6, or Valheim? Hell yeah. Like, dude, you know, like, Emperor for Battle was Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom. Boom. It's like crap ton of this. By the way, this game, like, this game's graphic style, aged well. Aged real well. Like, insanely well. I'm still impressed with how, like, good the graphics of this looked. What's another one, actually, this aged well? I still maintain Stronghold has, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, Google it, like, you know, romanticized goggles, but I feel like Stronghold's graphical style has aged better than most strategy games, even recent year releases. Like, I don't know. I look at that and I know what's up. But, like, I'm being conscious of the fact that part of me knowing what's up might be that I played a lot of this, so of course I know what's up. Rise of Nations? I think the Rise of Nations Extended Edition was kind of underwhelming. I think every attempt they've ever had at an Extended Edition has been a fail. But, like, OG Rise of Nations, yes. But, like, once again, like, you know, visual acuity-wise, for the time, this is good. But, like, by now, a lot of it was once again carried by logical associations. Right? It's like... Oopsie. If we look at Stormgate, that's an interesting question to have. Like, how is the visual acuity here? I'd argue there's room for improvement. So, like, for example, I think medtechs and exos kind of blend a bit more than intended. Maybe exos should have more blue and less white, and medtech should have more white, for example. Same with probably Vulcans and Hedgehogs, actually. I think Atlas is unique enough. Lancers are unique enough. It's like some of their visual acuity is actually really good. But like, I think their buildings pop against their terrain very well as well. Like I said before though, I think one of the big things to me is that I feel like there needs to be a revamp on the lighting with Stormgate. It almost feels like the shadows are quite artificial, and that might add a lot to like the flow. Like I think that's probably the #1 thing that like StarCraft on the graphical style does better than Stormgate is the shadowing. I think the shadowing does a lot. Like actually, dude, like how are we even talking about this? I was trying to avoid sci-fis, but I think it is a fair one. Like if you look at StarCraft 2, its visual acuity is really solid, which I'm always impressed by because it has. I feel like a lot of the time, like the maps are intentionally dark and grimy, but like you can quite often tell units apart. I think the thing that sometimes makes it confusing is when people have the HP bars on full health units. That's when it doesn't make like it's very like polarizing, right? But Empire Earth Bros. Sorry, high level gameplay Rise Nations is just simply so much better. Highest macro RTS is Rise Nations. Is there a more macro intensive game? Cossacks. Because if you don't pay your mercs, they kill you. I always wish more games had that kind of stuff. So anyone who played Cossacks knows what I'm talking about. So like, in Cossacks, food is actually a it's an income and a take from your income. And if you ever go negative food, all your people just start dying. I'm actually upset more games haven't tried that. It was so funny. But yeah. What other RTSs are there, guys? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Company Heroes 2? Yeah, but I don't like that sort of stuff. True moment if I have like romanticized goggles on. How was Dawn of War? I don't know, man. I think Dawn of War was really good for visual acuity. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but I feel like Dawn of War 1 was really good for visual acuity. The graphics are dated, sure, but like when you got in a fight, you're like, I know what's going on here. Like this is a bit muddied, but like with animations, you clearly knew what was assault marines and what was normal marines, and which ones had like lasers and which ones had rockets. Damn, dude, this takes me back. If you all have not played Dawn of War 1, you've missed out, by the way. I think this is legit like a top 10 all-time RTS. Even there, I think like there's reasonable visual acuity, and that's like a clustered talk of a fight. But this is like, I think this is 2003? Okay, 2006. Wait, no, that's Game of Year. So like, the original one was 2003, I'm pretty sure. Was Halo, I haven't played Halo Wars. Was Halo Wars good for visual acuity? It's not too bad. Battle Realms. Oh, I remember Battle Realms. Yeah, actually, Battle Realms done it pretty well. I think that's quite interesting. Like when you go even more old school to like top down RTSs compared to like isometric or whatever, it's quite interesting the difference in visual acuity. I almost feel like in a lot of cases, top downs have clearer differentials between units, but I think that's because of the spacing, right? It's like from an isometric, you can stagger it into units, so like part of the body can be like hidden, but from a top down, that's impossible. Nah, Battle Realms was a vibe, man. What a game. You guys ready for the secret game that everyone wants to forget about? And it breaks my heart. Any Ryza Nation, Ryza Legends fans? Damn, what a game. You know, like, I'm pretty sure disc copies of this are worth quite a bit now. Because it's not... I don't think it's accessible anywhere to purchase digitally. Basically, guys, this for anyone who's played Ryza Nations, Ryza Legends was like... It was like a high fantasy world. So you had like the Da Vinci faction. And you had like an alien faction. And a desert faction and stuff. Battle for Middle-earth 2. Battle for Middle-earth 2 was quite pretty. Unless I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm misremembering. This is ugly as fuck. The buildings were pretty... Like, the building design usually looked pretty damn good for the time. This is like, what, 2005? Oh, 2006. I'm not sure about visual acuity with Middle-earth, maybe. I think that was a little bit more muddied. Apox. I don't even know what the hell that is. What? Damn. Can we just appreciate how terrible the immediate post Golden Age of RTSs was? Because everyone, like, do you guys remember when everyone tried to do 3D graphics and they all looked like crap? You guys remember that? Right? That's why Stronghold looks better than everything, like, from 2005 to 2012. You guys ever notice that? Graphically, this game aged better than those games did. Oh, this is the definitive edition. Like, screw this. Just go back to the original. It looked even better. Like, what have you got here? Oh, Anno is a stunning RTS game, actually. A strategy game for appearance. But it's like, it's not an RTS, is the thing. Pharaoh had better graphics than the new era? Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, it's actually funny how good some very old games look. Like, have you guys looked at Caesar 3? It kind of looks like crap, but you also know exactly what you're looking at once you've, like, built a building once, sort of thing. Damn, this takes me back. What a game. Tiberian Wars was good. Actually, I was saying it earlier. I think Red Alert 2, man. Like, Red Alert 2, to me, like, its graphic style is just iconic. I still think it's one of the best, the best artistic executions I've ever seen on an RTS, full stop. Everything is so vibrant. It's so clear. You know what a unit is. Like, I actually, like, there's a reason why I put this as, like, a top 5 all-time RTS. From campaign, voice acting, unique unit designs, the artistical style, like, dude, man, this to me will always be peak Command & Conquer. I don't think anything eclipsed this in Command & Conquer. Some people say Generals. I disagree. I think this was the top. Like, one's in chat if you've never played Red Alert 2 before. And for those that, like, haven't played it, you obviously don't know what these buildings do. But you start to understand what I'm talking about the way that, like, everything pops from the background and from individual units compared to, like, AoE 4 and all these other games, right? Like, it's unmistakable. You may not know what these individual units do, but you're looking like, yeah, that's its own thing. It's a very own unique thing. I miss this game. I have indeed been waiting for a Red Alert 2 remake for years now. I'm delusional. I know how Age of, like, Myth Retold and AoE 2 remake and AoE 1 remake people feel when I look at Red Alert. But yeah. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? But, like, once again, like, and don't mistake this as I hate AoE 4. You really can't argue that I hate AoE 4 with the thousands of hours I have in AoE 4. But, like, I do think there are things that could be done better. And I do think, like, for example, the way that the vibrant... I think, genuinely, like, the whole visual acuity issue, one big thing that would have helped straight away is just better coloring. Like, if we, you know, I can, here, I'll show you. We're going to open Photoshop and prove my point. And I know this is the truth. Do you want to know how I know this is the truth? Because when you click on my thumbnails, or you click on Drongo's thumbnails, or you clicked on Merlin's thumbnails, we all increased the goddamn vibrancy by quite a bit. Do we now? Yeah, yeah. Don't act like you don't, Voldy. I'm just giving all the secrets away. I just don't care. Alright, here you go. So we'll window capture into Photoshop. Yeah. Here you go. So. Especially goes out to anyone who's like hard fanboy in the graphics and believes they can do no wrong. And like Papa Microsoft done it perfectly, right? Let's zoom in. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like that. It's being weird. So let's take this. And whoopsie. The hell? Let's go saturation. You telling me that doesn't already look better? That's too much, obviously. But like that or that. This looks like a cartoon. Oh, you're delusional, man. It doesn't look like a cartoon at all. Alright. Or like there's the vibrancy layer actually is even better. Because saturation will look more artificial, but vibrancy is a very simple fix. Even that looks better than that. Like actually, like I can tell you, you know what we do when we you know what we all do when we make thumbnails? We add vibrancy, and then we immediately drag it like that. I've even had thumbnails where I've had to do that. Can make the first look into the second? No. It's not the default behavior though, right? And it's like you're saying it as if most people do that with the monitors, but most people do not. Especially if other games look correct, right? It's like you can even add in a little bit of saturation. And like, yeah. But like, this is what I mean. This is a simple change, and it helps with visual acuity a lot. But why is that not default in the game? Expecting someone to fix it on their end is dumb. Because most people don't do that. Most people don't customize anything. That's like arguing that, oh, this game is great for modern systems if you overclock your CPU. Who overclocks their CPU? Even of like the enthusiasts, most people stop doing overclocking because it's usually irrelevant. But let's say you made it a mandatory requirement for your game to function, right? It's like just make the graphical decision, man. I don't know. I almost feel like the lead artists at Relic, when they're making this game, genuinely had like his NVIDIA saturation on 100%. I was like, this looks good. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of difference. Like even the way it affects the shadows on the trees, right? You see what I mean? It's like it's not even just the coloring; it's actually even the shading. It makes everything look so more full. Do you guys like? Do you guys get it now? Like when we looked at AoE2 earlier, do you get it now? Do you see it? Like when you've seen the difference now. It's saturation as well. It's like So here you go. I'll do the comparison in reverse with this one. I think that's quite interesting, actually. Let's do the comparison. It's a matter of taste. I disagree. I mean, well, you can argue anything's a matter of taste, but like, you know, if the majority of people don't want a world war, but like 1% do, I'd rather lean towards the majority that do not want the world war, right? Like, any decision in life, you aim to the majority. Like, the majority, I truly believe would prefer this, right? It's like, even theirs needs it, but here's the thing, guys. We're going to do it in reverse this time. Anyone who thinks I'm being disingenuous, all I just done... I actually... No. Yeah, it's still on. Right? So remember, this normal, this 100% vibrancy. Right? We like that. That's better, right? This, that's if I added vibrancy. I still think that it looks even better. But would we agree that this pops more than this by default? Or do you think it's the same? I think that pops more, personally. I think they both are a bit drab, but I think that one pops more. But then, like, the equivalent would be... I'm going to put it to 50% because I think that still kind of shows my point. See my point? The purple is almost the same, actually. So yeah, I don't know. I think that would help a lot with the. There's a simple change that would help a lot with the graphical, like, stylistic approach of AoE4, I think. But you know, I still think it has other issues. I do think that, like, the way they've rendered things in AoE4, there's something inefficient about it to the point that it strains people's systems. And as I've highlighted, when it comes to recording, screenshotting, anything, it makes things look worse. Yeah. I think, are there any other RTS comparisons, I guess? Oh, and... Oh. Now throw shade somewhere. Which Lamette, who's been fanboying AoE4 the whole time, will love me for this. I don't think Tempest Rising has the right idea. I think Tempest Rising is trying too hard to be overly gorgeous, and it's having the reverse effect. Like, funnily enough, they actually could have really good visual acuity on their units. Like, this is very clearly different than this and whatnot, right? But I think this game is going to fall in love with itself too much graphically, and it's going to fail because of it. So, you know how I said I think Stormgate would benefit from, like, more shading and more lighting? This game would benefit from less. Looks beautiful, though? Nope. All right. See if I can find it. This is the high-res one. So, Tempest Rising is the like, to make the comparisons in the FPS world, it's the equivalent of Crytek versus Killzone and Crysis 3. So, which really looks better? Which looks more realistic? Left or right? Has to be left, right? Well, that's confusing to say. This one's more realistic. No, not similar. So do you want to know where one of the big differences is straight away? And here's the funny thing. To say they look similar is hilarious, because the poly and texture size on this is double this. Crytek and Crysis 3 went for pure power with this. This is all about how we just like have the biggest texture budget, the biggest poly count. That's always been Crytek's brute force approach. This was like, how do we make it look better with less? And here's like a big lesson that, for example, you can tell when you look at these two. Something that was really well understood by the Killzone Shadowfall devs is they said that the soul is the eye. The eye is the key. Or sorry, eye is the gateway to the soul. Oh god, dude, I can't even like. Why can't I drag across easily? It's gonna be annoying about this. One looks soulless, the other looks more alive. Small details like that. So like, what these guys understood was that shadowing and lighting was more important than poly and texture count. Poly count and texturing. Because poly count and texturing inefficiently gets you towards an artificially bloated point, and also quite often looks less realistic. Good lighting actually makes bad games look incredible. Like, you know, like actually is a perfect example. Anyone ever play Fear 1? Fear 1 actually ages pretty well as long as you don't put the lighting up. Dude, this game looks like crap, right? Right? Can we agree? It looks really, 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 really bad. But... whoopsie. But when you play the game, the recommended brightness settings make it really, really dark. And that's for good reason. So this is like a perfect example of how you can make the game more immersive and better by using lighting. It's the most obvious one. Like, I mean, this is like the cheapest cop-out. It's like, you know, anything's pretty if the lights are off, you know? Like, oh, wow, you're beautiful, my love. Let me just turn the lights off for tonight. You know, it's that, but it's like, it's the most true and obvious basic principle logic of like how lighting affects the quality of graphics. Is if you don't look, if you have bad light, like if you have like darkness everywhere, then yes, something's just inherently gonna look like better than if it's fully lit and looks like crap. But that's the whole thing with this, right? It's like this was prime power, top notch PC on the right, and this was like PlayStation at release with a much lower technical budget. It's like with Stormgate, as I said, I think, you know, for people like taking issue with it, my main thing around the graphics, I'd say, is like I'm fine with the graphical style they're taking. I think right now it feels like the lighting needs another run at. Like, I'm not sure if the global lighting's there, because like I swear I could have sworn that like the earlier versions looked better lighting wise. Like this, between the lighting effects on them and the shadows, looks a lot better than the most recent build. So I'm wondering if they're experimenting with something right now. Like, yeah, like here, right? Like it's very, very different. Because like if they hit that original lighting, it looks good. So yeah, I'm hoping we've got like an update coming, which maybe tweaks that more. And that, I think, to people's issue of like it looks cartoony, because I've noticed some people saying that, like that'll actually fix your problem with that. It's the lighting that is leading to the cartoony look. It's not even the poly count, it's not the texture count. People think it's the poly and texture count because they haven't done game dev. It's very often like the way you get a graphical style to look more cartoony and whatnot comes down to how you utilize lighting. So for example, if you globally illuminate everything with like a high level of lighting, you will inherently look more cartoony. MC with without tracing? What, Minecraft? You mean Minecraft? Lighting was already in Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 didn't do eyes anywhere near as well as Killzone did. I think Killzone Shadowfall has done one of the best eye examples ever in video games. Still to this day, actually, like it ages remarkably well. But then, like Crisis 3, like actually, I can give you a pristine example of like the problem of Crisis. It's not gonna show me. I remember I saw a picture where it was like it was a showcase of the engine, and it showed like up close an eye, and it showed exactly what the problem was. That like Crytek stuff is the word I used for it is it's surgical, right? It's almost like something you show off to someone to like present like this is what a human eye looks like, whereas like what Killzone done was more akin to this is what a human looks like. Yeah. Should we hop back to the campaign, by the way, for Stormgate? How do you like Battle Ace's graphics? I actually think Battle Ace's graphics are incredible. I think they have very good visual acuity. A lot of their units are very clearly different to each other. There are maybe a few that have a bit too much overlap, and I think they're aware of that. So, for example, you've got like the blinks, right? So when you look at the blinks, like some of these are lazily comparative. So, for example, blinks and blink hunters, like the difference is one has an extra ring. It's like that's too similar. But like a lot of these units, you can tell like them straight away between their sounds, their movement, and their appearance. Like they done a really good job of visual acuity, and overall, I dig the graphics, man. I think Battle Ace has really cool graphics. It's a very interesting art style on the ground as well. The more I think about it, like you can tell it's flat planar, but it's like it's almost like by not lying that it's flat planar, they've found a level of grove and like depth to it that brings it more alive, I guess. And also, it's like I said before, you know, you got to be very careful with terrain, because everyone for a while tried to make really cool deep foliage terrain, and it was a negative because it muddied the visual layer above it, right? So like when you add all this extra layer of crap to how your ground looks, like you have bushes that wave and all that kind of crap, then it's harder to like distinguish the thing you put on top of it.
What's the point in comparing Stormgate and the AoE4? They're completely different types of RTSs and both delivered blah blah blah. That's just more for the... Well, so because just because a game is a different type of game doesn't mean you can't learn lessons from it and it doesn't do things well. Alright, Lamet, dude, you're just a hater at this point, man. Like, I don't know how you think their textures are bad. I'd say they have the cleanest textures so far of everyone. I was very impressed when that came out. But, like, you can compare Stormgate and AoE4 because they do provide, like, lessons within different fields, such as graphical acuity, such as hotkeys, right? And these type of things. Oh, you're talking about that Reddit thread? Yeah, I hate that Reddit thread. Like, that Reddit thread was dumb. Like, yeah, like, Stormgate is not going to take the hardcore AoE4 people. That was never going to happen. Like, Stormgate's goal is to actually draw everyone back from the different genres that have gone on from RTSs to play different games, but they want to come back, but they want a reason to come back. Alright. So, entire documentary about how they focus realistic eye shine in Half-Life 2. Not saying Killzone 3 didn't do it, but Half-Life 2 hopped on that train earlier. Okay. I don't feel like I noticed as much in Half-Life 2. Maybe in Part 2, but Half-Life 2, eh. But the Part 2 one, yeah, a bit more. Alright, so, that in mind, I think no one cared about those discussions, right? And now we can get to something that maybe people might care about. Let's go play through the Stormgate campaign. Let me. Because we were, I think, 4 missions in. So we had at least 2 more to go.
Wow, look at that guy. That guy's cool. So let me get that kicked up now. Ballet's goal is the same as SG's? Yes, but they're taking an even more broad stroke approach. I feel like Stormgate is trying to grab the older audience, and I think Battle Aces is actually aiming for a new audience entirely, if that makes sense, right? Not to say that Stormgate can't get a new audience, but like Stormgate leans more towards a traditional RTS, but they've simplified access, whereas Battle Aces is very much trying to create a focused in on one's particular part of the RTS experience. Zero Space, I think Zero Space had quite a quirky style of graphic. The thing with Zero Space that I felt, I think Zero Space had that foliage issue I said. Like, I think Zero Space might benefit from more basic terrain structure to differentiate units. Like, Zero Space has looked more most visibly digestible on sand maps. I didn't check out Immortal Gates of Fire, but I heard some people hyping it up, and then I saw some gameplay. I was like, it did kind of feel like maybe people were giving it too much credit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, I don't know. Maybe someone who's played it can speak to it more. My feeling is like, some people were saying it looks a lot better than Stormgate. I'm like, I wouldn't say it looks better than Stormgate. And then I think people got into that argument like, yeah, but they have less money than Stormgate, so it's like you should really praise that. And I think I remember something that actually Dimu said on this the other day, which is like, it shouldn't matter how much money or how little money people have got. It just should be, is it a good game? Y'all ready for this? Dude, Stormgate really hangs when it tries to start up. I don't know why. So we done the survival mission, right? I think that's where we finished off last time. So we done mission 4. I think we're on mission 5. There's 6 in total. That mission 4 was more hard on my PC than hard on me. Once we were set up, it was really hard to break us. We are on the hardest difficulty you can play right now, but once you play it through, you apparently unlock Brutal. I don't know if it changes a drastic amount. But we're on to Thronos. Cut off from the team. Amaro searches the remaining blades. That's right. We're about to office this crap. Your upcoming tower defense game is going to outsell all RTS titles, mark my word. Is it Bloons 7? I know, I got bored of tower defense games a long time ago. The closest to like being a tower defense game and evolving to a point that interested me was several years ago was They Are Billions. Before that, it was Dungeon Defenders. Dungeon Defenders was really a creative approach to that whole tower defense genre. Outside that genre just hasn't really evolved much, right?
Dagger lead, come in. Do you read?
Dust clearing. Cave structure seems stable, but our connection's choppy.
The cave's disrupting the signal. Tech is glitchy, but we do have your locator. When you find those blades, we'll be here to dig you out.
I'm counting on you.
Cataclysmo? No, I have actually been. I meant to. They sent me a key, but we didn't find time. I don't know. Is that like was that successful at all in the end? I feel like I haven't seen anyone talking about it. Maybe I'm wrong though. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, I've got to figure out. I'm probably going to aim to give away some keys a little bit closer to the early access launch for everyone else. The free-to-play launch, rather. As I was sent a few keys for this. But let's see. So we got to find the blades. So we'll see about maybe trying these after we on the brutal after we do the hard, because apparently you have to complete the campaign missions on hard first. Yeah, Sheep. I know the one. But yeah, Carcassonne style mechanics is kind of peculiar. I'm wondering how that would translate. I'm familiar with Carcassonne. I can't fully see it straight away.
Entering the antechamber now. There's something here. Scanning. Looks like
Is that Celestials?
an infernal commander surrounded by, I don't know, angels maybe?
Yep.
Corpses everywhere.
That'll be you if you're not careful.
Wait.
You nearly didn't make it last time.
What if the
It's like
Infernals are
shadow
trying to summon the
things,
Celestials?
slimes, then that
Sounds kind of
collapsed when
weird,
I
but...
left. Yeah. I've been meaning to ask.
Oh
if
no,
you
that
found a way
audio.
to cure all by yourself. Well, I'm not sure I would have, except it's hard to explain. There
Soyun
could
does
just
have
be
very big
different.
Warcraft vibes, right?
Terra, this look
Oh, you
familiar?
guys can't see it right now.
There was a tremor just now. The others are here. I can feel them too.
We got company. Make it fast, Dagger Lead.
On it. Dagger, lead out.
I think, what's his name? The guy who was just speaking. I've totally forgotten his name now. I think he's probably
Give me
the
the
best
lowdown.
voice actor they have so far.
On their heels.
Really like
Where?
the deep commander,
Oh,
like,
got it.
esque voice.
Finding a path.
Very paladin-esque, actually.
Why wait?
Like, kind of character.
Making a beeline.
Alright, so anyway, let's...
Quick time.
Hold on a second. Why have we chosen it,
Heading
guys?
there now. What have we here? Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
I do have to admit, like...
Time to pay.
And there's no shades, but it's
Finding
like
a path.
sometimes there's small things
Death
where
wish
it's
granted.
almost like they want it
Death
to be
wish
compared
granted.
to StarCraft.
Why wait?
I mean, I
Making a
maybe just be
beeline.
picky. Like, I actually do
Time to
enjoy the game.
pay.
But I mean, like, for example,
Quick
the hexagon on the
Heading
ground
there
is like, it's just like,
Here
this
I
is
come.
StarCraft, like, Protoss levels.
Where? Oh, got it.
I feel bad for them because it's
Time
like,
to pay.
it
Finding
fuels
a
the
path.
fire
Why wait?
of people who, like, just,
Death
you know,
wish
want to hate on them
granted. Making a
instead
beeline.
of just having, like, a circle or square.
Is the blade causing this? Here I
Does it look so bad? Well, mine probably looks bad because I'm playing on lowest graphics because my PC sucks. So I'm happy to play it on the highest graphics if you want to buy me a 4090 and a 7800 XD. But because I streamed you guys as well, I had to be a bit conscious that I wanted the highest frame rate. So we did go performance.
Finding a path. Why wait?
I don't think it looks
Making a
bad, though.
beeline.
I don't know.
Quick time. Heading there now.
It looks like, so I've applied
I
sharpness to compensate the graphics,
Where?
which is why it looks
Oh,
kind of
got it.
cartoony right now. So like, for example, if I do this,
Finding a
it
path.
looks a lot less cartoony. In fact, if we go, I think 0.2 is probably right.
Why wait? Making a beeline. Quick time. Heading there now. Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
I really should stop messing around considering I'm almost dead.
Finding a
But-
path.
As you do.
Why wait? Making a beeline. Quick time. Their history. Heading there now. Here I come. Let's end
Same for
this.
AOM. I think
Where?
it's just a style of lighting
got
with RTSs at the moment,
Finding
to be
a
honest.
path. Why wait?
I think Battle Aces is not very noticeable that they have that kind of issue because like Battle Aces doesn't really feel like it has any dark area, if that makes
Making a
sense.
beeline.
I
Quick
feel like
time.
everything's quite illuminated.
Heading there now.
We should probably, what was it, shift right click.
Here I come. Where?
Dude, I
Oh,
legit
God.
hope they're doing
Finding
a
a
proper
path.
like 3v3 mode that
wait.
has this type of thing happening where you've got the full kind of Warcraft-esque like hero experience. I think that'll be sick. I really hope they're experimenting with that. I know some people are like, I don't want that. Well, it's like, yeah, good for you. That's what the 1v1's for. You can have your fun in there and I'll have my fun here. One sec, I'm just going to do the... You guys prefer it like that? Or do you hate it when it covers the resources? Let me know.
Making a beeline. Quick time. Heading there
It's
now.
supposed to be an RTS. Of course
Here
it's
I
an RTS,
come.
dude.
Where?
You can have an
Oh,
RTS with
some
RPG
kind of
mechanics, dude.
Reward?
Like the greatest RTS of all time had that.
Making a beeline.
Mark of Life.
Quick
Oh,
time.
okay. Mark of
Heading
War.
there now.
Screw it. What does that do?
Here I come.
Huh?
Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path.
What did that do?
Why wait? New room. Suyin.
Same. Follow the light and don't die.
Quick time.
Oh, did the
Heading there
did
now.
Tasteless's
Here I
tournament
come.
have low graphic settings
Where?
on as well?
Oh, got it.
It's up like a
Finding a path. Why wait?
Oh, can I just ignore them and run
Making a
by?
beeline.
Damn, that's just
Quick
rude.
time.
Oh
Their
no.
history. Heading there now.
Dagger lead. Wolf made it to the distress beacon. Down, transport. Lots of wounded.
Why wait? Trip. Get to Wolf and help with the evac.
Copy, Commander.
Death wish granted.
I keep
Taking
thinking
them
Trip's
down.
gonna betray us.
Quick time.
Is anyone else hearing Trip and
Heading
getting
there
like
now.
Cabal vibes
No
from
place to hide.
Tiberian Sun?
Here I come.
Am I the only one? I
Where?
can't be.
Oh, got it. Finding.
What's that? Explorer's Lantern.
Oh, wow. Mara, I've run radiometric scans of these engravings. They're thousands of years old.
Wait, can you just blink
Hold
here?
up. You're saying
I think
the
she needs
Eternals
vision.
have been here before? Like, ages ago?
Finding a path. Why
Here
wait?
reminds you of something?
Making a beeline.
You're getting
Quick
Reaper
time.
vibes. I felt
Heading there now.
I thought I was like I
Here I
thought she was
come.
like a Reaper straight
You
away.
lose. Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path. Taking him down.
Or are you
Why
going
wait?
Kerrigan?
Making a beeline. Quick time. Heading there now. Here I come.
Not from
Where?
RTS.
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
I
Finding a
don't-
path.
The thing I don't like
Why
about
wait?
oh Tracer, yeah,
Making
I
a
get you now,
beeline.
yeah. I
Quick
think I
time.
made that comment before as well.
Heading there now.
Like the thing
Here
I
I
don't like
come.
about her design,
Where?
I did so
Oh, got it.
if I could change
Finding a
one
path.
thing about the graphics,
Why wait? Let's end this.
everyone's
Making a
eyes are
beeline.
really big.
Quick time.
Like, has anyone
Heading there now.
noticed that? At first I was like,
Here I
why is
come.
Amara's eyes so
Time
big?
to pay.
And then I realized
Where?
it's
Oh,
all of
got
the
it.
humans.
Finding
They
a
have
path.
very big eyes.
Our
I don't know if
forces
there's like
are
some sort of
under attack.
genetical explanation
Why
for
wait?
that in lore or whatever.
Making a beeline.
But like their eyes definitely
Quick
look a lot
time.
bigger than standard humans.
Heading there now. Their history. Taking them down. Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
I get it if it's like
Following.
if there's a logic behind it.
Finding a
Otherwise,
path.
I'm not sure why someone
Why
thought like
wait?
people's eyes are that big.
Making a beeline.
Oh, what do we get, guys? We got water,
Following.
blood.
Quick time. Heading there now.
Oh, I remember this. Gotta activate some runes on the floor.
Cute when they look like cats. That's true. And people did want anime
Why
waifu
wait?
cats. So I guess this
Making a
was the middle
beeline.
ground. Big
time.
brain.
Heading there now. Let's end this. Here I come.
Excuse me.
Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path. Why wait?
Is there no music by the
Making a
way?
beeline.
Like
Quick
I'm
time.
gonna change my sentence.
No
Check my
place
sentence
to
a
hide.
sec, because I'm starting to wonder if I'm
Heading there now.
muted or is there legit just
Here I
no
come.
music in this level for some reason. I feel like there should be atmospheric music and there's nothing.
Where?
There's
Oh,
just
got
nothing. Okay. I hope that's gonna be added in. 'Cause I feel like there should be eerie backdrop music. Should
Finding
set
a
up the
path.
SC1. No, dude.
Why
Let's
wait?
set up, I'm gonna go for the Warcraft.
Game over.
You're not my dad.
Making a beeline. Quick time.
Have I got no heal?
Heading there now. Here I come. Where?
Did I fall on
Oh,
Papega? Yeah, I just did right there.
Finding a
Oh my god.
Why
That
wait?
pathfinding was questionable. Chat, we're fine. We're fine.
Making
4
a
HP
beeline.
is very healthy. Oh,
Quick
still
time.
those. There we go.
Heading there now.
I just
Here
ate
I
some
come.
rags, and
Where?
that makes me better.
Oh, got it. Finding a path. Why wait? Making a
Jeez,
beeline.
love! The cavalry's here! Okay, now you've made me do
More
it.
markings.
I've seen these writings before. I even started translating. Need to consult my notes. Still
Oh, she has some
wrapping my
weird
head around
pathing there when she
infernals.
attacks,
In
like
ancient
eclipse
times,
certain things.
Did they create this place? No. But whoever did never wanted these blades to be found. This entire area used to be underwater.
Where?
Oopsie.
Oh, got it.
So
Finding
is
a
Amara going to become a Celestial?
path.
That's
I'll
what I'm
make
wondering.
it pay. No.
It's
place to
obvious we're
hide.
going to summon Celestials here. We play some 1v1? I think we'll look to help some 1v1. The frame rate's Gucci, no reason not to.
Why wait? Making a
Alright,
beeline.
give me fire.
Quick time.
Give
Heading
me
there
fire
now.
or give me death.
Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
More rune activations.
Am I just going to die at this rate, man? I feel like I'm
Sure.
plebing the way I'm shooting.
Making a beeline.
Like, we've still got a bunch of things
Quick
to do,
time.
no? Oh, wait, what's
Heading there
this?
now.
Hold
Here
up.
I come. Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path. A new marking.
Found some of my notes. These are the oldest records of the first invasion I've ever seen. Priceless. You know, it's rarity, not age, that sets the value of antiquities. You're hopeless.
Okay.
Repeat, Commander. Do you copy? Red right hand is inbound. Far more than we can handle. And no contact from Wolf.
Energy.
Okay.
Okay,
Get
for some
everyone you
reason,
can to a
sometimes
safe
my
distance.
clicks aren't registering as attacks on those guys.
Can't
Kind
just
of
leave you in there.
weird and annoying.
Find a way out and let us pick you up.
I'm not leaving.
Oh my
without
God,
the
dude.
weapon. It's all or nothing.
The body
Now
block.
pull back. That's an order. Once I find the blades, we'll figure out the rest.
Someone to make a dirt mod? Damn right. That's what I'm here for.
Finding a path. Time to pay.
Where's the sci-fi MOBAs,
Let's end
guys?
this.
Let's be totally real. They're all fantasy
Why wait?
based, so you know,
Making
just
a
saying.
beeline. Quick
Heroes
time.
Storm doesn't really count because it's just like
Heading there now.
it's integrating
No
everyone
place
else,
to
right?
hide. Here I come. Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path.
Show me your secrets.
Time to pay. Why wait?
Wait, do I not take damage from the explosions? I don't think I do. It's kind of weird.
Making a beeline.
AoE
Quick
full
time.
Dota mod? Damn, now we're talking.
Heading
Dude, I
now.
need some music in the background
Here I
here. Good
come.
lord.
Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path. Why wait? Making a beeline.
Okay, so what are we
Quick
missing?
time. Heading there now.
We're still missing a glyph key, right? Is
Here
it
I
this?
come.
Ah, there we go.
Where?
I'm that
Oh,
good,
got it.
guys.
Finding a path.
What can I
Why
say?
wait? Making a beeline. Quick time.
Marker life?
Heading there now.
Oh. Ah, so it's actually having effect. I see now. The damage buff, the energy.
Here I come.
Probably a good idea to have
Where?
taken that marker life.
Oh, got it.
Seeing as we were slowly but surely dying.
Your greatest
Here you go, guys. I'm
enemy
gonna zoom like that.
awaits.
Why wait?
I was never in this one. You ready for anything?
Heading there now.
Yep. Thank you
Well,
for making it
this
obvious
is
that
no-
you're me. It was like the most pointless. Yes,
Let's
thank
end
you.
this.
I realize you
Where?
are me.
You only hurt yourself. Let's see about
I think that type of voice acting would benefit from like almost an echo. If you know what I mean, where it's like it needs to feel like I'm being yelled at in the position.
Why wait? Making a beeline.
But I think they've gone
Let's end
for
this.
because StarCraft done this as well with a
Quick
lot of
time.
the voice lines, right? It's like because
Heading
it's
there now.
across the command, like it's
Here I
across the
come.
walkie-talkie line.
You lose. Where? Oh, got it. Finding a path. Why wait? Making a beeline. Quick time. This is not a battle you can win.
This is not a battle you can win.
I refuse to lose.
Don't know why I'm going winter mode.
Insufficient
Heading
energy.
there now. Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
Wait for
Finding
it.
a
Wait
path.
for it. Job's done.
Let's end this.
I'm just gonna stand here now. Work.
Your greatest enemy is yourself.
So we got armor now.
Clever.
Nice.
Making a beeline.
And then
Quick
I guess winds, movement speed, life.
there now.
Yeah. What does water do? Is it that? It must be health. Screw it. Movement speed.
Here I come.
Woo! Oh, and actually speed, damage.
Where?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, got it.
How do you weigh
What
the importance of
happens
RTS gameplay versus graphics? Is it 50-50 or gameplay more important? Gameplay's more important.
Finding a path.
But graphics needs to be a passable point, and it's
Making a
not based
beeline.
on how pretty it is. It's
Quick
actually
time.
like how consistent it is, how immersive it is, and how processable it is.
Finding a
So we've
path.
been talking about this earlier of like, you know, when you look at a game, does it make sense when you look at it, right?
Why
Yeah, like
wait?
SE1. Like when I look at units and
Making a
that, like,
beeline.
oh, yeah, I know
Quick
that's a
time.
tank, right? Oh man,
Heading
yeah,
there
I
now.
know he's sending a dragoon,
Here
right?
I
It's very
come.
obvious.
Taking him down. Where? Oh, got it.
We join
Yeah, screw you,
the
fatty.
cycle.
What? Did I just fat shame him? Maybe.
Finding a
He's
path.
chubby though.
Why wait? No place to hide.
Our forces are
Okay,
under
so I'm guessing
attack.
they just keep coming,
Quick
and they
time.
keep on coming.
What?
Gotta get my veterancies. think I'm not meant to just kill them, chat. I think we are meant to find him.
Heading there now. Here I come.
Maybe
Our
not.
forces are under attack.
Okay, no, I actually think I'm legit meant to kill everything. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. But I kind of don't like it when she stops to reload, because sometimes I'm like, wait, did I fail to A-click? Yeah, she does technically reload. It's just like,
Finding
it's very,
Why wait?
very light on the animation.
Making a beeline. Quick
So there's
time.
no, because there's no noise, you
Heading
don't
there now.
notice unless you're looking.
Here
So
I
sometimes
come.
I'm like, did I just misclick?
Where? Oh, got it.
Ooh. Blood?
Finding a path.
What did blood do?
Why
Marker
wait?
fire. Screw it.
Making
More
a
speed
beeline.
is needed.
Quick time.
I think Infernal's busting in has changed.
I probably
things.
should have got health.
I don't know how much I can help now.
Oh, got it. Finding a path. Why wait? Making a beeline.
Oh,
Following.
nice. Wait, they actually
Quick
called
time.
them healing salves. What?
Heading there now. Here I come.
Hold on a second.
Where? Oh, got it.
Wait, does that just give you... Oh,
Finding
so
a path.
you actually have to hold on to it as regen. Well, I'm sorry, Button, but you might be kind of worthless now. Actually, screw it, I don't want vision.
They've got me boxed in. Too many wounded. I can't move them all.
Hey, look
Ship
at that!
is inbound
Redeeming
to-
moment where we're going to have to save his dumb ass, and...
Too late.
I don't know.
Wolf. Damn it, we gotta finish this.
What do you do at Wolf's funeral to honor him? Do you just make howling noises? And now, in honor of Wolf.
Where? Oh, got it. You lose.
Wish someone would howl at my funeral. Damn.
Finding
Their
a path.
attacks come pretty quick.
Why wait? Making a beeline. Quick time. Time to
I mean,
raise
this is
hell.
like, I think, in my eyes,
Heading
this is
there
a
now.
step up from Mission 4.
Taking them down.
Because like Mission 4, we got to a
Right.
point where it was like, okay, we're just
Where?
kind of done now and locked
Oh,
in,
got
because
it.
it was kind of tower defense, but didn't escalate enough. Whereas this, in fairness, like, on the harder difficulty, you have to be very attentive, right? We got some regen now. I don't think we need the health. I think we just go
Finding a
Mark
path.
of Water. What did Mark of Water even do? What?
Why wait?
I didn't get a buff.
Making a beeline.
What, chat? Anyone know what water's
Quick
for?
time.
Did it give me more energy and I didn't
Heading
notice?
there now. Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
Alright, what we got?
Found them. I found the blades.
Uh-oh.
Chat, we have a problem.
So it has a name. Thronos.
Oh, damn!
Daggerly.
Although glowing
What's
red a
happening?
bad sign.
I'm here. I have it. Trip, what's Wolf's status?
Over the cross site now. Multiple casualties. No sign of Wolf.
Annoying insect. That weapon does not belong to you. Mordegon's glory is mine.
Behold, I am no longer Tracer. All hail Genji. I think that's what it is do now. Molten shot? Okay, yeah. And then what? We can just teleport? Did you fully heal? Oh no, just partially. I think.
Rot that weapon.
Spins in a circle,
and
basic
admit
attack,
your
steal,
death.
damage, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Pretty much the same stuff, just buffed, as far as I can tell. Yeah, it is basically just the same skills, but buffed.
Making a beeline. Let's end this. Quick time. Heading there now.
You call yourself a
History.
boss?
Time to raise hell.
Enough! You have only prolonged your suffering.
You're suffering.
Making a beeline. Quick time.
Oh my god, I'm playing Diablo.
Not enough loot.
We're in ARPG now, guys. Woo! Woo! Dude, this is
Time to
bullet
raise
hell.
Heading there now. Time to pay. Here I come. Where? Oh, got it.
I should just kill
Finding
them.
a path.
My powered attacks are kind of going to everything
Making a
else. It's kind of a
beeline.
waste.
Impossible. Your friends will pay for this.
Yes, and I'm just allowing you to walk away.
You there?
I'm here. I'm okay.
We're better than okay. We're incredible.
I don't know what you did, but the Infernals are bugging out.
Trip, come on back. We're going after Malok.
You're what?
Wait, but
I'm not
he was
leaving
just
wolves
here.
to die.
I have a feeling they're
You
gonna
may
add in
still
some
be
sort of
outnumbered,
like
but we'll
float
know
out or
that
something thing.
finished.
Because I gotta admit, in the fall campaign, we probably shouldn't just let him walk out the main door. Yeah, you know what you do? You send in like a huge army of Infernals to pin me down while he runs away, and then you just get like a huge explosion where she kills them all. That's the final cinematic. The Heart of the Storm was to save Wolf, while Amara plans to stop Malik once and for all. Okay, so basically, she's kill hungry when they should be focused on saving people. The dark path to Emperor Sidious begins, I think.
Sensors are unstable due to conditions, but I'm detecting a powerful force field around the control station and a large number of storm catchers across the area.
Storm catchers? They'll be flooding the base with almost endless energy. I don't give a damn about the shields or the storm catchers. With Thronos, we can cut through anything.
We still don't know what that weapon can or can't do. We have one shot at saving Riker. We should think about how we want to...
I've made my decision. No more running, Warhawks. Malok's reign of terror ends today. Make ready to attack.
I'm gonna predict we kill a bunch of innocents while trying to kill them. Alright, let's go. So we got probably like what, 2 bases? Maybe it has like you do the RTS and the ARPG experience at the same time. It already says I have victory. That's alright, nice. It was just bugged. Wait, have I crashed? Whoop whoop. Alright, send and restart. Oops. Final mission too strong for my PC. Alright, let's get that launched up again. Did it just crash again? Huh? Alright, let's try it again. Do you think SG and its heroes will pull some League and MOBA people? It depends how hard they lean into it. I don't think the co-op like mode will necessarily do that, but like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe StarCraft kind of had that. Like I, as a MOBA person, really enjoyed playing the StarCraft co-op, but I also had no interest in playing the 1v1 competitive. Right? Is this campaign any good? I don't think it's like it's alright. I don't mind it. I feel like from a level perspective, I mean, it's early levels, so not that challenging. I think my biggest like peeve right now is it lacks the character, and I think a big part of that is maybe like between the voice lines, the voice acting, the rendering of the voice acting, and the cutscenes, which they've admittedly said on the cutscenes at least that is not final thing. I do know that they've got a bunch of sound bugs they've already identified and admitted they need to fix. But like, I think once they do that, you'll have some character, and then you can start to care about the people in the story, right? It's a bit hard to do that when you know it's kind of bugged. Okay, any luck, Stormgate will work in a sec. Does anyone else like have very long load ups with Stormgate? I feel like it hangs on a black screen for a bit with me. Or am I just unlucky? Jesus Christ. I can't believe what I'm reading. A brand just offered one of my influencers that averages over 600 viewers $50, sorry, for a partnership. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm gonna say if you gotta reach out to someone with that viewership and offer $50, you might as well say, "Do you want to work for exposure?" Jesus. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, I know some people saying that, like, compared to the earlier tests, the performance seems to be a lot worse this time. I'm hoping they've got a patch plan soon. Because that's kind of unfortunate. I've heard it from some pro players that were really enthusiastic, and they played in the earlier tournaments, but then, like, they can't now because the frame rate is really low. All right, let's go. Yeah, I'll have a look at that stuff later. I think I might try to cast some of the Stormgate games tomorrow. Just because I don't know. How long does everything take to set up? Because I haven't got the UI skins or anything like that. I think that takes some time, right? God damn, my throat. Alright. Yep, we've already heard the briefing. Let's try this again without the crashing! Why does my camera look weird? Oh, it kind of looks weird. Wait, we got Vulcans now? Cougars?
Commander, can I have a word? I'm sorry. I gotta ask. What's your objective here? Saving Riker or killing Malak?
I'm getting real tired of defending my orders. You listen and listen.
No, damn it. You listen. Riker was right. You've become reckless, and he's paying the price for it right now.
Our objective is winning this war, no matter the cost.
If that's true, then we're no better than the Infernals.
They've said these things aren't final
Report!
cinematic.
Base is fried! Even for a place called the Stormlands, that wasn't normal!
My readings indicate that was a directed energy attack.
Malak! He must have found a way to weaponize the Stormcatchers.
We won't survive against this kind of firepower. We have to stop him from recharging.
Is this Uther and Arthas? It's funny, because at the start of the last mission, I did say he had Uther vibes.
Think knocking out these Stormcatchers might lower the force field around that base?
I do love the fact they've just randomly like put her on top of
All
a
right,
hedgehog.
Barkley, you win. I want a closer look at these Stormcatchers. Warhawks, get this base back up and running stat.
Whoop, whoop. Oh, okay. Ah, so you don't have the
Where's
base
the
to begin
action?
with.
Give me them orders.
Give me them orders.
Give those twisters a wide berth. Let the Infernals have them. Let's end this. Their history.
Lamau?
Heading there now.
Oh my god, please tell me there's a map that has those.
Quick time.
That'd be so good.
Roll out.
Making a beeline. Here I come.
Any secret stuff?
Following.
Espresso
Wait.
shots.
Finding a path.
Caffeine free, baby.
Heading there now.
Except for the protein works,
The
I
storm's
consume. Whoop, whoop.
pummeling the high ground with lightning. We'll need to move fast through here.
Ah, okay.
Roll out.
So we can just go.
Where?
Oh my god, what in the Pathfinder was that?
Quick time. Following. Making a beeline. Here I come. Here we are. Suyin, what's next?
Wait, what? My blink didn't even work
We'll
there.
need to take more offline to make a dent in their supply.
Oh my god, dude.
Finding a path.
Keybind question marks? So I pressed teleport here, and it didn't work, but it went on cooldown. And then I lost 2 hedgehogs with the follow-up. That was kind of yikes.
Flatten in the hills. Straighten in the car.
I don't know what my frame rate is right now, but it might be a bit choppy. I don't know if rain's
Capture.
causing that.
Commander, your Vulcans have been upgraded with jump jet capabilities.
I'm sure we can put that to good use.
The base is fully repaired.
Warhawks.
We have a base
new
now,
objective.
Cougars.
Take control of the remaining Stormcatchers. Making a beeline. Here I come. Why wait? Give me the lowdown. Let's
Cool.
get to it.
Commander, sensors indicate that power levels to Malok's base are still increasing. You'll need to take control of more Stormcatchers in order to drain his supply.
Where? Oh, got it.
Oh, nice. I got like fire ups. I don't know if those
Quick time.
heal me. So let's have a look here. What have we got in the base? So we should probably let's get one see med tech script.
Ready to work.
Sure.
Got an itchy trigger.
We need to have Vulcan to defend here.
Let's get to it.
Maybe.
Make it quick. Making a beeline.
What's the sit rep? Ready.
Where's the action? Here I come.
Should I just go kill everything
Why
with
wait?
that?
Finding a path.
Hero unit.
Heading there now. Where? Oh, got it. Quick time.
Capture point contested.
Uh-oh.
Time to pay.
If only I had ridiculously powerful
Making a
abilities.
beeline.
Da, da, da,
Here I
da.
come.
Dagger lead.
I'm pretty
I've got
strong.
a pre-ring device that I think can help with those tornadoes. Trip is en route to a safe zone for you to pick it up.
Oh, I've been ready. Finding a path.
Retrieve Dorothy.
Heading
Huh?
there now.
We'll go get it.
Make it quick. Where? Oh, got it.
God, I really want to sneeze, but I can't. Okay, so we've got here.
Stormcatcher
Just
secure.
give me the Vulcans better,
What can I do
probably.
for you?
Let's get to it.
Ready when you are. Call it.
Make it quick.
Why are you not part of the
Where
group?
am I needed?
Okay, the auto key binding group thing is being weird. I don't know why.
On the go.
Insufficient supply.
Oh, I've
What
been
else?
ready.
All right, we got this one as
Construction
well.
complete.
Oh, are they gonna go decap?
Making a beeline.
I think they're gonna go decap me.
On their heels.
Gosh darn it. Does the game kind of look dark for you guys? I know it's meant to be a dark theme, but it feels overly dark.
Insufficient therium.
Oh, I've been ready.
I don't know. Can I ramp that up?
Fear is for the enemy.
There we go.
Give me the
That should be
lowdown.
better.
Here I come.
All right,
The
Dottie. What'd
Stormcatcher
you
is
do?
back online. We can't let those shields hit maximum capacity, Dagger lead. Nice. Now all you need to do is get it into the path of a tornado, deploy it, and I'll handle the rest.
Okay.
Oh, is that all?
Work, work. Off we go.
Lancer ready.
Let's get a few more lances too.
Give me the lowdown. Where?
Yeah,
Oh.
come to Papa. Come to Papa. This is. Hello?
Quick time.
Oh.
Making a beeline.
Oh wow, that
Here I
takes a
come.
long time.
Why wait?
Wait, did that
Finding
just
a
get
path.
wasted?
Heading there now. Where?
Huh?
Oh, got it.
Oh, there we go. It's getting
Quick
sucky,
time.
sucky now.
Making a beeline.
Fear is for the enemy.
There's something on the high ground there, by the way.
Here I come.
Hold up, what did we just get? Extra 1 energy over 4 secs per stack. Nice. So we just get rid of the red button? I don't know. Nah, keep the red button.
Dagger lead, if you don't take over one of those Stormcatchers soon, our base is toast.
Swim
Heading
over
there now.
any terrain. Gotcha.
Where? Oh,
I don't even know. Oh, so you can actually pick the Dorothy up
Following.
again.
quick
Intriguing.
time. Making a beeline.
Wait, what am I missing? Do I need
Insufficient
to upgrade my
supply.
command center? No, we just don't have a biokinetics lab for reasons. We'll fix that.
Our forces are under attack.
Here I come.
Deploy the Dorothy.
Why wait?
Book. Wait, why is it not working?
Finding a path. Oh, I've been ready.
Okay, the Dorothy thing is really
Heading
dumb.
there now. Where?
I don't know if that's
Got it.
bugged or what, but it's like you can't deploy it when in them, but it wants you to use them at them or in them.
Our forces are under attack.
Give me the lowdown. Quick time. Making a beeline.
Illin's out there somewhere. Yeah, well, he can't have his trinkets
Why
back.
wait?
That's the backstory. We genuinely just mugged him. Okay, I just would do. We just got way too much Luminite. I need to stick people
Stormcatcher
over now.
online.
Point secured.
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
All right,
Finding
back
a
to getting the
path.
Dorothy thing because it's being dumb.
Capture point contested.
So you can't even see what's on those. It's a bit weird.
Where am I needed?
I think I'm just gonna move these guys
On the
here.
go.
Insufficient
She can pretty
supply.
much just carry a fight on her own as well, so that's
Where's
fine.
the action? Heading there now. Where?
For God's sake.
They've got another Stormcatcher back up.
Dorothy.
Making a beeline.
Okay,
Here I come.
Just gonna do this.
Why wait? Finding a
Wait,
path.
what? No.
Our forces
now.
are under attack.
All right, she's tilting me now.
Where? Oh, got it. Quick time.
I can't even be asked to
Making
do
a
that side
beeline.
objective. My eyes, that feels just bugged. I don't know if that's intentional behavior, but it's weird. All right, let's just get on with the other stuff. So usually redirection's worth having.
Researching. Our
which you get
forces
into
are
access
under
to
attack.
as well.
Lancer ready.
Capture point contested. Our base is under attack.
Here I come.
Wait, what?
Our forces are under attack.
Bruh!
Why wait?
What?
Our base is under attack.
Finding a path.
I thought you only needed one. What? Wait, what did it say about Mallet getting power? That was nowhere. It just said you need the pylons to not get your balls shocked off. Okay, I guess I misunderstood the objective. It said on objectives? Okay, well, I was listening to like what it was saying, and it said to capture them, but it didn't say you needed the majority. So I guess it's a majority thing, and if you have a majority of them, it depowers him, I'm guessing is what it's going
I've
for.
been ready.
But us trying to mess around with the tornadoes, which was griefing us, kind of ruined
Why,
everything.
What can I do for you?
Dagger lead, if you don't take over
Ah,
one of
there you
those
go,
storm
power
catchers
reserves.
soon, our base is toast.
Heading
Got you,
there
got
now.
you.
Making a beeline.
But you need, like, I'm hoping it's just the majority, and it's not expecting you to get all 5, because all 5's kind of dumb. So, let's see. Do that. Do that as well.
Where's the action? Where? Oh, got it.
Bot activated. On the go.
God, it's giving me
Another storm catcher secured. Finding a path. Quick time. Here I
Wait, can
come.
you just kill Malik?
Why wait? Heading there now.
I do feel like you could
Making a
probably just
beeline.
kill Malik,
Where? Oh, got it.
right?
Finding
Right,
a
chat?
path. Time to raise hell. No place
I
left.
feel like you just kill
Make
Malik.
it quick. You lose. Quick time. Here I come.
Because
Why wait?
you can't charge a battery if the battery's
Heading there
dead.
now.
I don't know.
You wanna
I don't know
fight?
if that logic works.
Come and fight.
Where am I needed? I'll get after him.
Alright, let's see if that works out, hopefully. Otherwise, we're just screwed at this point because he's charged so much.
Give me the lowdown.
Whoop, whoop. Oh my god.
Where am I needed?
Guys, careful. Your egg.
What
No,
can I
oh
do for
no.
Following.
We may have lost one.
No goes over.
Taking him down. Making a beeline. Where? Oh, got it.
So is he still charging?
One side.
No, he's depleting. Okay, so there you go. As long as you have the majority,
Infernal's
you're
regained
Gucci.
power on a storm catcher.
Contested.
On the
Let's
tail.
go.
Our forces are under attack.
What can I do for you?
No, no,
Take the fight.
not like this.
Capture point
Guys, don't.
contested.
Oh no. I think. Holy crap! These guys hit a lot harder than I was expecting.
Give me
Alright,
the
not
lowdown.
ideal, not ideal. Why am I not just building X's against those actually?
Another storm
Wait,
catcher
dude,
secured.
because we went back in time and don't have a biokinetic slab. That's why. Boom, there we go. We figured out the stupid. It was me all along.
Upgrade
Perfect.
complete.
What can I do for you?
Moving out.
Where am I needed?
Also, like, building Vulcans without having the nanotech for your medtechs is pretty bad. So we kind of screwed up there.
I'm here to assist.
Our forces are under
So,
attack.
yeah, no biokinetics, no bueno.
Capture
So,
point
yeah.
Capture point secured.
God, things feel laggy again. Alright, screw it.
Oh.
I think you just take... I legit think you can just do this on hard with Amara. And you only really use your other guys to camp an objective, just in case. What are we missing here? Wait,
Our forces are
biokinetics
under
should be
attack.
done by now, good lord.
Oh, I've been ready.
Joy.
So the lesson here, guys, is hero units.
Construction complete.
That's just the lesson. There's no more details to it. Just build hero units. And you're good to go. So, dude, I gotta get used to the key bindings. I'm not intuitively, like, remembering which ones are
Upgrade
which.
complete.
Honestly, I just don't think I care about lances.
Give me
Researching.
the lowdown.
Job's done.
Finding a path.
Work, work. Off we go.
Where's the action?
Axel reporting.
On their heels.
Right behind him.
Our forces are under attack.
So Mara is pretty
Oh,
much
I've been ready. Let's get to it. Quick time. Make it quick. Here I come. Why wait?
What can I do for you?
Oh, dude,
No
what?
goes over.
This
Oh,
mission's
I've
tilting
been
me.
ready. Time to pay.
Construction complete.
It's
Let's end
fine,
this.
chat. Right.
We survived,
Not enough
despite
Luminite.
my cloonery.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, so all of them are going to be captured. And then once he's completely depleted, I think we just kill him. That's the idea. I'm not bothering the Dorothy crap. That, like, lost me the scenario last time because we got distracted.
Research complete.
What we can do, do we want to... We can't go tier 3, right? No.
Stormcatcher
But
secure.
we need the nanotech
Searching.
We did it!
because that's definitely
Now
what
we
was
just
missing.
gotta hold out till we drain their reserves.
Give me the lowdown. Heading there now.
Battle
Making a
juice?
beeline.
Tempting, but
Where?
I do
Oh,
also
God.
like murder.
I'll make them pay. Finding a path.
Lamau.
Quick time. Here I come. Why wait?
Yeah, dude, this game needs
now.
music.
Making a beeline.
I'm not the only one feeling it, right?
I've translated more of those clips you
I
sent.
feel really hollow right now because I have no
These
music.
Don't just call Thronos a weapon. They call it a vessel. We should take a closer look at those blades as soon as possible.
He's being made into a monster. I'm calling that now.
Malok, come fight me, coward.
Oh my god, dude.
You
Like,
know where to
It's so
find
tedious to try and move out because of the lightning every time.
Don't take the bait, Amara. Stick to the plan.
Oh my... Okay, dude, I'm not bothering, man. I'm just sending
Now
her
it's
in.
my turn.
Nothing else.
Your misguided resistance ensures only one outcome. More human suffering.
Riker, if you can hear us, we're coming for you.
Under attack.
Give me the lowdown.
Is it this thing here? I think this is what's causing it. It's very tanky.
Game
But luckily, Amara's OP. So who cares? Damn. Look at me throw all these Beyblades. And then these just yum 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 yum.
No place.
Wow, more health. Seems reasonable. So, Amara may be slightly overtuned.
Time to raise hell.
Then again, the storms are a little bit overtuned as well, so it kind of balances out because I think it's way too tedious with the storms otherwise. Because your unit comp just gets melted. So it's kind of fair. Yeah.
What can I do for you?
What can I do for you?
Where am I needed?
Make it quick.
What can I do for you?
Can you guys get there without dying? Probably not, but
I'll get
off
after
we
it.
go. Vamos. They're definitely gonna die.
Our
Oh, I've been
forces
ready.
are under attack.
No goes
Oh, no.
over.
It's even worse with the med techs because the A clicks every time. Oh no,
No goes
Jesus
over.
Christ. Oh, nice. They get hit by 2. This is where Lancers would have made a lot of sense, chat. That was a combat vest. Man, I'm lazy. Just pick that up. Run. Just playing my mini game, don't mind
Our
me.
forces are under attack.
Pull the entire campaign from the open release and rework it from the ground up for publishing. Yeah, I'm hoping there's going to be some big revamps. Like there are some things I take issue with, like I said. Like I don't think this is a perfect launch. I don't think they envision it as a perfect launch. I am hopeful for the game. I think it has some really fun elements, to be honest. Still, we have a larger player base than AoE4. Don't know about that. It's a bit hard to say, to be honest.
Here I come. Taking them down.
Those numbers aren't exactly easily and freely public.
Oh, I've been ready.
All right, there we
Where
go.
am I needed?
Where's the action?
Problem has...
I do
Wait,
for you?
what?
No goes
That's
over.
meant to be...
Where's the action?
So you just had me kill a 9k HP structure that wasn't actually doing anything.
Where? Oh, got it.
Just minding its own business. Goddamn. Alright, I feel grieved right now. I feel hard grieved. Goodness
Quick time.
gracious.
Here I
Alright,
come.
whatever. I guess we're just gonna kill the mission with Amara. Kind of an underwhelming way to have to do it, but like with how quickly everything else dies to storms and how rare the storms are, it's just too tedious to do anything else about this. I guess you could try A-clicking them in, but like watch how quickly they'll die. Because the thunder just comes out the moment. Yeah,
Where am I needed?
Our forces are under attack.
Oh my god.
Pogo's over.
Please.
On the go.
Am I safe when I'm in here, maybe?
Take the
Okay,
fight.
maybe that's the saving grace now. I think you're safe
So
once you're in
much for
here.
do no harm.
Time to raise hell.
I don't think I have the kinetic redirection because I didn't think I was going to
Researching.
use lances, but...
Why wait?
But like, once again, Stormgate is not going to be what kills AoE 4. Like, I keep trying to explain to people, the thing that's going to kill AoE 4 is AoE 4. But if you want to like make the game comparison, the thing that will kill AoE 4 would be Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology is a bigger threat to AoE 4 than Stormgate.
Take the fight to him.
Heading there now.
Screw you, imps. Alright, that'll do it. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Making a beeline.
This feels oddly
Where?
slow, and I don't know why. I don't know if my frame rate
Got a
is just
plan?
low.
Finding a path. Quick time.
Just wish the
Here I
graphics were
come.
better. It's a problem with
Why wait?
remaster instead of a
What can I do
remake.
for ya?
Said it before. It should have been a
Nice, nice,
remake.
What can I do
And
for ya?
that's from someone who loves the
Research
original
complete.
campaign and thinks it's one of the best
Yeah,
RTS of all
history.
times.
Making a beeline.
Where am I needed?
See?
So you insist on dying?
No,
Pain.
my assisting troops insist on dying.
Pogo's over.
I'm just gonna kill you.
What can I do for ya?
I mean, legit. Like, there's no point. Everything else is too slow. It's Amara or bus, chat, and we are bussing.
Not here. Not to you.
Alright, Cranky Poo.
Leave him. I found Riker.
What's left of him?
I need your help.
You're mine.
Damn it.
Well, she's gone.
Trip, I need evac. If we don't get Riker out of here, he's not gonna make it.
He looks like he's not made it already. He's not even moving. I don't know, dog. I think that that tray may already be cooked. Beast is gonna pursue both. I don't know if that's true. Has he said anything about Myth? Oh, yo, dude, this cinematic looks good. Thought that defense would work somehow. And his abilities are pretty weak. Wait, he actually thought that worked? Alright, this guy's hard capping.
Run! Hide! Is this how the mighty Malok faces death?
It is you who hides behind that glorious weapon of infernal making. Our legacy.
But he wants it so he can hide behind it. Just saying,
Whatever it takes to make you pay for the lives you've destroyed.
Kronos, why do you aid this human weakling? Mine is the hand that should wield your power. I am the champion of the host.
Not anymore.
Its choice is made.
That thing's 100%. Woo! That'll do, pig. That'll do. Damn, teleports too. Yeah, this weapon seems a little OP. I think she's gone cuckoo. Uh-oh. Has no legs. How did he skip? How did he slip? Clearly it's on the air molecules, bro. I don't know, watching him try to like get up off the ground with no legs was the most comical part, because he like floats. Uh-oh. Alright, there we go. Dun 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 dun. Alright, do we try some verses? I don't know if I want to play that through on like brutal difficulty. Just because that final mission was legit just use Amara. Trying to get anything else close, even remotely close, was very tedious. Heroes are only for campaign and co-op, yes. We played a little bit with Amara in the co-op. I don't know how many missions they've got. I think maybe 3 or 4 currently. I haven't tried the Raptors yet. It's just a dropship though, right? Yeah. They have some cool unique units though. Combat Medic does look pretty cool. But, like Amara has some pretty helpful abilities. Like one of hers is a full team revive, which is pretty handy. What do you guys think? Co-op or 1v1? Oh, you can actually do them solo as well. Buddy bot, pass. Going to be very different from just straight up 3 times 1v1? Yes. Which is a really big deal. And is the correct thing to say. Because pretty much every other RTS does it wrong. For being totally real. Solo queue co-op. Alright, let's see if it's laggy or smooth. Fingers crossed. Actually, crap. Well, whatever. We'll do a hard one, and then if it's still easy peasy, we'll just go up to brutal. And the only thing I don't like so far is like in co-op, it's very laggy because there's a lot of units. I think that might turn people away. So I hope they figured out how to solve for that. I mean, I haven't got the best PC, right? But I feel like a lot of people have a comparable PC, so that performance needs to be ramped up. Really was hoping to actually have a new PC sword by now. Kind of annoying. But it looks like tomorrow, guys, we should have... So I think it'll be a pretty cool day, because we should have 1 or 2 Pro Series AOE4 to cast. And I think we'll look to actually cast some Stormgate series. Whoop, whoop. Damn, someone went hardcore in the blockade. Level 15. Oh, damn. I've never seen this one before.
Without the supplies from these convoys, the ion bolt will never be completed. If you screw with our operations...
Wait, is there not enough for free base for everyone? Doesn't look like it.
Pilots extra to mop up all the blood you spill, and maybe bring me your ear. With the ion bolt operational, Havoc can finally step out of the shadows and claim our place on the world stage.
Good for you.
Allies are under
buddy.
attack.
You do the things you do. I don't care. We'll still
Insufficient supply. Ally. Construction
Probably
complete.
should use overcharge
Oh,
though.
I've been
Get
ready.
used to that stuff again.
Heading there now.
Okay.
Finding a path. Where? Oh, got it. Here I come.
Wait, what was this? This was
Allies are under
rocket
attack.
launcher.
Making a beeline.
This
Make
may
it
have been a
quick.
mistake.
Got a plan?
Goodbye. We can't talk now.
Quick time. Why wait?
Nope, 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 nope. Had a
Our
feeling he
forces
would be
are
quite
under
strong.
attack.
Oops. Let's just build 1 or 2 lances anyway.
Got a plan?
Should probably pull a Bob for the secondary base. I think the pacing is correct.
Allies are under attack.
On the go.
Yeah, Yeah, we should probably be able to afford it by the time we reach there. I don't know if the overcharge is going to last long enough, as it is a long run. I feel like the oh wait, no, dude, overcharge has ages. It's like, is it 40 seconds? I think it might be 40 seconds, which is pretty bonkers. And I don't know if they changed overcharge. It used to be that as long as you touch the structure, you keep the full build speed increase. You don't have to like it's not like, you know,
Not enough luminite.
it will only work for half the construct. As long as you touch it, it'll improve the build speed for the whole thing.
Allies are under attack.
You lose.
Oh.
Our
Where's
forces
the
are
action?
under
C'est
attack.
petit
You
petit
lose.
problème.
Allies are under attack.
Oh,
Construction
Give me the
complete.
lowdown. Heading there now.
leave him alone. Not Bob.
Our base is under attack.
No place to hide.
This is fine. This
Make
is
it
fine.
Let's get to it.
All right, there we go. Then we need to get some
Our
Furium.
forces are under attack.
Give me the lowdown. Finding a path.
I don't think the fast starters heal, right? No.
Let's get to it.
But
Where?
we do have the heal camp for that.
Got it.
So let's sort that now. So yeah, we want a little bit of frontline lancers. We're definitely going to want to push more bobs over here. We're going to want to set up some turrets to defend the area.
Here I come.
Here we go.
Capture point secured.
We should probably consider command center soon.
That's right. My convoy's
Is it still
don't even think about
armor, construct speed? Okay, so yeah. There's no reason to use it for economy.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Making a beeline.
Healed up, so let's get our move.
Quick
on.
time. Why wait?
So I think
Construction
we can probably
complete.
just go Exos.
Our
I guess?
Where's
forces
the
are
action?
under attack.
Exo would be pretty handy. Exo spam still seems really bloody good, as far as I can tell.
What's next? Make way.
Let's get to
Amara
it.
seems really good, especially for
there
the early caravans. Later on, it's a little
Finding
bit
a
more
path.
dicey, but the early one, she's
Death wish
really bloody
granted.
strong for.
Where?
Yeah, look.
Our forces are under attack.
That'll do, pig. That'll
Allies
do.
are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Wait. Oh, crap. We got A clicked in. Whoopsie.
On my way.
Oopsie doopsie.
I bet you're mighty proud of yourself. You know what they say about pride coming before the fall. It's been an honor.
Okay, there we go. Now we need to go all the way
Making
back
a
to
beeline.
heal.
Killing time.
I think he heals as well,
Capture
right?
point
No,
contested.
it's just mine. I think it used to
Our
be shared. I'm
forces
trying to
are
remember. It's been
under
a while.
attack.
So we need to upgrade our command center though. Let's just get on with that now. Probably want the biokinetics as well.
Capture point secured.
Let's get a second racks.
Make it quick. Quick time. Oh, I've been ready. Why wait? Heading there now.
Capture point contested. Allies are under attack.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco burn. Oh crap, they got Atlases. Oops. That kind of made us go kush flat.
Allies are under attack.
Okay, Atlas range,
Finding
kind of
a path.
annoying.
Our forces are under
Oh,
attack.
I forgot about that.
Oh, I've been ready.
In the rear, with the beer.
Allies are under attack.
Oh, I've been ready. I'll make it pay.
So hedgehogs first.
Construction
Yes,
complete.
Service.
Damn, I probably shouldn't have fought with the bobs. I should have just ran. I kind of needed to buy time, otherwise it would have all went down.
Construction
But now what we need to
upgrade
do,
complete.
we need to get those defenses going, because that's kind of the big mistake we had here. So let's get some exos in.
Not enough luminite.
Coming a proper game. Wow.
Researching.
Farman real quick turned his back on AoE4, huh?
Ready to work.
Yeesh.
Robot engaged.
That's transparent as a glass window, mate.
Boys are on a humanitarian mission. Mind your business.
Let's get to it.
Good heals. Hair good. Oh, and we have the hoplite now. What do you, is it, guys? Is it hoplite or
Let's get
hoplites?
to
I
it.
always said hoplites for years, but then I hear in game hoplite, and I'm like, Popular.
Allies are under attack.
Very manly sound.
Construction complete.
Okay,
Construction
so
complete.
we want to set the lancers up. Wait,
Where?
why are you?
Oh.
I don't get that. Why was
Allies
the
are
whole
under
army moving
attack.
up? That was weird. I hit the garrison
Give
for
me the
one, and
lowdown.
everyone's just partying up to
Here
go
I
there.
come.
Insufficient
Make it
supply.
Making a beeline.
Allies are under attack. Construction complete. Not enough
Let's get to it.
luminite.
Quick time.
It's a
Why
party.
Time to raise hell.
Did Amara just tank all, guys? Ooh. Amara is our waifu. Don't forget it.
Heading there now.
Construction complete.
Now you just walk away, get the heal. Dude, this heal station is freaking so handy. Makes my life easy. We should probably get the kinetic redirection.
Researching.
Should we try some hangar bay action? I never do hangar bays.
Wanna hide
Could kind of be
while
cool.
you still can.
Probably do hangar bays all the way back here if you do them.
Make it quick. Make it quick.
Capture
Finding a
point
path.
contested.
Death wish granted. Oh,
See, Amara just tank all again.
make it quick.
What a giga chad. Uh-oh.
Allies are
Oh
under
crap,
attack.
oh, we lost the thingy as well.
Very important shipment is on the way, so I've asked for it to be sent express.
Construction complete.
Oh nice,
Allies
we
are
aggroed
under
the,
attack.
the camp, so it griefed them. Very good. Food ready? Oh,
Capture
okay.
point
I'll come
secured.
after this then.
Where's the action?
Allies
So-
are under attack.
I don't really need Nano
Got a
Swarm.
plan?
Nano Swarm's for the mechs, right?
Research.
Make it quick.
Why does it keep doing that when I click there? They keep running around the other
Construction
side. There's like some weird priority pathfinding
Allies
there.
are under attack.
Okay, so
Upgrade complete.
maybe Hornets here?
Our forces are
Let's try Hornets.
insufficient
We
therium.
definitely need to get more people.
Allies are under attack.
on Therium, though.
Let's get to it.
Wait, is he still struggling?
Oh, got it.
I probably should have came to
Here I
help.
come.
Oops.
Making a beeline. Quick time.
Oh shit! I just realized a
Why
convoy
would-
going.
Not a convoy, nothing to
What
see
happened?
here. Move along.
Vi.
Where? Oh, got
Our
it.
base is under attack.
Here I come. Making a beeline.
Load up complete.
Where's the action? The history.
Not on my watch.
On the gun.
Just focus that
Give me
crap
the
down.
lowdown.
Nice.
Capture point. Our
Time to
forces
raise
are
hell.
under attack.
I'm so good.
Quick time. Why wait?
Oh, hello.
Heading there now.
Quite the party here.
Finding a path.
Infiltrators. That's a big mail on.
Our base is under attack. Capture
Hornets,
point
the rescue,
secured.
so we're good. I guess we just build a bunch of exos. Probably good to think about Vulcan soon. So what do we need? We need mech base, right? Actually, I don't know. Maybe we do. Let's stick the. I kind of want to try the helicarriers actually. I haven't tried them. I've heard that they've got bugs though, where like the units will fly off map,
I feel the
which is kind of a kick W.
need for speed.
Okay, Hornets any good?
Taking position.
I think you just do this with them, right? Get off my lawn!
Carbon clouds.
The fact this works. Okay. Yep.
This way comes.
Our
a
forces
plan?
are under attack.
Point the way. Engines roar.
Where?
There we go.
Oh, got it.
It's a
Here I
bigger
come.
god here. I think you just need loads of lancers to be honest. And then Exo
Let's get
afterwards.
to it.
This convoy is special, and so is the highly trained security force that'll ensure its safe arrival.
Okay, these guys are buying time. Drag them up.
Capture
no
point
place to
contested.
hide.
Capture point secured.
Should we just get a bunch of Hornets? Screw it, let's go. Lego.
We do need to do more of these habitat upgrades as well.
Upgrade.
Very importante.
Give me the
Not
lowdown.
enough luminite.
Quick time. Why wait?
Am I like, dude, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm
Upgrade
not
complete.
saying I'm doing all the work, but I feel like I'm doing quite a lot of the work.
Where?
Wait, what?
Allies are under attack.
Someone explain? What's this? Hey, there you go. I mean, dude, infiltrators, Lamau. Wait, you
Allies are
can't
under
actually
attack.
click it. What? Alright, that's kind of wild. I feel so debated right now. Chat, are we gonna lose this? I don't know, one of our allies is just kind of not doing anything. So it's kind of rough.
Quick time. Why
Whatever.
wait?
Let's get back in time
Insufficient.
to at least do
Allies are
something
under attack.
partially.
Go ahead. High speed pass. Taking position. Full blower.
Heading there now.
Carbon clouds. Going to firewall.
Cap-
Engaging.
Going to firewall.
Capture point secured.
You are.
Give me the lowdown.
Our capture point contested.
Get 'em, boys.
Allies are capture point secured. Our
We're
forces
about to
are
fail.
Game over.
capture point contested.
Time to
Like, what
play.
happens when the convoys get there? Does it make the attacks on your base stronger? That's what I haven't checked. I assume that's
Allies
the
are
punishment.
under attack. Capture point secured.
We legit just have a guy AFK, right? Yeah,
Allies
this guy
are
isn't
under
even here.
attack.
No wonder we're struggling. This guy legit isn't even here. That's a yikes. Not ideal. So pretty uphill battle. Smiley face.
Give me the lowdown.
Do we just go the big
Allies are
carriers, I
under
guess?
attack.
Death wish granted.
I feel the need.
Wait, why did return to hangar not work for all of them?
Where's the action? Where?
Capture point.
This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me.
In the beeline.
Construction
Quick
complete.
time.
Construction complete.
Check out this demonstration.
Our base is under attack.
Oh, good. Yeah, we're dying because the convoys, chat. It's nuking our base.
Allies are under attack.
Yikes. I think we have problem.
Insufficient therium.
J'ai le petit problème.
On the top.
Allies are under attack.
Why wait? Where's the action? Heading there now.
Construction complete.
Finding the path.
Allies are under attack.
Go, go. Get him.
Our forces are under attack. Allies are under attack.
That's
Let's
fine.
get to it.
It's fine. The whole house is on fire, chat, but it's fine.
Allies are under attack.
What we should do is we get the bigger tank, I guess,
Researching.
right?
Give me the lowdown.
We have got some of those aircraft coming soon, so that's the good news.
Where?
Just want to frontline more tomorrow still.
I'm still gonna explode every molecule in your body.
Sounds hot.
Time for some
Tell me what.
supply and demand.
Ah, so you have to train the bombers.
You stay away from my supply.
Allies are under attack.
Looking
Our
fly.
forces are under attack.
You can fly for a
Give me
white
the
guy.
lowdown.
Carbon clouds. Going to firewall.
Kicks them rebalances to compensate.
Balls to the wall.
Yeah, I don't think they have that
High-speed
here though,
pass. Taking
which is
position.
big side.
Our forces are under attack.
Let's get underway.
Target-rich environment.
Unleash the bombers. Woo! Yeah, baby. Wait,
Our
he's
forces
come back.
are
Alright, I
under
had to check.
attack.
Did trust him for a sec there.
Allies are under attack. Researching.
Trying to help him by
Make it
marking for
quick.
death.
Allies are under attack.
Let's try to get more exos.
Where's the action?
Should probably get the big thing, right? Yeah, the sentinels
Our
they buff as
forces
well.
are under attack.
Oh, wasted bombers. Okay.
Making a beeline.
Well, I think we're
Time.
pretty strong.
Why wait?
I think we're fine.
I'll make 'em pay.
Damn, those guys fly wide.
Where's
Our
the action?
forces are under attack.
Do we send Bob up here to build, I guess? Maybe I should reset and heal.
Death wish grant.
Like, I'm very injured. I should probably have healed.
You think you're special?
It's fine.
You're about to die.
Dude, these battleships are insanely
Research
tanky.
complete.
Death wish grant.
Uh-oh.
Our forces
Finding-
are under attack.
Oh, so that's
No.
why there were extra troops there. They spawned
Where?
there. I wondered why that army was so fat. Now we know.
I'll make them pay.
Oh crap! No, guys, can wait? Can you not shield buildings anymore? They changed that, right?
Got a plan? Time.
Or am I imagining something that didn't exist? I'm pretty sure you used to be able to shield buildings. That's wild. God damn. All right. That unraveled the plan a bit.
Make it quick. On their heels.
All right. Let's top ourselves off.
Construction complete.
Did I get the big sentinel now? Yeah, I did. So his main thing is stasis drone, target location, putting the target in stasis. And the bubble's the one I want. The bubble's kind of crazy. So if we can get our hands on that, that'd be great. So that should be this one.
You go near my transports.
Permanent stealth? Okay, that sounds broken. Yikes.
Following.
We're about to be very strong,
Let
chat.
the healing begin.
Let's get to it. Here I come. I'll make it.
Summon the boys.
Give me the lowdown. No place.
Our forces are under attack. Researching.
Ready to fly.
Construction
How
complete.
good are they?
Our forces
Alright, yeah, that's
are
pretty
under
good.
attack.
The boys are pretty good. Goodness gracious. Alright. Let's very slowly set up a new base up here.
Unable to build there.
Making a beeline. Quick time. Why wait?
Construction.
And our
complete.
army got erased pretty hard there, I feel like. Right?
Allies are under attack.
Finding a path.
Right, chat? I feel like we lost a lot of stuff there.
Death wish granted.
Let's get some more
Where?
resources here.
Oh, God.
Oh crap, you can actually A-click.
Capture points.
Yep. Guys, do not A-click on your own
Allies are under
units.
attack.
I wondered if they had that behavior. They do.
Following. Why wait?
The fact she tanked that whole army for that long, though, is
Finding a path.
actually really impressive.
Where? Oh, got it.
Let's get underway.
Give me the lowdown.
You might want to hide while you still can.
Let's end this. Time to raise hell.
Again already? Guess it's time to kiss your precious face goodbye.
Allies are under attack.
I'll just get brute force it. Screw it.
Allies are under attack.
Get you boys deeper. I think this is actually where I should get the nanotech as well, because like I
Researching.
could actually be healing those ships with the healer boys.
Allies are under attack.
Death wish
Yeah,
granted.
Mara's really good against the Atlases. Like you can just kind of full
Allies
hit
are
center,
under attack.
which is really handy.
Construction complete.
Game over. Give me the lowdown.
Our forces are under attack.
Nice. All right, there we go. Let's get more bobs.
Where's the action? Making a beeline.
So he's kind of
Research
holding, and
confirmed.
I'm just basically like gradually winning the
All
game.
your life decisions.
I think we might have a problem next, though. I'm not sure if we got enough troops in the next wave. We probably, yeah, we need to get these upgrades actually.
Upgrade.
Oops.
Upgrade
There we go.
complete.
Oh, I've been
That
ready.
should ramp up the progress a little.
Picking on. Changing tack.
What can I do for you?
What can I do for you?
Where's
These convoys are on a humanitarian mission.
Wait, did they really just spawn? Like, why is the skulls here? Oh, guys, dude, it is bug still. No. I thought we were clear of it. We're not. Oh no, that's unfortunate.
Allies are under attack.
Oh, that bug is kind of comical. It's cringe bad, but it's also comical.
Where
So,
are the
like, the whole idea is sometimes your bombers will try to fly off the map, and because they can't fly off the map, they'll just rub against the edge of the map
under
and never
attack.
move.
On the gun.
I mean, you have to laugh, right? If you don't laugh, it's sad.
Let the healing begin.
Oh, man.
Medtech
Allies are
online.
under attack.
What do you want? Medtech's maybe System Shock? I don't think you need System Shock here. Sentinel's Nano Bubble's probably good. We
Researching.
need more Sens, I think.
Give me the lowdown. Why
Right,
wait?
nice. Those boys topped off.
Heading there now.
I have so many Medtechs now. I may have
Finding a
overkilled
path.
Medtechs.
Where?
But I think
got it.
we've mostly
Allies
won.
are under attack.
Making a beeline.
We just need to finish this
Time.
base on the south,
Why wait?
and then our teammate is Etagigi carried.
Time to pay.
See? You don't need a third, guys.
Allies are
It's more
under
challenging this
attack.
way. Right? Right? I like how they nerfed the cooldown reduction in Death Spiral. Actually, no, it's just
Our
bugged. It's meant to be
forces are
10-second
under
cooldown,
attack.
but I just hit more than 10 units. Oh, sorry, no, it's when they're killed, right? So Amaru's still pretty OP against Infernals, basically, then.
Finding a path.
Not so
Where?
much against Vanguard, but definitely against Infernals. Tank it all, Amara. Tank it all.
Our forces.
Send the
Research
boomers.
complete.
Damn, son. My guy's, he really wants to take the slow approach to the artillery, right? Me ape click.
On their way.
Allies are under attack.
Alright, let's back up a little bit. He can cover me for a sec. We need a lot more lancers. We kind of depleted our boys. In fact, I might even consider just adding more of these.
Allies are under attack.
Let's
Should we
get
get more airships? Probably.
Oh, I've been ready.
Oh.
I'm listening.
Healamari.
Following. Got a plan?
What was this one? It was the... Oh, this makes sense.
Time to pay.
I'm so ready. Awaiting instructions.
Get 'em, boys. Oh, no. I pressed B instead. Because I was like B for bomber. My brain. Oops.
Construction complete.
Cover me.
Should have done that sooner, actually. Oops.
I'm listening. Mayday.
No. He done his part. I don't know, my frame rate does feel bad though. Does it, like, the stream's fine though, right? You guys aren't, like, it's not low frame rate for you guys? It's the most important thing to know. Alright, we don't need...
Allies are under attack.
Time to raise.
Well, that is
hell.
definitely one way of dealing with the convoy. God damn. Heal me.
Why wait? Heading there now. Make it
Frame rate good or frame rate monk ass?
Insufficient
Finding
therium.
Alright, he can deal with
On
that, dude.
them.
Yeah. All you, bud.
Oh.
All you. I've got a main base to
Allies are
launch.
under attack.
Peace upon ya, brother.
Upgrade complete.
Guess we just queue the crap out of lancers. I mean, it's the only thing, like,
Allies are
doesn't
under
require
attack.
theory as well, right? But then again, we should probably actually be... We should be munching on more of this. I feel like we've been screwing up not doing that.
Not enough. Allies are under attack.
Making a beeline.
Did he hold? Wait, what? That was brilliant. Somehow the convoy got inside him.
Smooth sailing.
Alright, let's build the bombers.
Over yonder.
More of the boomers.
Where's the
please.
action?
What are these things? More Amara stuff? Oh, we need the scrapyard thing. Yeah, we probably should have got the scrapyard, actually. I never built scrapyards. I don't know, like, they just... Oh, wait, that's the machine. Oops.
I'm here to assist.
Don't need that. Where's the scrapyard? It's X, right?
Ready to move. Fear is for the enemy.
Give me the lowdown. Following.
Alright, we got a big boy army, chat.
Give me the
We
lowdown.
definitely need more Exos.
Got a
though.
plan? Quick time.
Hi, honey. Oh, god damn.
Let's end this.
Where did you come from?
Why wait?
No, no, no.
Heading there now.
Alright, so what does the scrapyard really offer up?
Our Construction.
Amari's balance. Yeah, he is just
Researching.
the hero then. Get up! Alright, big boy's gone. Now we get to go party.
Allies are under attack. Allies are under attack.
My boomer run's going. For some reason my bombers aren't gonna go. Oh, okay, whatever. Alright, we done it. Easy peasy.
Allies are under attack.
No! You better spend the rest of your life
That was a chill vibe.
back.
Alright, guys. I've got to go eat, though, so I'm going to find someone to raid. I think next time we'll cast some of the tournament games. We'll maybe look to play some 1v1s. We did level up. Whoop, whoop. I think, for me, at least personally, co-op's just still way too laggy, which kind of makes it an uncomfortable experience. But I'll keep seeing if there's anything additional I can do. But, guys, that's going to be it. So I'll go ahead and... is there anyone I know online? No, we'll just send you over to... Yo, Sanich is playing? My boy Sanich? Alright, we'll give it a raid free to Sanich, guys. Was it really that laggy? Crap. That's kind of unfortunate. My PC's becoming a problem. Alright, guys. I'm going to raid free to Sanich. Much love. Thanks for tuning in. Hope for joining me tomorrow. We should have some Age of Empires 4 comp games. And then hopefully we'll be doing some Stormgate casts as well. So hope you'll all join me for it. See you soon. Don't stay a stranger. Bye.